Yeah, pop ult, right? So I would love to see that from G2's vision, from Fnatic's vision. But I think they just misplayed Fnatic. They misplayed the sequence. I think it's always better, instead of running from Drake to mid and mid to top, because you lose so much tempo on top, I think they should just have Humanoid base, open top, Kalista just stays mid with Taric, and I think they would not lose this Baron. But because Kalista goes top and Taric has to go top, that's why I think they're losing it, because they lose so much mid push because of this. That actually allows them to start taking over top. I think Humanoid just needs to base after Drake and go top, and Kalista stays mid and catches the waves, or pushes the waves. Also, Taric stayed on the map for so long because Upset is pinging assistance, so Mickey, with one ward, has to stay on the map and cover Kalista in case she gets caught here, because they have no vision. So Mickey's base is so delayed. Ideally here, Kalista catches while Taric bases, Taric's opening while Kalista's catching, and then they can stagger their base a bit to get tempo back. But I think it's a horror. Wow, that Baron I think is what made G2 win the game. Because it took away a win condition from Fnatic.
To contest for so long in that game to put them in a moment where they could come back.
But it does kind of feel like, as you say, Shocks, that the momentum is shifting.
That was the swing for me.
Like
Humanoid taking mid, Kalista taking top, Mickey running out of wards, and then Hansama fake basing.
Wow. Medi did a great job of calling down the cast. That then sets up for the immediate flash, incinerate the flash, followed from Labrov. Like, these are mistakes that you should not be making if you expect to be a top team and a team winning the LEC.
The Jax was a little bit more fed.
Yeah, 100%. And I agree.
Absolutely was.
But it's also the fact that, like, over the course of this series, I've been looking at Fnatic in a couple of different instances. We were talking about in game number 1 where they were scared to go for that dragon, the first dragon that was up, and Oscarinin is ulting away because he thinks that maybe Skumon is top. Now you're seeing these mistakes start to creep in game number 3 as well.
Hansama, great game.
Now pushing on to game number 4, and there are smiles in the G2 camp.
What do you do now on game 4 if you're Fnatic? Do you choose red side? I noticed teams choosing red side more, I think, as series go on.
Yeah, and I mean, my main takeaway
What if you choose blue side? Okay, they chose blue side. I mean, you know, if you choose, the good thing about blue side is you know what G2 is gonna ban. Like, I would guess that G2 would ban Yone. Maybe Kai'Sa ban could be good.
Keep it simple for G2 because they are incredibly gifted
Maokai
at
ban
team
could be
fighting.
good.
The further we go into this Fearless, don't mess it up. Don't get creative. You have such a
What's
good
out? Poppy's out,
opportunity
Gwen's
to
out,
just set
Azir's
your
out,
players up
Talia's
for
out.
success.
Yeah, I do think it stays a different story. Like, if this wasn't Fearless, I might have been
What would I ban
more
against
willing
Fnatic?
to kind of say, okay,
I would
perhaps
100% ban
G2
Yone.
can just close this out despite
I would
kind of the
probably
hiccups.
ban
But with
Maokai.
Fearless in the mix, I don't
And I
think
think
so.
I would ban
And for
Kai'Sa
Fnatic
at this point in the
specifically
game.
right now, against
Game 4 against
Matchpoint,
Upset,
this
I
is
would ban
where your
Kai'Sa,
do or
I think.
die. They generally do very well in a lower bracket as well. And I still maintain
But then you have
that
to.
this
Do you
isn't the
first
same
pick
Fnatic
Ezreal
that
then?
we've
No,
seen
right?
even
No way.
last
I think
year.
you would just play Jinx or some
believe they
shit.
have more of a rallying cry in them than what we've seen. Now, I hope that I'm
And
not
if I'm
hurt
Fnatic, what do I
once
ban against
again.
G2 for game
Probably
4?
feel similarly.
Did they go red or blue? They
think
went blue.
they've been a better team than they have been in the past.
What would I ban against
I think you
G2 for
can
game
definitely
4?
see that
I
come
mean, I think
together,
Maokai, Yone,
but I
Kai'Sa
still
is
think,
pretty safe.
A lot of the same players are still there. This is still a team that, I mean, we saw
I like the
Razor
Blitzcrank ban.
giggling at himself after he ulted his
I like the
back in,
Draven
got a
ban.
bit
I
too
feel like
excited.
Draven and
This is still
Blitzcrank
a
are
team
two
that has
champs now with
struggled
loads of
emotionally,
melees
and a
out
team that is now staring down the
that
barrel
can
of
win
potentially
games on
losing
red.
G2 in
I don't
playoffs
mind
as
those
well.
bans.
Potentially losing to G2 and
You
G2
could
would be
ban
one step
Draven Blitz
closer
Mundo
to
for the
playing that
Maokai ban
match
to
on
force it
Monday,
last.
to getting to the spring finals, to getting
And then
to
first pick
MSI,
Orianna.
just to
I
emphasize
think
how
that
much
would
is
work
on the
because
line.
Akali's out.
So much on the line. An MSI spot.
And then you have Jarvan slash Nessus. Jarvan or Nocturne on 2-3.
As well. An incredible regular season, only to be met with their arch rivals and then getting knocked into the lower bracket. Last 2 times these teams have met in playoffs.
Yeah, there's Draven.
Season finals last year and obviously in winter playoffs it has been G2.
I think Yone, Maokai, Kai'Sa. Or Yone, Kai'Sa, and then Mundo ban forced it. I think Blitz ban from Fnatic was correct.
The question is how much damage did the end of game 3 do
Rel,
to them
Taric,
as a team?
Alistar, Rakan,
How much
Nort.
damage
There
did
is
it do
Leona
mentally?
Braum,
They're gonna ban out
Nico.
the Draven
Leona
and
Braum,
the
Nico.
Blitzcrank on the blue
And
side of
Pyke,
the
I
team.
guess, for
G2
Mickey, maybe?
removing the Yone. We had a quick chat about some of the power picks left available. We haven't seen Maokai, we haven't seen Sejuani, we haven't seen Kai'Sa yet as well, who we saw banned out in game 1.
For me, like the only really strong laning AD carrier that's left in the pool is like Misfortune.
Sure.
I mean, there's
Maybe
Jhin
Jhin
actually.
as
I
well.
think Jhin is pretty
for me,
good,
like,
but there's
maybe with these bans,
Nafiri
Fnatic
ban.
wants to go into that kind of champion. I'm not sure.
Actually, I wonder if
Going
G2
into
would
this
do
first
some
pick,
kind
I
of
was
Lilia
thinking
MF,
Sejuani is really powerful, and Jace
but then they could
up
blind
available,
Braum pretty
very
easily.
high prio across the world globally, but maybe not between these two teams in particular.
So they ban the Fury. So they're gonna get Maokai or Kai'Sa probably, I would guess, as their first pick. I feel like Maokai, Kai'Sa, Lilia, MF, Orianna, Ezreal, I guess, are like champs right now that are pretty decent.
Let's see count Nico or not, but yeah.
You're right. Yeah, Nico.
Yeah, Nico's pretty strong too.
By G2 right
They
now,
could do
unless they
Lilia.
think there's
Is
another AD
MF
carry
Nico good into
complement
Braum?
super well, but I sit there and think like Ezreal is still available.
I mean, MF Nico's.
MF
So they ban the Maokai. Are you gonna first pick
There's
Kai'Sa?
Kai'Sa, which I think is full
It's
on
not
the
a-
way
I don't
through as
think
well.
it's a
Like,
pick
Nico
Hunt someone would
Kai'Sa is
deny.
volatility. The Nico
They're gonna
has
first
been
pick
left
Nico.
out, and
There we go.
Are they gonna go Lilia? I feel like G2's a team who
So
would
I
go
think
Lilia
that
here.
Fnatic have been quite eager to get their hands on the champion, and now they're finally going to get to do that. And I think that there's enough of an AD carry pool for them to play
Lilia,
through
MF, Leona,
to get them a
thoughts?
strong bot lane 2 versus 2. The question is, what will G2
I
respond
like
with?
Orianna Nocturnes. I like Orianna Jarvans.
Thresh from
They're gonna
Winter
take the
didn't quite
Kai'Sa,
hit
no
the way
shot.
we wanted it to. So then what direction could he possibly go? Like, because you don't really want to pick
They
Braum
need
to
Leona
let
then.
go.
100% they need
I think,
Leona.
as you said, maybe
They're gonna
Leona is your
take the
option
Kai'Sa.
here right now, unless you want to go for something really spicy like a Pike. I think Leona is your best bet if you want an engage support. Otherwise, yeah, it becomes pretty difficult finding a kind of clutch pick like that.
I wouldn't mind Leona Kai'Sa because what it allows you to do is stun the backline and Kai'Sa jumps over the Pot Blossom, right? You get past that engage. There's the Leona. So
What
it
does
will be
Upset do
locked
into this?
in for Labrov. Played it 3 times.
Ezreal's like a
This
safe
split has
champ,
won
but I
2
think
of those games.
What wins lane really hard?
Obviously,
Jhin?
Nico can still be flexed, but
Maybe just do Jhin.
You could do Jhin, you could do Misfortune.
Orianna's
Ezreal,
pretty strong.
Even Caitlyn. I think you have a lot of options here as
Yeah,
Upset.
yeah,
You can kind of dig in.
I would be a bit scared of Jarvan on 3 if they're gonna play like Orianna Jhin. Yeah, Tristana may be better. I like Tristana bot into Kai'Sa.
Obviously a bit more
Also
of an
avoids Jarvan on
unconventional
3,
AD carry, but
who
it's
is probably
flexible.
pretty decent
So
now.
you can lock it in now. You can maybe lock in your jungler.
Maybe a Syra would come out now.
Yeah,
If
potentially.
you actually wanted
Zyra,
to be
Kai'Sa,
jungler
Leona
with
sounds a
80
bit
mid combo,
boosted.
then Syra would make the most sense. in
isn't
my
the
mind.
problem with Zyra here that Mundo just gets locked into it immediately?
It is true if you think Mundo is a problem. I mean, I know some teams won't think that, and some teams will, but
Yeah, I think it's pretty neutral from Fnatic.
As we said, one of the
I think-
core picks in the jungle.
Ooh, Ivern's kind
being
of
up and
tempting, you know.
available in this
Mundo's
jungle
also
will be
already
taken
kind of
by
tempting.
Fnatic.
Okay, so where will G2 go? Jungle is the most obvious choice to make sure that
Orianna is like a
too
really
far.
OP champ.
We've already seen
They're
Jhin,
hovering Trundle. They're gonna go Trundle.
Skarner,
Caps
Vi,
typed
Wukong,
Trundle into
and
the client.
Poppy locked in.
Maybe Silas would be nasty with the
Oh, he typed something else, maybe.
I'm just looking at the ultimates,
They were thinking of
thinking
Trundle.
about
I
the
saw that.
champions that Caps likes, but
Did you see that?
Ambessa will be picked up, I imagine, for
Leaked.
Broken Blade
They were gonna
in the
play
top lane,
Trundle.
which is a champion we haven't really seen him
Is this
play
not just a
that much.
Renekton? Isn't this a great Renekton angle?
I mean, it
Oh,
could
they
be
will
a
ban
Renekton
Renekton
angle, but
100%.
Broken Blade hasn't played the Ambessa at all this split,
Yeah.
so it is really interesting to see it
And
locked
Bessa
in
for Broken
here
Blade.
for
I'm
G2.
guessing they
You
just
can
want
ban
champs
out
that
the
can
Renekton
dive with
as well if
Kai'Sa.
you're worried
or
about
even
it.
Jace. Would you prefer a Jace or a Renekton here for...
Oh, Renekton is
Oof, I think
way, way
Silas
more
for
annoying.
G2
Yeah,
on
I
5
think
goes
the
kind of
Jace,
crazy.
While it's annoying early game, the lockdown you have with a jungle later is way easier.
I think they could-
I mean, Renekton and
they
maybe
could
some
play
other
Ivern on
skirmish
4.
with Rooster could be taken out, but I
And if they
imagine
go
they're gonna give one
Silas,
ban towards the mid.
they could go
Jungle,
Smolder.
right?
And if they
Do you
don't
just
take Silas,
ban
they could take Silas himself and play
Mundo,
Ivern Silas with
Zyra?
Kai'Sa Leona.
Maybe Lilia?
Sounds kind of good.
I think Lilia is a possibility against Skewmon.
Oh, the Ivern ban is a
specifically.
good
Yeah,
snipe.
Ivern I think is fine. The
I
only
think
issue
Mundo
have
ban
with
is also...
Ivern
Is Mundo
it
ban a
kinda
good
goes
snipe?
against what you want to do.
Yeah,
but
you
you
kinda
have
Mundo,
dive.
Nocturne,
Yeah.
one of
I
those
was
two kind of
thinking
scares
about
me.
it.
I'm
Like,
kind of scared of
Ivern doesn't
Nocturne
really
Orianna.
push that with you.
Warwick.
Or like
Warwick
Orianna and
makes
then
sense.
Nocturne on
It's really
5, right?
telling that Ambessa was stopped. I was thinking maybe
Warwick
maybe
ban
it's a cap
makes sense.
special
Good
where he
bans for
takes the
Ambessa.
But with the Renekton ban coming out, with the Warwick ban
Asol.
coming out, every sign points towards this big
I'm kind of
top
scared of
champion.
Orianna Nocturne
You're
from
gonna have to
G2.
pair it
I think
with
it
any
just
jungle that
fits the
kinda
comp
makes
really
sense
well. No,
here.
it gives the comp a really
So
big
many champions
identity.
being out, you kinda have to dig deep into your jungle pool.
They're gonna go Trundle.
Trundle is a
Oh, it's so
classic.
good, yes.
So good into the Sejuani when
Yes,
she
yes,
has that
yes.
passive on.
But you just go face rush Sejuani, you know? I think I would have gone Orianna on 4, Nocturne on 5.
Get her into negative armor. Camille and
Do you just go
Orianna,
Galio
the
on 5
options
now?
here for Fnatic. So Oscar's gonna be
Okay.
cracking
Or
out to
Victor?
Camille. And we have Orianna for Humanoid
Trying to
in the
think,
mid
do you
lane.
just slam a
I
Silas here?
think you need to pick an AP champion to kinda
don't like
dovetail
Silas
into
as much.
Orianna, so
You
I
could
think
do-
Silas is fine. You could do...
I was thinking Aurora or Galio.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they have enough dive to
Maybe
warrant
Red's better
Galio.
this stage
Sure,
than
the
Fearless.
Camille is there, but the
They're gonna
other
go
team is
Galio.
so
I think they
high
should have just gone
range, but
Orianna on
it is
4,
the
Nocturne on
Galio
5. They would play
pick, so
Victor Camille
really
or
good call out by
Galio
you. I
Camille and
think
use
the
play.
Galio pick kinda does
Chat,
make
I'm gonna run
sense
ads. If anyone
if
ads,
the
you can say
match
one
was
Twitch Prime. You don't have to have
but
channel.
you
Don't want to back for the game.
really
Just
need to
tickets.
make sure the Galio and the
I don't mind it
jungle
though.
plays together.
The problem is
Because this
Camille
Galio doesn't have a
outscales
lot of setup,
Ambessa on
but
side.
he has a lot of anti-dive.
Well, I guess the idea would be...
But the good news
Ambessa
is he has
on
Galio.
Vault. And
Yeah.
like, obviously
It's
not
very
the
rare
best,
you see
but
Camille Caedrel and
And then
Galio
so
against each
Leona
other. It's been a
detonated
long
Galio
time
on
since I've
top.
seen that.
Yeah. The thing with Ambessa is that she doesn't teleport immediately when she ults. Like
Right.
she'll ult, lock them down, and then teleport. So Galio can't actually ult you until kind of after the stun is gonna run out.
But that's where the Leona would come in, ideally, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a lot then, though, for a single person.
Yeah. But I like the pick. I think Caps did a really
Who
good
will win
Galio
this
pick
game?
against Insane
I don't know.
Paris, and I really want to see how we can make
I mean,
this
I hope he
work.
goes phase rush
I
Sejuani.
mean,
At
they're
least
a
that
bit low
you go phase rush
damage on the
Sejuani, and I
magic
think,
side, but
and
they
your
do the
hard steal, I think
Kai'Sa
it's
can
not that bad.
compensate, so kind of well-rounded comp all in
If
all.
you go aftershock
I mean,
Sejuani, you're asking for a free
I
loose in
love
this
the
matchup.
Trundle into the Sejuani. I think that Fnatic's composition is very team fighty. So I
kinda
wanna know
like
your
G2's
thoughts
comp.
on Camille into this comp. Like, how do you think it fits alongside what seems to be a very standard front to back from Fnatic?
I mean, the thing is, Camille won't really be able to dive that deep in the fights, but where Camille can thrive this game is on the side lane.
Right.
But you really need to make sure this Camille has a good laning phase, because against Ambessa, it's not an easy matchup. Anytime the Camille goes for the sweep, Ambessa can just W forward with the shield and kind of trade into you. So it becomes actually, in individual, like in the isolation, this matchup is not that good, but together with the Sejuani, that's where you really start finding those fights.
He went
Let's
aftershock.
jump into it. Game 4 between
Mistake,
G2
I think.
and Fnatic. Last time they played a best of 5, it was 3-1 G2 in Montpellier at the end of last year.
Who was it that went phase rush today on
Montpellier?
Sejuani into
Was it?
Trundle? Fivehead.
Wasn't it Munich?
Munich.
Or was it
There we
yesterday?
go.
I don't know when it
Montpellier
was.
the year
The other
before.
day.
So everything got kind of blends
a Trundle
into
game.
one at some points for Fnatic.
Why
A
phase rush?
game 3 to be forgotten.
Because Trundle versus Sejuani, this matchup
Question
was
is
played
how
in
quickly
2020
can they
spring.
reset and get
2020
into
spring,
this
2020
game
summer.
4. They have a relatively
I remember playing it.
draft. Tank jungler,
And you would just go,
Orianna, mid lane
or was it
mage,
2019?
AD
I don't know.
carry
And you would just
that
go phase rush
does good
Sejuani into
damage
Trundle,
if
and it would
left
be a lot
alone
less
in the
worse.
team fight,
Because
and a
aftershock
top
gives
laner
him
who can
so much
dive
value.
into the back line.
So, if you want a bit of a, I don't know, I don't want to call it history lesson, but Hans Sama traditionally wasn't much of a Kai'Sa player. I mean, this year I think he's evolved so much. Like the Ezreal, the Kai'Sa, they've become staples of his pool now. But traditionally, you always associated him with being this hyper-aggressive AD carry, Kalista, Draven.
I think G2 can go for a
basically
3-1 here.
Misfortune, stuff that would kill you in lane was kind of his go-to. In contrast,
I think
Humanoid
the
Orianna,
minion
we might not see
interaction in
much
this lane
now,
is
but
important, isn't it?
used to
Because
be
Leona
one of
E
his
won't
staples.
connect on
It
Nico
was
if she
something
plays
that
well
many
with
teams
minions.
actually feared about giving him. And I think that's one of the coolest things that we've seen with the introduction of Fearless, is that now here in Game 4, with a lot of champions removed, we're seeing some old classics, but also we're seeing players forced into developing their pool to have way more options as we get deeper and deeper into the draft. And with a Trundle coming out, I mean,
Oscar Innen's a
back
good
when we
Camille, I
cast
think.
Jufin, like this was the jungle counter matchup thing, right? Sejuani, Poppy, Trundle was just the trio of junglers for a while.
Spacing.
Every single time, yeah. And as someone that actually, I love the point
W.
you made about Hans Sama, because as someone
Nice.
that actually played with him back in 2020, I remember every single draft meeting would be, oh, Hans Sama wants the strongest laning AD carry. And we would just shape the entire draft to make sure Hans Sama had the winning lane
Little volume
AD
increase.
carry. And I think that season we got first in regular split because it always worked. We were always happy when he had the laning AD carry, and the fact that he's now so comfortable playing this Kai'Sa, I think it just amazes me so much how far he's come. He's won a title, he's grown so much, and he's just such a force to be reckoned with right now as an AD carry in Europe. And I'm really, really excited to see how he piloted this game.
Oscar winning out the early trades in the top lane on that Camille. Last time he won on this pick was back in 2024 at MSI against Top Esports. A really good game on the day. It has been a while since we've seen him.
Oscar Camille's good.
Yeah, you did mention, Finn, the idea is that you use that shield to mitigate the harassment from the poke, but it feels like that Oscar Innit is just kind of walking up and abusing the long cooldowns, so just hitting him in the face with the Q and kind of out-straining in and getting those quicker, shorter trades.
Tristana and
And I
Nico
feel like
feels
it's,
wrong, does it?
I mean, the fact that broke him that went Doran's shield against Doran's blade makes those early trades a lot weaker for the Ambessa. And I think he's more in the mindset that, okay, I don't want to
Wait,
trade
Ambessa
early
already
because
TP'd
we're gonna
back.
lose 2v2 against Sejuani,
Right.
and he really wants to get that level 7, level 9 power
Doesn't
spike
Camille
for
also
Ambessa,
outscale the
where she
Ambessa?
gets those low
Super hard.
CDs on the Qs, so she can get multiple rotations off in one fight. Because right now, it's just one rotation of cooldowns every
Horror.
single trade against Camille, and because of the shield and the healing, she's winning out of that.
Golden Kappa check.
Can we also just talk about how Caps just keeps getting CS leads against Humanoid? I think he's done it in every game. Game 3 was the only one where the Annie really fell behind in the matchup, but aside from that, Caps
What the
has
fuck
been,
is that
in terms of
Trundle
lane
skin?
phase, he's been on a tear today.
Schemon looking to burn Humanoid's
Okay, no
faction
flash
will do
mid,
so.
good.
Puts down the pillar.
Very good. That helps Galio a lot.
It's, soda
Gives him
bottle,
way
I think
more
it's this
space in the lane.
esports fan Trundle.
Esports fan Trundle. It's the first time I see this skin in my life. It's really cool.
Gets the flash out of Humanoid, which makes that Orianna obviously a lot more susceptible to
Oscar
future ganks.
TP'd back and is letting the wave come into him.
Flashing
BB could
forward,
die
landing
to a
top,
lane
landing
gank here.
Justice
Let's
Punch.
see what
So
Razork does. Is he gonna lane gank?
options for Humanoid to die if G2 want to continue to focus that mid lane.
Yeah, and I think they should. I think that
They
is
eat
their
quite
place
early.
right now where they're strongest. See Oscarinen trading
I
in.
think he gave it away a bit too early.
Ruby Crystal advantage over Broken
Not
Blade,
bad for his
but,
lane, though.
Broken Blade is gonna opt in for the base here on a pretty annoying wave. He's probably gonna lose a little bit of the bases, so he decides to stay.
Yeah, try and get this in, but you can see Razork's just around the corner, right? He's on Gromp right now. Broken Blade has enough vision to spot Razork,
Look at
but
Caps.
it might be too late. As Oscarinen goes in, gets that adaptive defensive shield, looking for more damage on the Broken Blade, who jumps back in with a repudiation.
Caps is fighting bot.
To trade relatively effectively. Oscarinen
He
still
didn't get
sits
anything
on
out of
the
Fnatic.
cookie.
Oh, he got Upset's flash.
So we'll be able
Okay,
to
Upset,
heal
no
up in the
flash.
middle of a
That's
fight.
really good for
Skewman
G2
on
bot
his way
lane.
towards top right now. Actually
Upset, no
leaving
flash.
his wolves to get all the way up here and make sure that Broken Blade can crash the wave.
Trundle on vision.
Flash away from Broken Blade as Oscarinen looks.
Can dive him, though.
Oh, this is such a bad position for Oscarinen. He needs 4 minions, 3 more maybe to get that level 6.
Oh, he levels up on that
Flashes
minion. I
away
think
from
that
the
one
Hopping
range creep levels him up.
Skewman comes
Dead.
across.
Nice tanking.
There's first blood to G2.
I mean, nicely done on the dive in the top lane.
Nice
Broken
dive,
Blade,
nice dive.
He kind of won that
Fnatic
war
gonna
of
get Drake.
attrition. He managed to out-trade Oscarinen in a lot of the short fights. And you talked about getting those extra levels, the additional cooldown really paying off for Broken Blade after getting
G2
level
won
6
game 2. Yeah, it
and
was
securing first
crazy.
blood for G2.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised Fnatic doesn't really invest more into this top lane matchup because Broken Blade traded like that.
G2 want to
because
fight
he
this.
knew
BB
his
has
jungler was
TP, but
coming.
I don't think it's great from
meanwhile,
TP here.
Oscar traded that, but Razork is going the other side of the map.
Caps has flash.
Fnatic don't
He's
know
buffers
that
the
Lavrov
ult.
is behind them. Now they do. Humanoids
Lavrov
use the
has
shockwave.
flash.
Lavrov
They
needs
don't
to
really
get
have any
his way
CC.
out of here. Does still have the flash, has the aftershock as well for a little bit extra tankiness.
Okay, they
Flick
get the
goes
Drake.
over to Razork.
He's fine.
Jungle Barbs will
Oh, he's
connect
going
the
in.
ball. Oh, Mickey! He made his hitbox smaller by becoming a minion. And
No, you
hedges
just
the
can't.
Zenith
You
blade.
can't
He
Leona
also
eat
can't
minions.
hit a minion with a Zenith blade.
I think
good interaction.
He, should have taken the hit. I think Humanoid would have just killed him. I did not agree with that re-engage from Lavrov, but specifically because he just used his W. Now Hansama's the one in a bit of danger.
Has to flash away from Razork, goes in with the Arctic Assault. But yeah, a bit greedy there.
Okay,
from
no
Hansama.
flash
Obviously
Kai'Sa.
didn't want the wave to be frozen right in front of him, but he
Sejuani
is
staying on the map
against
for a while.
Tristana, who will naturally counter-freeze, unfreeze waves. That's the word I was looking for.
Counter-freeze.
Thaw them out, Betty.
No, counter-freeze. Yeah, no, that's
Gotta counter-freeze
that is
it.
the scientific term, yes.
The more you mock me, the more I'm going to mill you with mine the next time we play Magic, man.
Broken Blades, I mean, he's just comfortably winning out on these trades now. The pickaxe doing a ton of work. And
Ooh,
look
Ooh,
at
I
those
think Fnatic need to
cooldowns.
help top
Still
a bit
doesn't
here. He
really
could be getting
matter.
dove again.
Oscar really struggling in this match, and as Lavrov shows up, probably won't be
Flash
the
is
kill.
Zenith Blade. Hexagol made him trying to get away, but the Shield of Daybreak won't be enough for the stun.
Man, the amount of times Oscar's been
Second
ganked this
of the
series
game.
is
I mean,
crazy.
you
The amount of
talked
times
about it, Finn,
Oscar's
in the
been
draft, you
left
wanted
to
see
die by
Fnatic
Steam is
invest
also
in this top
crazy.
side. You brought it up again after pathing towards the bot side of the map, and now it's G2 doing exactly what you wanted Fnatic to do, making sure that this Camille does not get ahead.
But that's the problem with this matchup, is that Camille in isolation will not beat Ambessa, but Camille together with Sejuani, especially before Trundle has his
You got an
ultimate,
AP shields from hitting
way
Leona. Yeah,
stronger
it
with
kind
the
of sucks.
2v2. So unless you capitalize on this, it doesn't really make sense to pick something like the Camille, because that means Ambessa would just scale up, get her Eclipse for free, and then it becomes really difficult for Camille, because then she can't contest until she has like 2 items or something, and that is really far into the game.
I still think
Broken
Fnatic's in a
Blade
better
gets the
position this
plates
game.
about 1,000 gold ahead in that top lane matchup now. Skewman
Call me Susan, but I
bodyguarding
think
Razork
Fnatic's got
here,
this.
making sure that he can't step any further. Has to Arctic Assault away. The grubs are up, and that's where Skewman wants to play. Does do them very quickly, obviously, with that
Big
frozen
gold in mid.
domain, and the Chomp can gobble up these grubs. And very healthily as well, because of the King's Tribute, whenever an enemy dies near him, he gets health back, so we'll never fall low doing grubs.
Was it Zanzara that advocated
Zanzara,
for
yeah.
the W max?
Yeah, he liked the healing. Zanzara, famous for his Trundle and his Sejuani. No, Skarner, what am I saying?
I remember him flashing over Dragon Pit walls to try and steal buffs quicker. It was a lot
Is that
of fun
pink ward
watching
not in the bush
Zanzara.
and they're using the bush to
Now
trap?
the grubs.
That's not serious. And it's gonna work.
Bishop Prison
Oh my
going out
god.
onto Lavrov. He doesn't have a flash and he doesn't have
KS
a
from
surviving.
Upset.
Razork gets Fnatic ticking over in game 4.
So at the very least, Fnatic get themselves on the kill boards. They would have preferred to have that kill over
Give him
to
the kill.
Upset, but at the very least, getting that kill is something. Grub's exchange.
Why are you question
for
marking
the
me, chat? He
dragon.
stole it from Upset.
Oscar still finds himself in a very difficult lane matchup. That Eclipse item grows ever closer for Broken Blades. Meanwhile, Caps
Illness in the
is now
chat.
the target for Fnatic.
He buffered it again. What the fuck? Why does it feel like he gets yeeted even further on these buffers? Jesus.
Manages to walk out. Well buffered there from Caps to escape the pop loss.
Of course, it looked very awkward because Mickey, he thought that the shockwave would interrupt and then his ulti would connect, but unfortunately for him, Caps was still able to disengage and he walks away with his life.
Yeah, still very worried about this top lane matchup. This Ambessa, when she gets that Eclipse, she will be able to take any single fight that she wants into this Camille. And that's going to be a massive hole of pressure in the side of Fnatic. Labro finds the clone, gets
Getting the
some
support
Mickey's
stack,
recall,
Swerve.
so he'll take that. But in general, now she's going to get that, and we're going to see Oscar Rinning get really punished for this Camille pick now when Broken Blade comes back.
I will say, kind of how Game 3 started. Broken Blade getting a lead in the top lane. It was only when we got towards level 6, really, that the Fnatic bot lane began to really open up the game. So for Fnatic, shouldn't be too worried yet. Mickey flashing away here. Will land Tango Bombs onto Skewmond.
Is this an overplay from G2?
For the moment, Lebrov, though, might be collapsed on as Razzle going to upset him on their way across. Solar Flare goes wide. Lebrov in the permafrost, taken out.
Okay, another kill on Lebrov.
So a bit of an overstay there from G2, but the collapse from Fnatic was solid. Ultimately, it's unlikely to result in anything significant because there's not really much on the map for them to play for. No dragon, it will be spawning in about 20 seconds time.
That Ambessa hurts.
We're seeing in the top lane matchup by stand corrected. They're setting their sights on Caps.
Turned into a minion.
Is going to connect. There's the shockwave as well, and Caps is just clapped.
Taking 0 tower damage.
Fnatic.
Oh, and Mickey loves this little trick where you do a tower dive and it becomes the cannon minion. And because of the cannon minion has that increased protection from tower shots, he can tank a lot of them back to back to back. And the tower dives is so easy because of that. Really
Oscar
well
needs
played, really good
Triforce.
understanding of Nico mechanics and really nice clip.
So Drake goes over to G2. They have grubs as well. It's a pretty even game, you know.
Back away after getting that kill towards the bottom side, but
pretty even.
It will be a Drake.
The reliability of G2's damage is tough though, man. A lot of G2's damage comes from Kai'Sa and Bessa. Whereas Fnatic's damage is a lot more consistent. Like Orianna, Tristana, Camille, they will get the damage down and they will be useful probably. But Ambessa, Kai'Sa, could be ulting into a Nico ult and die quite quickly. So like I said, I prefer Fnatic's position. Nice block by
on Caps and a Triforce now for Skewmond. Very strong on this Trundle, especially if he's meeting up into the Sejuani. As he can steal away those stats with the Subjugate. Lebrov and Mickey on the top side of the map.
I'm trying to think if this build is normal for the Trundle. I don't think I've seen
I wonder if Kai'Sa should have gone AP Kai'Sa.
Usually you see the tanky builds for the Trundle, but I really like this.
Nice dodge by BB.
Very strong in dueling, but also...
Alright, Fnatic is actually right-clicked Oscar in his lane for once. And they're gonna die for it.
Razzle able to get away across the wall. Solar Flare coming down. Pop Blossom will land a 3-man knocker, but Mickey's already dead. Upset trying to join the phase. He'll jump across towards Broken Blade, who flashes over the wall towards
Broken Blade's gonna die, maybe. Oh, Humanoid wisp his combo. Big shockwave. Nice jump by Upset. Push him back. Someone needs to go bot though.
Great punish by Fnatic. They go way
Yeah,
too
good
deep
punish.
here, and they get 2 kills
This is
on
what'll
the
happen, I
Upset
think,
here.
as the
Really
game
good
progresses.
catch,
The
really
deeper
nice position,
G2
but
go and the less they get on the dive, the
and
more
they
the fights will
ready
turn in
to
Fnatic's
go
favor.
for this fight. They
Especially when they
ready
get
to play,
defensive
and
items.
they punish appropriately. Sure, Caps will get 2 plays here, but in general, I think Fnatic is happy with his little breath of fresh air and gust of release.
They certainly are. G2 will want to stick to the plan of continuing to put Oscar Rinnin behind. So setting their sights in the top lane with Hans Sama on the way as well. They realize that Mickey's overstepped. He doesn't have a way
It'll
to
help
get out
a
of
lot
this,
when
and they
Galio's
think,
there,
great,
but
we find ourselves a pick, maybe we can even get more. But now Upset arrives, and crucially,
who got the kill?
Humanoid
Was
arrives
Humanoid, right?
as well. The Shockwave is going to connect onto 2, and that makes it easy for the return response from Fnatic. And as you rightly said, the only options for G2 in that position is to cross map with Caps, sieging onto that bot tier 1.
Had a quick look through some solo Q Trundle builds at least. Skewmond always goes for this Triforce. Triforce into Unending Despair, Spirit Visage, Thornmail.
The Lolly Sports logo is the Trundle W, what the fuck?
Some Sundered Skies into Spirit Visage, Dead Man's Plate. So that tanky build does still remain a
Plates are falling off soon, and they have 3 grubs. They can milk this tower.
Through towers.
Fnatic will get a little bit in bot, but
with the grubs, this Trundle, if he ever gets a big tempo lead, they can just hit the
oof,
tower.
hitting towers
for
with grubs.
15 seconds. He
As
will
3 man is
destroy
great.
any
Caps has
structure
flash.
that stands in his way.
Oh, I like the jump from upset. Hansama dead. Good grouping from Oscar. How is he getting caught on mid lane? Fuck?
Find a tower, find a kill, and they're looking for a little bit more.
So Fnatic get bot tier 1. They're gonna get mid tier 1 as well, maybe? No.
Importantly, G2 didn't continue to push out the top side, so
Kill for upset is
not
good.
knocking on that tier 2 yet.
What I think is interesting about the map state now is that, Finn, I'm sure you found yourself in this position before where it might seem bad, but because your team is successfully cross-mapping, it now actually provides you with a lot of space. So
Oscar is the
Camille can now
CEO
actually
of
be
getting
given a lot of
targeted by
freedom,
G2,
and
falling
Fnatic, if
behind
they're
against
smart about
Broken
how they
Blade.
play
His team
fights,
gets other things
it's
on the other
very
side of the
easy
map,
for
and then he
Oscar to come back
recovers
into the
because his
game the
team's
same way
ahead.
that Hans did in the previous
That
game.
is just the way his cookie is
utilizing the
crumbled
open
this
map,
series.
catching safe farm and progressively returning back into the game.
I mean, it's the same way Oscar did in the previous game
That's
as
also
well. Like, he
true.
was
Right,
1,500 goal behind and managed to get back about 1,500 in the lead.
I mean, a general rule of thumb is that if you have one lane that's just bleeding constantly in a 1v1 scenario, you want to make the map smaller. You want to turn the 3-lane map into a 2-lane map. So anytime you play the map on 2 lanes, anytime the enemy goes to hit the tower on one side, you hit it on the other side.
Yeah.
So therefore, you're always trading at least equally, while your top laner or AD carrier that's suffering in a 1v1 is not bleeding gold every single wave. That matchup remains the same.
My general rule when one of my lanes is struggling if I'm playing jungle is dip the inters, but apparently there's a slightly different mentality.
Caps might die. Yes, flash. Sejuani ults on cooldown. Blast cone is big. Mickey could chase that, but it's really deep. Drake's in 50 seconds. Probably better to just get some control. Oscar has Triforce now, I presume.
Ultimately,
He does.
this is the
Okay,
good
so
news
Camille
for
is now a
Oscar,
champ.
is that they find themselves in a similar position where the rest of the team is doing very well. Of course, the last
Mickey
time
turn.
the
Oh my god,
Flash
Mickey
into
just
LeBron.
rolled
Flash
Labrov. Did you
response
see
from
that?
Mickey.
He turned into a ward, stopped Leona E, then Labrov Q flashed, but he rooted him on it, and then he flashed his ult. What the fuck? Just embarrassed him 3 times in one play. But Mickey, but in the end of the day, it's a flash for flash trade.
G2 just went 5 people to mid lane, but there wasn't really
That's
anything
why
to
you
fight
put
for.
bindings
So
on
Fnatic's just,
Nico
like,
to
chilling
transform
there,
forms,
hitting the
because
wave
I'm
and just
sure
kinda
he had a
looking at
binding
them.
there. He was
Caps
way
there,
too
Broken
quick.
was there, but the objectives didn't spawn for 30 seconds. So now Fnatic, while G2 has to return
It's
to
flash
their
for flash,
side
but it's
lanes,
mental
now
for mental.
they start objective because they already used that move that they worked so hard to get.
Well, Drake is up in a second's time. Be the second of the game for either of the 2 teams. Rift Herald will be secured for Fnatic. You can see Skewmon making his way down towards that dragon right now. It's a Chem Soul, similarly to game 2. Skewmon was spotted on vision. There's a ward in the bush next to where the wolves are for Fnatic. So if Fnatic do want to fight this, which it looks like they do with Razork coming across, Skewmon has to back away. Caps also needs to retreat, doesn't have enough vision in that river to really give himself adequate safety.
Yeah, I think this Camille just really wants to kind of stay by herself for a bit longer. You see him just doing the Gromp, he doesn't even walk close to Mbessa. So if Fnatic wants to fight, it has to be either when the Camille is coming from a weird angle or just preferably without her at all.
Oh, Shockwave onto 2, that's TP.
He has no flash, but Leona doesn't either.
Labrov dies in with the Zenith Blade,
Oh,
but
no reset for
has to walk
Tristana
away.
sucks.
Fnatic
TPs
have
are on top of each other.
Broken Blade in
I
the
think
midst of
G2
the
can cook here a bit, I think.
Humility
Labrov
won't be
will
able
die,
to
but I
get
need to see the other side.
on the top side of the fire.
G2
Broken
ain't cooking
has to
shit,
retreat.
or are they?
Made him into the public execution.
Oscar's
Right
cooked,
fire.
but it's super
There,
worth to trade
Tristana
Oscar for Mbessa.
so far, 2 for 1 for Fnatic. Razork
Oh,
needs to
upset.
chase upset. Jumping forward
Blast cone
a
in.
little bit more, but can't find
Fuck it.
Skewmon to get
No.
that damage down. Fnatic find 2 out of the fight.
What a crazy exchange. As you rightly said, Medic, a small advantage gained for Fnatic, but crucially, the Dragon is going to be available. They extend the gold lead ever so slightly more. And it was just a really nice opportunity that was found by Humanoid, connecting the Shockwave onto 2, converting it into the combo from
Yeah,
Mickey.
they get second
and
Drake.
I love what Labrov did, realizing that, hey, if I go in, I actually create space for my team. There's no point in us trying to both run away
Yeah, the
together.
DPS from
And
Fnatic
you'll
is
see
so
as
much
the
more
Shockwave
reliable.
comes through, Labrov makes the snap decision, you know what, I'm just going to go in, and then he becomes the focus, allowing G2 to try and escape.
Yeah, I think they were just a little bit too disjointed there once again. I think if Hansama is there and Caps can actually like go for an aggressive play there and go in and actually have some damage to follow up, that would be decent. But because they were just 3 people and the people were
How do you win this
Leona,
game as G2?
Trundle, Galio, they just don't really have the ability to
How do you win?
any fights because they don't have any damage to actually
I don't
knock
know,
down
man.
people and kill them.
will say Humanoid doing what he's done pretty consistently.
It's really hard to catch them on mid waves because Upset has a jump, right, and they have Trundle Leona, so he's probably fine. It's pretty hard to catch Camille, because if you go Camille, Galio, Ambessa on Camille, they're probably going to start owning you on top side. And he's kind of useless anyway. I guess you just have to play on Oriana's lane, but I don't know if you're going to do that unless Humanoid ints.
Yes, Bloodletter's Curse is bugged right now, and it only works on single targets. But I guess his logic is that he will be hitting the Galio a lot if he goes to the side lane or anyone. And he's
What do you mean? Bloodletter's Curse is bugged? What do you mean?
Great choice on something like Oriana, because Bloodletter's Curse kind of wants you to have multiple instances of magic damage in quick, rapid succession. And to me,
Just
Oriana
openly
is like
using a bugged item or what?
Like, you're gonna just avoid stuff.
No fucks given?
You already did all your damage, so
Hello?
reducing their MR after that doesn't really make sense.
Can you check the Clockwork Wind-Up for me, Veddy, the passive of Oriana? Because I'm pretty sure that does magic damage as well.
That is true, yeah.
So that's a one more, you know, if you're weaving in auto attacks, that's another application of magic
It's a
damage,
nerf
right?
bug.
So
Oh, okay, so instead of fixing the bug, they nerfed the bug.
Before you do the auto attack. I understand it. Obviously, whether or not it's the most effective item, it's the item that he's decided to go for into a lot of tanky opponents who are going to build.
Is it bugged in a bad way or a good way? It's bugged in a bad way. Does that make it better or worse that this is happening or not? I can't tell. So he's being punished for it?
That's why he really went for it, because that 400 extra health really can help him stay alive if there's an Ambessa and Kai'Sa diving onto.
And 2 items as well complete for
Okay, Mitzer one dead.
Has that Navori flicker blade.
I like Tristana into Kai'Sa a lot.
Wind arrows, but G2 behind the pace of the game in terms of itemization. Only Broken Blade has finished his second and isn't dominating the lane in the way that he did at the start, mostly because
they're going to play on the Arena lane. Yeah, I think that's the only way to play, but they're both going to die doing this, I think. It's a horror play. It kind of works though. They got Mickey Flash, I guess. But they had the 5-man for that. I'm not sure why the Herald was used. Maybe it was used to like help him escape.
That was a misclick from Razor, because
I think he put it down to give it to Humanoid to drive out.
Immediately put the Herald
So
down.
some people I've seen recently are doing it deliberately at the start of a fight to give people a way out. So it's maybe Humanoid, if you can get here, you can ride the Rift Road out of the fight.
It's an escape car.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
getaway car.
completely
I mean,
valid.
Oscar is
That's a
slowly
very valid
recovering.
point. For Humanoid, he didn't need it. He had a really good shockwave, and the Sejuani ultimate came through. He generated enough movements.
Phase Rush is such a nice room.
Run away to safety. It was Mickey who was the one that was actually in most danger. The CC came through from the Brav, and he was forced to flash away. So that engage tool is going to be unavailable. Both teams, though, find themselves relatively even overall. It's just G2 would love to complete those second items before they find themselves in another fight, because right now there is that slight
What was it called before
Phase
Phase Rush? It was called like Storm something.
We'll say that Kai'Sa has went for the on-hit kind of full
Storm
AD
Raider
carry
Surge.
build.
Oh
She
my
went for
god,
the
monster.
Yuntal into now the Infinity
Monstrous
Edge.
mastery.
So that means those Void Seekers aren't going to be as potent. There's not going to be as
Oscar,
much
don't get
damage
baited.
coming from this Kai'Sa. And crucially,
That's a
there
2-item
isn't gonna be
Ambessa.
as much magic damage on the team.
You're not the win
G2,
condition, buddy.
all your magic damage
Let
right
topside
now
cook.
is in
What is
the
Upset
Trundle
doing? Is he trying to
Suffocate
jump on caps?
and that Galio. And I guess Kai'Sa has a little bit of magic damage in your
I'm
kit,
getting
but
baited.
in
It's an-
general, they're pretty heavy in
it's
the
an eco clone.
AD armor department.
Very much agree with that, Finn. Fnatic still with a small lead. 1,000 gold at this point, nothing to write home about, but they have got 2 Drakes. They are setting up well towards this top side as well. Next Dragon spawning in a minute's time. They are ahead in terms of itemization. Humanoid still with his flash and a Seeker's arm guard alongside it. So
I will say, like, I'm really worried about how much damage this Oriana is actually going to do.
It's a full tank.
Like, this is...
we'll see. I think he's going to do more than we expect.
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, okay, let me put it in context. For where he's at in the game.
Yeah, if he'd gone rabid on Storm Surge, he'd probably do a little bit more.
Yeah, probably.
But into full
I
magic.
mean, I would have either preferred a Crypt Bloom or a... if a Crypt Bloom or a Void Staff.
I just picked 2 random high
Sure.
items, right? Like,
but yeah, I mean, we'll see.
They
I'll
really
hold
want that
judgment
top tier
until
one.
we actually have the fight come through. For now, Fnatic set their sights on an outer
And they
tower.
will get it.
There's not much to cross map for Broken Blade because the tower's already been taken. This will be Fnatic's 3rd of the game. And so we draw ever closer to the respawn of the Dragon. It's G2 that will have prio over this wave. Fnatic can afford to just concede it, especially if they have low priority on this Chem Dragon.
They're engaging.
Ambessa
Ambessa TPing. Razork's just dead. This is the thing. Trundle ults your aftershock, you're one shot. Why did they engage mid? Tristana wasn't even there.
Flank pop blossom, only onto two, and onto two tanks at that.
Nice embezzled. Nice stopwatch by Humanoid. Is Trundle dead? He's in his healing. Upset's doing so much damage. Oh my god! Okay.
Can't quite get the damage down.
Why is Fnatic even opting into
For a
this?
second, I thought we were in
Why is
Sweden,
Razork
and
engaging?
But Upset, he ran out of mana, so he didn't have the rocket jump.
They
to
were too
follow
far.
Secure any kills.
Oh, it's frustrating because Fnatic's in a similar spot to last game. I feel like they win fights, they're recovering their top laner, but now they're just throwing it away again in fights. Look at where Orianna and Tristana are when he goes in here.
This is Trundle propaganda in action. Aftershock and the passive before the subjugates.
Look at that damage.
And now she just gets shredded. I imagine she was going down to like minus 10 or maybe 20 armor there. I don't know the exact stats, but she was very, very squishy and a fake tank if I ever saw one.
And then Mickey with the engage as well. The problem is that there's just not enough follow-up. The shockwave does come through. It does
Wow,
decent
Fnatic's
damage,
actually
but it
tossing the
doesn't
game
really put
again.
anyone in kill range. And now all of the hope rests on Upset's shoulders. And his damage is good, but it's
They're
at this
still
point,
fine,
as he
you know.
runs out of mana,
They
he
just lost a
flashes
lot
in
of
to try
stuns
and
for
get
no
at least
reason.
one kill, so maybe
Volume
he can
increase.
pivot into something else. But the blinking health bars from G2 walk away with all 5 members alive.
It looks so juicy, you know you have the reset.
Mickey caught.
Does have the flash about to come off cooldown, but doesn't have
Another
it
kill
in
for
time.
G2. They're finding their way back in. Bro, what is it with Fnatic G2 and Fnatic getting leads and throwing them? All of last year and now this year again? Is it just a mental block?
wants the bigger prize.
And I love
Is
that
it
we're
just
seeing
mental?
Trundle come back because
What
I
is
think
this?
game really highlights the strength of this champion. Those pillars have caught so many people off guard.
Oscar is level
Humanoid
15.
level 3, and now the Mickey X
Does
again.
Fnatic
and
know
the
they're on this?
Subjugate.
No
I
one's
really love
reacting.
this pick by Skewmon, and he also shreds this Baron so fast.
Razork has so much to get in.
Oh, big
The
shockwave!
hits onto Labrov, but somehow
Labrov
still
dead.
standing. Razork will take him. The Baron resetting him.
Camille ult on Skewmon.
Skewmon
Taunt,
jumps on the
misses.
wings of wall. The taunt not enough from Caps.
Razork
Razork
stun.
goes back in. Dash away from Broken Blade. Oscar in looking for that.
Can they
hook
take a
shot.
Baron here,
Although
Fnatic?
no tower here to save
Or can they
Caps.
chase the Galio?
As
Galio's gonna have to
Fnatic
ult
can
out,
now
I think,
turn their
maybe.
attentions
Nope, not gonna
towards
chase.
the Baron.
And I think they should. Skewmon
I think Fnatic should do Baron.
trying to heal up.
Mentally, this
Will
game
have a
is just
smite
so
available
draining with
to try and
G2
flash
running
in
them around the
and
map.
seal
They
it, but I
just
don't know
need
if
to
they'll
get a
even
Baron.
try.
BB has the TP, but nowhere really to go apart from that top lane tri-bush. Skewmon
Don't let him
has
steal
the
it.
flash,
Don't
they
let
have
him
no
steal it.
vision
Someone
in
stop
the pit
Skewmon.
right
Someone stop
now.
Skewmon.
Skewmon puts a pillar down.
Oh, he was
Won't
thinking
get
about
advantage
flashing
to
that wall.
Fnatic secure
Alright,
the prize.
Fnatic has stabilized the game for like the 10th time in the last 2 games. Surely they won't walk in and die again, right?
Still up and available. Ambessa TP is still down. It's actually a visual bug. She doesn't have it. But here the pick onto Mickey X was really nice. But I think they maybe overestimated how much damage they actually did.
I'm surprised G2
Because the
didn't just
Baron
play
didn't
the
go
finish
down
here.
as fast as they could, or they wanted,
Because they got
and
it
they
pretty
didn't
low,
return
didn't they? And
properly
Kaisa
as
can
well.
exit up.
Here we have two options.
Leona can
Either
just
you
go on
finish it or
Sejuani.
you turn. But I feel like G2 did some
6k,
mechanics in
5k,
between.
4k.
Steps have to try to turn, but the Ambessa ult doesn't
I wonder
connect,
if they
and
can just
Razork
use
gets
Caps
so
and
long
Labrov
that
to
he's actually
stop
able
them
to
and just
flash
get Baron and get out.
Humanoid connecting that shockwave also, I think, made
Wait, they're
G2
fighting on
very
live.
decisive.
Oh, Razork caught out here.
No, Fnatic, not again. Oh, he ulted him before he could shockwave. Oh my god, Fnatic, stop it. You're really pissing me off.
Shockwave, he orders the minions though. There's the hero's entrance coming out. Hans Summer rooted for the moment as Mickey landed a good
Mickey big one, but where's the follow-up? There's no follow-up.
Played onto him. Labrov's still alive. Upset opening up with the big guns. Looking for those resets. Oscar in on the flank.
Upset, Oscar.
And feel they can take this 3v5.
They can't take this, they can't take this fight,
Oscar
they
with a
can't take this
tactical sweep. G2
Fnatic,
with a tactical retreat.
what is wrong
They'll
with
get out
you?
with 2 kills.
How is it possible that
looks
they're
they
like this
really
still
wanna
after an
chase it,
entire
but
year?
They know they can't because of all the CC. Really good pick onto Razork there, and the public execution onto Humanoid really makes all of Fnatic kind of defend to help him. But
That is
in the
ridiculous.
The fact is that Mickey X ult, while it looked nice, didn't really do any damage.
I just feel that Humanoid doesn't do any damage. Like Broken Blade, how much magic resistance does he have right now? He's at 59 MR. He got hit by a shockwave and it did what, like 200, 300 damage to him? I feel like he needs more damage for these fights to be more Fnatic favored.
I mean, even including his Dark Seal, every single item Humanoid has bought is an
Alright,
offensive
Drake in
item
1
to
minute.
take after.
Fnatic still
They
have
all
Baron
either have
buff.
some kind of defensive
Oscar's gonna
stat
catch
or
top, he has no
component
TP.
to
Fnatic
them.
need to be
But
careful
yeah,
on this
I'm
side of the
not
map. They
sure
can't
about the
walk up
balance
too
curse,
much.
as I said. I
They
think
will
the
get caught
interaction
and they will
just doesn't really
die.
favor Orianna's
Because
kit.
Oscar's pushing
I would
top.
love to have seen a void step there
1
instead.
minute on Drake.
Also, it basically just puts all the responsibility on Upset. If he is not free hitting, then I just feel like Fnatic's composition doesn't have damage. And in the front to back, as we've seen multiple times now, G2 win every time. Skewmond means that Razork
G2
doesn't
will
have a
eventually need to base and catch top, or give up mid push and catch top. They just need to not fight here, Fnatic.
Up the Cyril's Grudge, and when he gets level 16 and Cyril's Grudge, because of how much armor pen you get from the Ambessa ult passive, he will just shred anyone that gets into his face. So I really worry for Fnatic, and I really think they need to
80
find
carries are same
those
items.
key ultimates from
Humanoid
Mickey
is
and
really
Razork
far
to
ahead.
lock down one power
But I don't think it
person really
cares
fast.
because Caps is just playing Galio.
To Fnatic for getting
Oscar's now grouping. Now Fnatic can walk up. Oscar needs to not get caught as well.
2 items complete with the Merc Treads as well.
Alright, Drake and
3
10.
items on Humanoid, 3 items on Upset. Like, if Upset does get the time to free hit, he is gonna absolutely
Mid-wave contest. 5-man mid.
through G2.
Look at Razork, by the way.
Upset, no jump.
No, it's Mickey. Look at Mickey on. Oh, never mind. It was a W. I'm getting bait.
Razork throws his ult out for no
Prison
reason.
Going through the uprights. G2 will use that as an
Upset didn't have
opportunity
jump.
to get
It was a
control
horror
of
fight
over
in the
there.
first place.
Ball. Command attack in the middle of them. They walk to the side of it. Judiciously, you have to feel.
To be honest, his ult doesn't really matter.
It's all a game
The second he
of
ults, he gets
cat and
stun ult
mouse,
anyway. At least now he can't proc
playing
Aftershock.
around vision.
That's
Broken
good
Blade
news.
gets the slow on Razork.
He has the Q to proc it. Hopefully he doesn't.
Solar Flare
Leon ult misses.
A clip onto the
Upset
edge of the
loses his
central
jump again.
arch. Drake
Mickey
down
has
to
a big ult
9,000.
here.
Mickey with the pop-off
Gets it.
landed onto Paul.
Oscar goes in.
diving as
And
well,
Bessa
but
dives
it's
in.
execution of the
All the
back line,
dive.
but
Upset
it's following
flashes.
up.
He gets dove on.
Hansan
Dead.
dives on,
Upset dead.
and
Fights
Razork
1 for
goes
G2.
down,
It's 3-1.
so does Upset. And
It's
G2
3-1.
have
It's
found
3-1.
the
It's
fight
3-1.
they've been looking for
Oh,
all
Humanoid.
series long.
Oh, Humanoid saved it.
Though.
He killed Trundle.
Tied to
He has
Humanoid,
no mana
trying to
though.
chase a little bit too far. Mickey
He
trying
needs
to
to base and
escape here
TP.
as well, but he's still got quite a health bar to work with. Caps on the flank. It looks like it will
Are they going to
just be
double
the
TP in here?
Dragon
Is it worth it?
for G2. Is Mickey gonna look for more?
Why is Mickey flanking if you're not
There's
going
double
to TP?
TP.
I mean,
Mickey,
what
get
options
out of
does he
there,
really
get out of
have?
there,
The
Mickey.
Dragon's gonna go down. I mean, he's in enemy territory, and I do not think that there
He
is
is
any way
officially
that he
cooked.
can escape to. That's going to be another kill.
Okay, it's not
over to
GG at
G2,
least.
Who in these team fights
But these
just
fights
seem
look
to be
so
having
hard.
a much easier time,
Sorry.
even though the ulti goes wide. It was a good engage from Mickey, but it doesn't quite pan.
Yeah, eyes have broken mid here. Threads the needle, lands the public
I
execution.
think
on
that
Upset,
Fnatic need to
together
not
with the
use
Kai'Sa
Nico ult
and the
aggressively.
Galio. It all
I think they
culminates
need
in
to
a
use it
massive
defensively.
execution, assassination onto
That's
Upset,
probably
and
the
he
best
can't
way to win these
out-attack.
fights.
Your Fed Tristana can't land a single attack in his team fight, and you actually don't have any damage left. This
think
is
they
the
should
problem
learn
when
from that
one
fight.
of your carries itemizes fully defensive. If you just focus down the other person, it's hard for Humanoid to really carry that burden. Usually, if all of G2 would dive, that Tristana...
This Orianna does have
the
negative damage,
Orianna would
I
be
will
so
admit. She's
powerful to kinda clean up the
3.4k gold up,
I
but
also
feels
think
like she's
that G2's
useless.
composition, it's a very fast engage from multiple angles. Leona, the Trundle, the Ambessa. Oh, hang on, Caps.
Caps the one being engaged on right now. Permafrost needs one more auto. Shockwave will cat him back. There's the stun follow-up. What's going to coming across
No
the wall?
cleanse on
Stun is
hands
used
yet.
by Caps. TP coming in from Broken Blade as
Trundle
well as
is
G2.
down. TP out.
To save their
sorry.
mid laner and will do so. Still
them
have
out.
yet to crack this mid lane tier 1.
Get the TP out from
Maybe
Broken
I'm wrong,
Blade,
you know.
so
Maybe
at least
G2's
a
comp is
small
just crazy
advantage
OP.
gained
But I
along
guess
with
it's
the
really...
flash.
If Ambessa lands ult, it's probably broken.
Caps
If
in
Ambessa
it.
ult goes
We didn't
wide,
quite
they're
get to see the
fucked.
setup, so he was in a very awkward position. Ultimately, though, doesn't really result in a huge amount. This goal difference, I feel like it's very deceptive. Fnatic is not in the lead right now.
At what point
All of
does
it is
G2 get
basically
outscaled?
sitting on
They don't, I guess.
Humanoid, and with a 3.7k gold leads, like, if you look in the context of the map, Skewmon is just way stronger than that of Razork. He's a super effective front line. He's built up more than enough resistances now
Tristana needs
to be
IE
able to at
ASAP.
least weather the initial engage that will come through.
Camille needs
And I feel like
Therax
Fnatic need to
ASAP.
turn their
And then I
attention
think
to
Fnatic
side
can start
lanes,
turning the
leverage
game a bit.
Oscar trying to find picks to create a numbers advantage, and G2 are just limiting his options.
And just look at the inventory of G2. Mercury Threads, Mercury Threads, Mercury Threads, Mercury Threads. They know that the way they lose team fights is by getting locked down by these big CC ultimates of the Mickey X and the Razork. And I think the really nice itemization is really showing that they understand that they really need to kind of get out of these chains early or they will just get fallen.
Hans Summer's cleanse. It shows us up on the HUD, but I'm pretty sure it has about 20 seconds left before it will
Caps
come
is
off
matching
cooldown.
Oscar, 'cause
G2
BB has no
waiting
TP.
for it. Looking for the engage perhaps as Mickey's hit with the soul of flare. Public
Mickey
execution
changes,
for
he
the
dead.
follow-up. Mickey
Oh, they use
comes out a little
Shockwave.
bit,
Oh,
but
if they didn't
no
use
real
Shockwave there, they
damage
could
coming out
actually
from the rest
cook
of
them.
G2. They'll use a
Nico
couple
has
of
ult
ultimates
flash.
for it and we'll be able to walk
I think
away
no
to the
Ambessa ult, no
domain.
Trundle ult. They should start
Caps was
Nash.
in the area in
They
case
should
the
just
hero
do
was
Baron.
needed to enter the fray, but
I would push
unrequired
mid and just go Nash here. Fuck
for
it.
the moment.
How do they engage?
Does seem like Oscar is constantly pushing out bot lane.
I think
though.
they're
It seems
thinking
like
about
he
it.
actually
Okay, they're
has
gonna do it.
stuff.
That's
Oscar's gonna
not
base and
Baron.
TP with
Looks like
Therax.
Razork
I
doing
agree,
no
bro.
real
Just
vision
send it.
here for G2. Now with the
Send
control
it.
in the pit, they will see that this has been begun. Broken Blade looking for humanoid. Upset takes his attention
It's a
away
good
from the
call.
Baron and instead
Does it
towards
work
the
though?
members of G2.
They're not
Mickey
hitting it
from the
enough.
back has control, we're behind the
Look at
pin
Mickey.
here, and they need to spot him out. Pop Blossom
He gets
onto
Hans,
two.
but I don't think that's worth it. Now Oscar's just left to die. Oh, I don't like that engage though. I don't like that. Just let them come into you. Let them come into you. Stop diving.
Fnatic peel off the Baron and try and
They have no engage, so you engage on them. Why?
they'll manage to do so. Razok on the wrong side of the wall, but he escapes.
They could have just done Baron.
He's sending a clone in to spot G2 on the Baron.
Oh, they lost Nash. That
Once
might be it,
again
you know.
this game, the
That might
team
be it.
starts the
That might
Baron
be it
does not
because there's
secure
Drake
it.
spawning in 1 minute.
That
That's sold.
felt so indecisive from Fnatic. When Mickey ulted,
I think
to
the Baron
me,
start is
that
good.
was
They should
their
just let them
avenue
walk
to
into them.
Finish the Baron. That's what they wanted to use it for. And
Would
then
be
they
great.
took the fight. And the moment the Galio ultimate arrived, they then immediately disengage from the fight and they leave Oscar just out to dry.
Yeah, I feel like the problem with their comp right now is that even if Mickey X lands a great ult, they don't really have the tools to follow up on that. So they kind of need to kind of change how they view that Nico ult. And as you rightfully said, I think it was a great ult by Mickey if they wanted to get that Baron, but now I really feel like maybe Oscar went in too deep and they could have just re-engaged
Fnatic loses
together
soul
in
here.
their jungle. But the fact that they went in so deep now, it just turned
Humanoid is
into a
level
disaster.
18 with
Also,
Rabadons.
Pop Blossom came in when the Baron was at 7,000 HP. Like, it doesn't buy you that much time often, right? Maybe.
If it keeps Trundle out,
Yeah,
it's kind of enough.
it's
because
possible
there's so
that
much
you could have
damage
done
right
it
now
quickly
with
enough,
Sana.
yeah.
But I get your point. It's it's always going to be a split call to make in the situations, and especially when the pressure is on right now, that's when these mistakes happen. This is when you make those small errors in judgment,
15.
and I think right now Fnatic made a crucial one.
Oh,
G2
Hansama
setting
is
up
so
towards
broken.
This Drake will be sold for them.
Skewmon is also really broken.
Time. Fnatic trying to gain control over that mid lane wave, but G2 have control over the river.
Let's see the dive,
A
G2.
spot in the winners match on the line.
They could just, yeah, finish Drake.
Possibility of a ticket not only to the finals but to MSI as the public execution goes on to Humanoid. There's the hero's entrance to follow up.
Nico will use defensively.
Away for the moment, but Mickey, Razor,
Upset's out. They use defensively. They can peel. That's more like it from Fnatic. Oh! What a snipe from Hans.
The Void Seeker,
Oscar?
on the chase onto Skewmon as
Is this
well.
too deep?
Might continue to go in.
They're sending it. Fnatic's just right-clicking them. Oh my god, G2's kiting them around and Broken Blade's TPing back.
Has cleanse. There's all the tools at his disposal.
G2 made fun of them.
Really turn around
Fnatic's
the
stuck
team,
now. They're so
TP
stuck.
towards the bot
They have to
side
just
from
do it.
Caps.
G2's just dancing around Fnatic right now.
Now Caps is back with TP behind them. Full HP. They have to go forwards. Upset's gonna get one shot. It's over. Wow, G2 just made fun of them so hard. G2 just made so much fun of them. Oh my god. They kited them away and Fnatic was chasing, and then they TP behind them and then they just die. Wow, that was good by G2. That was really good by G2. Man, Fnatic, the way they fight and the way they try and like snowball games, it's just so inconsistent. Game 3 should have been Fnatic's, and Game 4 I think Fnatic was in a great spot again. They just keep throwing it away over and over and over.
It's a tale as old as time.
G2 is Fnatic's fathers, man. They just always have them in playoffs, no matter what. And if it's not early, it's later.
And you gotta be really critical if you're Fnatic right now. You gotta feel really bad about this because I think
That
they
is
really
ridiculous.
came in and expected to do better. But there is a lower bracket run. Their season doesn't end here, and they still
Wow.
need to bounce back because we know Fnatic is a team that can be at their very best. But right now, they just haven't really found their footing as G2.
But this is
G2
also
are
why
Fnatic's
G2
fathers.
as an organization always get given the benefit of the doubt because when playoffs rolls around, their players step up. And while their solo laners received so much criticism during the regular season, they popped off in today's series.
What are we gonna do now? Now we're gonna do LTA, Coach. We're gonna do
I think
LTA.
overall
It
had
starts
a
in an hour.
fantastic series that
Ish.
so many members really stepped up individually when the cohesion in Game 1 seemed off.
I think
In the
Fnatic
rest
is
of the
cursed,
series,
man.
they
I
really
really
did
think
step
Fnatic
up.
is
Yeah, you
cursed.
can vote for 3 of those players in your Kia Player of the Series. Vote at X Broken Blade, Caps, and Hansama are your options.
I do
Noah,
think
Jun, and
Hansama
Caedrel
will
were the
end up
problem,
getting
lol.
Yeah.
You see, it wasn't
just
my
because of
fault,
how
chat.
crucial he was in particular in
It
games
wasn't my
2
fault.
and 4, and then in 3 the fact that he was put so far behind, and then at the very end he had that great play where he was able to kill 2 and still live.
Yeah.
But huge credit to the team, they bounced back, and yeah, I think Fnatic fans find themselves in a situation where it's so frustrating because they want to be excited about the team, but then when they
Imagine these
need
games made
to
you excited
step
for next
up
week.
in these moments
When
when
I
they're
see you
playing
again,
against their
Ricky, yo,
rival,
we're gonna
they
pop
just
the
can't
fuck
quite
off
get
next
it
week.
over the finish line.
We're gonna pop the fuck
It's
off.
happened for 9 years. How many years? 7 years. 7 years.
I mean, what's crazy is Fnatic has beaten G2 in upper brackets before.
Yeah.
I mean, even last year, they met them in the finals.
All right,
Just
interview
getting
caps.
back there, the finals is often where they fall short. But
Often a struggle. The question is, will they be able to bounce that back up through that upper bracket? But that's enough about Fnatic for now. Let's hand it over to Ginny, who is standing by with Caps to talk about G2's exceptional start to playoffs.
Yo,
give
Velia's
the
here
fans
too,
their
Velia.
moments. They've been very loud for you guys today.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome, honestly. Thank you guys so much.
So let's start off the discussion after game one. How did that go? Because it looked like Fnatic was locked in and you guys maybe not so much. So what was said during that time?
I mean, I think the game one was a bit of a disaster for sure. Like, I think on Monday drafted in a way that caught us off a little bit off guard, but also the game was going very well. At least for me, I was feeling very strong, building a bit of lead, but then I just jumped in very deep on bot, and it was a bit too deep, and then it happened a few more times. So I think if I didn't push it a bit too far, then we would have been able to snowball the game well.
Just a little bit of limit testing, right? It happens. Either way, you're able to close out the series, and it was quite a dominant performance in game 3, game 2, game 4. So when it comes to going up against Fnatic, the rivalry that we've seen time and time again, you said it was going to be a little bit personal against Mickey. Did it feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely liked he liked going mid, or like bot whenever I was, and I think especially before the series, we had the interview, made it more fun as well. Of course, he said that they would do a reverse sweep on us.
Yes.
So as soon as we lost the first game, I knew it's over. You know, their strategy has failed.
You know what? You guys did the reverse sweep instead, I guess, in that perspective. It feels like as well when we're looking at the drafts this time around from G2, it didn't feel as creative as you promised us it would be. So what's going on there?
I mean, we didn't go game 5, right? So maybe
so we have to wait for game 5 to see
we
it?
have to wait for game 5.
Who do you think is going to be able to take you guys to game 5?
Well, I would hope K-Corp. I think K-Corp has been playing very well, and I would love to beat them. And in a game 5 would just make it even more fun.
Do you think you're most likely to be going up against them on the Monday?
I'm definitely hoping that they will come for us. I don't know how Koi will do exactly, but we've lost a lot of games now to K-Corp, both in the final last split, but also in France. So we really want to beat them, and I hope we get to do that on Monday.
I mean, it was a good start here today against Fnatic. It feels like the fundamentals and just the G2 that we were used to seeing specifically last year is back, right? And Monday is also a very important day because, again, winning that matchup means you're punching your ticket straight to MSI. Would that add a little bit more pressure onto that game for you guys?
I don't think so. I think for us, at least for me, I can speak that I definitely want to win the split, right? And I think going to MSI, I mean, obviously I also want to go to MSI, but I think going through and winning the split is the main priority. And I think we get a great chance of, I think we make the final right if we win on Monday. I think so. So it's a great start, and we will look to take it.
How do you think, what do you think is the most important thing to focus on from the side of G2 to be able to go to MSI straight and to win on Monday?
Picking Sack, I guess, is a good start. But aside from the draft, I think we definitely just wanted to be a bit more decisive. I think a lot of our games this year have just been a bit slow, and we felt very hesitant to go in. I think today maybe we went in a bit too much, too aggressive at times, but we actually just went for every fight we saw, and I think we'll keep that up.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing this new philosophy that you guys have to the game. Thank you, and once again, congratulations on your win.
My co-worker Caps, chat.
Over here.
Thank you,
We're
guys.
gonna be heading over
So chat, quick
CGL
rundown.
with Shox and
Quick
VOD.
rundown. G2 is now in the next round. It's KC versus Koi tomorrow. The winner will play against G2 on Monday.
Thank you for setting us up.
Monday night.
Hopefully I'm here with
So it'll be
Goldberg
G2
and
versus one of these
Goldblade
two on Monday
after
night.
G2 win their very
And the winner of that goes to MSI on Monday.
So
So the first team to lock MSI will be on Monday from EU.
lay it all on us.
Yeah, the hard
Come on.
question. I mean, what went wrong?
No.
Not much, honestly, today, because, I mean, that's a question you have to ask Fnatic.
Are you going to stream it from Copenhagen?
But
Hell
I mean,
yeah.
I'm very happy it was a banger series to play.
Hell
It
yeah.
was especially the last game was some crazy team fights. I feel like we haven't even had a team fight where like no one was talking because no one was knowing what was going on in the fight. That was actually the last fight. It was pretty cool
we
stuff.
stream from Copenhagen?
You
Yes,
don't
we
get
are.
to
Lost
play
for
these kind of
Togies,
games
baby.
a lot, so
I'm gonna have to rush
it's
there,
very
and we're
cool.
gonna have to
Yeah, it was
get the
really
setup
fun
going.
to watch, we gotta say.
No, honestly, and I think massive step up in your performance as well, BB. You know, there's been some All-Pros. You're not there. So, I mean, with the performance you're busting out today, I mean, has
Hell
that just
yeah.
been you after the KC series just putting in
We should all
enough
be
work
there.
throughout that little break you had here to really display the performance today?
I mean, honestly, I mean, looking back at the splits, I obviously didn't have the greatest performance, I would say, if I'm being very honest. Usually I'm very optimistic, but sometimes you just have to reflect. And I feel like the all-pro voting, like usually I don't care about this stuff. Obviously I care if I'm not in it, but I feel like it was justified. So I had to put in my extra work, you know, and I have the privilege to get a lot of help from my staff and my teammates. They are very talented and just good. And I feel like I just flipped on the switch, you know. And the switch is on right now, and I would like to see who can stop it.
Ooh.
But obviously, it's just one series so far. We will probably play against a very strong opponent next. My prediction is KC, but
fair enough.
But I'm obviously open to any opponent.
Yeah, you had a great series. It has to be said. It also has to be said, I think, if we're gonna
How
be
was the
seeing,
series?
Fnatic again, which
It was
we
very
will, because
messy.
they're dropping down to the
I
lower
think that
bracket. Oscar had
Fnatic
it
lost
rough.
some games. G2
Yeah,
didn't
I
win
think
them.
today has really just been
But
matchup
G2
between
had
two sides
very
of the
good
different maps.
team
We saw
fighting,
that,
at
like,
least.
quite often
I think
Fnatic's
G2's
bot
team
lane
fighting was my
ahead.
highlight.
It was upset they had, like, even just the Kalista game I remember back to, with so many highlight performances that made the game very difficult to play from that bot side. But also that's really where you shine today. And yeah, Oscar had a bad series, but I also want to look at it the other way and really credit BB in that regard, where he was just better in pretty much
the
every
top
single
comment
game
on the Reddit is
Yeah,
iconic.
I think it's a bit of both.
Guys, one more engage. I swear it'll work
But
this
where I
time.
say that there was a heavy point of Fnatic in the bot lane, I will say agree
that's a good
specifically when it came
comment.
down to the early games. But you can kiss your both hands for Hans Mama in the bot lane. He's also our player of the series.
Player
He
of the
was
series,
very
Hans Sama,
clutch today,
deserved.
wasn't he, BB?
Deserved.
Were you surprised?
No, like the Zaya game, the early game was looking very rough, but he really made up for it. I actually didn't see the last fight where he clutched it. I just heard like a lot of stuff. I had to focus on ending. But I'm very proud. I think being able to be clutch in like these kind of games, especially in playoffs, is just such a unique skill and important skill to have, especially
Man,
if you wanna make it
playoffs
far
and
in
crowds and
the
cheering and
whole
stakes and
league
tents and
and
stress
internationally,
and all
right?
that stuff,
So
it just makes the game so
Is that
much more
something,
interesting to
Is
watch.
that something you feel like
you know?
you can fall back on now, like confidently?
Like the regular season
the fact
games
that
compared to these are just
you can all clutch
the,
when
you can
need
see
to.
the level of
I feel like
tension in the
that's
game.
something that you have
You
to
can
work
you
on
can
with
see
team
it
synergy,
in the
but
way
do
that
you
they
kinda
move
feel
their
like in any
champs.
situation,
That they're
you
fucking
could really
stressed.
turn it around now?
You don't see that in the regular season. In the regular
Well,
season,
I mean, I feel like
don't give a
lot
fuck,
what we have
just flash in,
learned
see what
throughout
happens.
This split
Here you
especially
can
is
see it, man.
confidence. If you look at the stuff with confidence, things just sound like you are in control, right? And we had a lot of games where we were
And
just
that
not
stress
confident
level
enough,
is
and then
so
the
much more
players
fun.
already feel bad,
You see it
even
at
if they are
Worlds
good.
as well,
Yeah,
you know,
sometimes,
at
if
an
that makes
even
sense.
higher
And
level
if
to
the
what
play
you
is
see in
bad
playoffs.
and you are still confident, it will
People
look
are
better
just
than if
so
you weren't-
afraid of
were not
taking that
confident
step.
beforehand, right? Because you're gonna
You
doubt
think
yourself.
you
And for us, this has
you
been a very, very big
overthink,
factor,
you know?
and
something
Hans
you
has
would do
been,
normally and
very
naturally
strong about
becomes
this as
a
well, about the
three-step
confidence
process, so
thing.
you have to
He,
double check in your head.
Some people know he does like the self-talk
And
stuff.
that shit
you
is
know,
where players
and,
are made and broken.
Today he did what he was thinking, right, in his
Yeah.
head before the game. So
He
very
does-
happy about that.
He shows us. He doesn't tell us.
If this was regular
like
season, I
that's a
think
really
Fnatic would just
interesting point, 'cause
murder
I know,
them.
I think even us as noobs, we know. I mean, me at least. I know exactly what you mean. Like when you're already going into a play with low confidence, even though it's actually the correct play on timers, on item, whatever, it's just not going to work out. And I feel like a lot of teams suffer from that as well. So I get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just confidence can turn into overconfidence very quickly. We saw that with Rasok on the Pantheon earlier today as well. But yeah, it's one of those things, you know. And I think, but it is one of those things that even if everything's not going well, sometimes it's better also just being
was
delusional
good. I
and telling
enjoyed that
yourself you have
series.
confidence and just going forward.
That
Speaking
was
of
good.
being delusional, this is what GB said after game one.
Self-aware.
What did GB say after game
Believe
1?
in them now. Like, I actually think that they will actually conquer the demons, and they will be able to beat G2 this time around. I think they're the favorites.
Wait, I
coming
forgot
into
about
this. I
that.
think they're gonna
After he said
continue
that,
to
they got
play
3-0'd.
extremely well against G2.
What the
I don't
fuck?
think they're gonna throw. I think they're gonna have mastered their Aracans. I think the early rotations that I'm seeing around drops as well have been phenomenal. You can clearly see the effect that Doffmanning is bringing to this team. And I also just think that when you're looking at the mid to late game, they have some of the best way of gaining leads. So I'm extremely excited to see what Fnatic will do
forgot about
in this
that.
game too.
Now the grand start ball for the chase up to Skewmon, but Razor's gone way too deep, way too fast. The
Wait, chat, it just went live. First.
Again, there's the charge.
Oh my god, I'm first.
LeBron falling low, hot shot takeover coming out. LeBron survives for a long time, but in the end, Upset takes him down. And the TP in from Broken Blade slams Fnatic against the wall.
I was first. No, you were second. I'm not second. It's a mod. It doesn't count. Doesn't count.
The Tibbers! Apparently they can walk through it. Upset's touching away. Cosmic Radiance coming out of Mickey. Comes down just in time to make him invulnerable. Skimon looking for a little bit more damage. Hansama has the Feather Storm in the flash here, and he's keeping Razor busy. Hansama gets one. Hansama gets two.
Razork, he's looking, he goes in.
He goes in as soon as he sees caps flying across his head. Broken Blade though kills off Razork, and
Hansama was clutch today. Clutch.
He'll find three.
Very clutch.
G2 with the Baron buff, but looking not at the Drake, but at the Nexus.
Listen, this is okay. This is having future sight. We planned this in game 1, all right? The payoff is here. I'm just saying, it was pretty impressive.
Why is the payoff here, though?
Because we made a funny segment and we got a funny video.
No,
and that's what it's all about.
Because this is the crux of the issue, right? We came into this thinking that this could very well be the day for Fnatic to beat G2 in a best of 5, right? Because I think they've looked better in the regular split. I think, why are you laughing at me already? I think that there is a lot of things they've done a lot better than they have, maybe even in the year before,
Bro,
maybe even in winter. It
if
kind
you
of felt
still
like
believe
they also
in
beat
Fnatic-
you in Madrid, right? So like, I don't know, am I wrong
I'm
to think
sorry.
that this was the day? Apparently, we were all fools, Broken Blade.
Because
This
they
was
just
definitely
keep
that day,
doing it.
I have to say, I think
This is the
was their best
time. This
chance.
is the time. This is the time. Someone needs to
Okay,
go back
you
and
look-
count how many times
To
it's
beat you,
been.
you think also?
Yeah, I think
Oh
so.
my
I mean,
God.
Because obviously we're not coming from a strong position, right? Especially from the regular season, as you said. I do think they looked stronger. They had good map openings usually and stuff like this.
Do we read the Fnatic
I do want to
Reddit?
give my team credit though for stepping up, because we know what we want to achieve and we know what we need to do and what we showed, which just wasn't enough. So we acknowledge this and we put the work, and I'm very proud of every single one in the team. I hope we can take this even further and show great performance against KC, because that's the team we also didn't beat yet, and they are looking very strong. And this is our next goal. Obviously, if KC loses to Matt, then Mad Lions will be our next goal. And we just had a very, very big wake-up call from all the teams in the league, and we are here to take it. We don't want to give away another chance of not winning it, and I'm just proud of my team.
Yeah, I love it. We also saw it in a quote that you gave to Armand, I think.
Yo,
the fact that you
Professor
said, like, what are we going to do,
Leclerc,
cry about the losses? No, we're just going to try to beat Fnatic and KC next time. As we get the bracket up, though, I think it's fair that you say, oh, KC will probably be the team. I mean, they were great in the regular season. They're going
opened
for
up the Fnatic Reddit.
back-to-back. Yeah, what do you think,
And I
Goldberg?
saw a
Because
post. I was
they
like,
are,
oh,
I
New
wanna
Year,
say,
same
quite honestly
Fnatic. I would love
favorites
to
in this
read
one
this
for
guy
Empire.
rant.
It's not that they can't beat them, right? It's like,
Locked
what are the
posts
things that they have
removed.
to step up for in order to beat them
Oh.
here in a best of 5?
Oh, yeah, I think that's so interesting. I think it really has to come down. Actually, I think it's so interesting because when you're looking at the roles, I think Mirren versus Kana, such an interesting matchup in its own right, but I still think Kana has an edge there. When I'm looking at the mid lane, it's Vladdy as
Are you gonna
well.
watch LTA?
I think
Yeah, of course.
You really have to contain this top side of the map.
We're gonna do
And more
Elta.
specifically, and probably the most crucial one, Yike's early game, I think, has been such an engine for KC. Like, if you can shut him down, it's shown that they're not functioning as well as they should. And I think if you can get Aljoya back into that prime position, that's where you set MKOI up for success.
Okay, we'll see. We already know who BB thinks it's going to be on Monday. Also, there's something
I got
behind
food
the
on the
couch.
way, chat. I
We
get to
can't
eat
have it
food,
yet.
have a tea, recoup,
There's a
and then
little
we send it
teaser.
to LTA.
Can't have it yet, but maybe you can get it on Monday.
Nice.
The golden ticket.
Looking forward.
Yeah. Because usually at this point in the year, you're like, oh, God, we're a little bit tired. Like, we had to go to whatever, you know, going to MSI. We want
Yeah, it's
to
my
split,
first time
blah,
watching
blah,
LTA
blah.
on
It's
stream this
different
year.
Now you're like, please, send us there.
I want the golden ticket, especially because we didn't get to go to the first stand
Yeah,
tournament.
first stand.
So I'm a bit jealous of KC
Yo,
for
bow too
going.
much love.
And would be nice to go there.
Yeah, Canada. Sounds fun,
Yeah.
honestly. So that's it from us today. Speaking of Canada, or like that side of things, LTA North, the playoffs are on there, so you can watch FlyQuest taking on Shopify Rebellion. And we'll be back tomorrow.
Chat,
for
if
our
FlyQuest
match
lose
of
this
the
series,
week.
they
Oh,
out. No, right? It's double limb. It's double limb.
Dude, I can't wait for this towel Ahri skin. You guys
You can't wait for the what?
The what? She will have only a towel.
What? See now, Mickey, no flash
What?
available for him.
Chain approaching is going to land caps there for the chase as well. And
You
Mickey's
can't
down.
wait for the what
Hansama
skin?
Gets G2's first of the game.
The Towel Ari skin?
There we go. On the other side.
Yeah, Alisson on flash.
Yeah, nice.
Look at the Kali.
Kali.
I can block.
Yeah, kill him.
Boom.
The upset dashing forward, and Cam still has a spear of us to spare.
Boom! The double spear.
Upset.
Show me some more comms.
Nice, huge. I'm going more flash. Nice.
Oh my god, nice.
Don't dash.
Upset flashes forward. The base call will be enough, but with the rend. Flash
Crazy
away
that Fnatic
from
lost
the
this game.
front for the follow-up from Mickey.
Going on flash as well. Chill out.
Oscar
Chill out.
struggling in this match, and as LeBron shows up, probably will be the
Flash is
kill.
there with point. Hexagon to Maiden trying to get away, but the shield of Daybreak won't be enough for the stun. There's Broken Blade second of the game.
Okay, I got the trundle, guys. I can ulti the Kamisama.
Learn it. I can learn it.
No flash, sorry. Chase Oli. It's good. Hey, Nico flash. Nico no flash. Help me. No, fuck Drake. We can fight. Yeah, they're going on you. I flash. Tristana. Nice! Kill this bitch. Bot.
Jesus, fuck Drake, kill this bitch.
Flash fucking plays. Nice! He thought he could kill me. He could kill the troll king, bro. He doesn't know, bro.
Man, nice run.
Jesus.
Nice, guys.
Alright, chat, what can we watch while we're waiting for the LT8 start? What can we watch? Ooh, should we watch Froggen's stream from 2014? Damn, look at that. Look at that.
I think that they're going for something a bit poppy like we saw against Vitality, which
Poppy,
is to subvert
fuck
the
that
expectation
champion.
that they're going to be
True.
fine for that banana control and doing things later within the round. They've tried
Facts.
to be more direct here.
I want to
Which you
play
can
League
definitely see
chat.
in the Mongols game.
League
but
with Caedrel.
Crowd's not going to be happy with that long
Ooh.
4-0 start for Mouse and looking to keep up their
We
hot
could
trot
duo
from
Q to Master.
Falcons victory. They were down 12 to
Question
5
is, will I
on
get
that second
addicted?
map of play, brought it all the
We could get to Master tier together. I'm sure of it. Me and him could duo to Master. Easy. Easy, we could duo to Master. Easy. And then he can be the sub for Lost Ratones. Damn, think about it. Alright, what else? Any links? Any links while we wait for LT8 start? LTA. What is this?
이때 기억하면 이걸 내가 어떻게 했더라라는 생각도 좀 듭니다.
Canyon's best ever plays. Oh, we gotta watch that.
안녕하세요, 캐니언 김건부입니다. 오늘은 여러분이
The
뽑아주신
polar bear
제
himself?
베스트 플레이를 함께 보겠습니다. 자, 이제 시작해 볼까요?
He must have like 20
이때가
of them.
아마 2020년도로 기억하는데
His best ever play is the Lee Sin kick. It has to be.
엄청
Or the Kane play. Oh my god. Sandbox on fleek?
펜타 제가 하면서 펜타를 먹을 거라고 생각은 못했었는데
Canyon pentakill on Nidalee?
우물키를 저희 팀원들이 또 저보다 더 열심히 이제 해줘가지고 운 좋게 펜타킬까지 먹어서 엄청 좋았던
A
기억이
very
있습니다.
happy memory. Damwon Gaming
이때까지만
Canyon.
해도 그냥
Good
우물
times.
있어서 못 먹겠다 했는데 저희 팀원들이 다 여기 이렇게 들어와 주더라고요. 특히 이건 거의
Bro, the
뭐
Lee Sin play
많이
has to be the first.
끝난 판이었어서 뭐 크게 뭐 디테일 같은 건 없습니다.
I think me and Onapixel could duo in League to Master and duo in CS2 to Global. Facts. Because we're both insanely talented players at any game we touch.
정글러 펜타킬이라는 의미가 있으니까 S까지는 가능하지 않나. 네, S로 주겠습니다.
S tier for that penta?
니달리 팁이라고 하면은 이제
That's not rage bait, chat. That's facts. That's facts. You know it.
자신의 정글
You're 13 hours in, are you tired? No, I'm actually fucking great. I'm gonna eat in a second, and then we're gonna fucking smash out some LPAP playoffs and see how good that FlyQuest team is. I'll tell you if EU's fucked or not.
게 중요하다고 생각합니다. 이때 아마 게임이
Canyon kicks out Blabber. Wait, what the fuck? Did they not include the best Lee Sin plays ever had? What is this?
그때 아마 바로 스틸을 하고 게임이 거의 넘어갔던 걸로 기억하는데 그냥 네, 이렇게 아마 스틸을
It's late in the video? Okay, good. I thought there was only one Lee Sin play.
아마 그 고스트 선수가 이제 미스포춘 궁으로 바론딜을 해준.
He's gonna shave the Baron.
기억해서 그걸 듣고 이제 그래브스를 빨리 찬 게 좀 좋았다고 생각합니다. 좀 평범해서 네, 한 B 정도. 네. A로 가겠습니다. 막 그렇게 특별한 장면이라고는 생각 안 해서 네. 그냥 평범한 바론 스틸이었다고
Typical
생각합니다.
Baron steal.
이때 제 기억으로는 게임이 정말 완전
Oh, I remember this one.
마지막 한타는 좀 불리하다고 생각했는데 그때
I remember watching this game.
순간적으로 한 순간적인 각이 딱 보이더라고요.
Holy
그래서
fuck, man.
망설 없이
This is
들어갔는데
so old school.
이렇게 또 좋은 결과가 나왔어서 이때는 좀 엄청 날카로웠구나라는 생각을 좀 많이 했습니다. 이때 같은 경우는 이제 좀 시야 안 보이는 곳에서 이렇게 좀 그 크게 뒤로
Nongshim
돌렸었는데
Dokdam.
이 와드를 딱
DK
박아놨더라고요.
Khan.
그래서 이 와드를 보자마자 이거 상대가 반응 못하게 지금 아니면 못 하겠다라고 생각했어서 이 와드를 보자마자 바로 플래시로 이렇게 딱 상대가 좀 반응
Quick, isn't it? You blink, you miss it.
제일 잘했다고 생각합니다. 이건 좀 제 기억에도 좀 잘했다 생각해서 북극곰 쪽으로 두겠습니다. 일단 제일 큰 이유는 오래 하기도 했어서 워낙 이제 거의 뭐랄까 LCK 시작부터 처음은 같이 했었어서 좀 호흡이 엄청 잘 맞았던 것도 이유 같고 일단 뭐 그것도 이유 중 이유지만 제일 큰 이유는 서로 둘 다 너무 잘해가지고 그냥 그렇다 생각합니다. 그때가 진짜 게임이 정말 막막하고 이제 여기까지 끝나는 상황이었는데 그래서 딱 순간적으로 각이 보였어서
Insane kick.
이렇게 상대를 잘라내면서 사목제기를 맞고
I think that's the best Lee Sin kick I've ever seen in pro play in my life.
기억이 있는데 이때 기억하면 이걸 내가 어떻게 했더라라는 생각도 좀 듭니다. 그때 일단 이 게임 상황이 사목제기 저 위에
He cues the karma.
밀리면
Then he ward jumps to the side in case Greg has ease. But as he's ward jumping, he cues again. So he gets this weird Lee Sin animation where he's running in the air, which is faster than normal.
게임이 막막한 상황이었어서 여기서 무조건 열어야 된다라는 마인드가 있었고 여기서 카르마가 카르마한테 음파가 맞은 순간 이거는 무조건 11을 지금 차야겠다라는 생각 들었고 와드방으로 아마 제가 그라가스 배치기를 좀 의식해서 의식하면서 와드 방어가 닿기 전에 Q를 쓰면 Q를 날아가는 도중에 스킬을 쓸 수가 있거든요. E나 R 같은 걸. 그래서 그걸로 11을 차야겠다라는 생각을 좀 하고 있었는데 마침 이렇게
But he smites the spell shield as he kicks her as well.
스펠 실드까지 생각해서
Oh my god.
이제 스마
Oh my god.
하고 있었고
You blink, you miss it. It's so quick.
이제 좀 손가락이 잘 움직여서
Just know that he smited the spell shield as he's flying. So watch that in real time.
하면서 이거는 무조건
That is ridiculous.
이게 꼭지까지 밀리면 정말
You can't watch it in real time, I guess.
그래서 스펠 실드라는 생각도 하고 있었고 정말 제 생각대로 이제 좀 손가락이 잘 움직여서 약간 이런 좀 정말 완벽하게 됐던 것 같아요. 이거
Bro, watch that in real time. Ridiculous is what it is.
그때 일단
Ridiculous.
상황이었는데 그래서 딱
Oh my god.
각이 보였어서
Best Lee Sin kick ever.
이렇게 있었는데
That's S tier canyon. Polar bear tier, yes.
봤을 때 진짜 쉽지 않겠다라는 생각이 들어서 또 북극곰 티어에 넣겠습니다. 유신 매듭 같은 거 가끔씩 보면 저런 진짜 엄청 신기한 콤보들이 좀 많더라고요. 그런 거 보면서 이제 솔로 랭크에서도 가끔씩 이거 되네 하는 것 하면서 솔로 랭크에서 좀 연습하다가 마침 대회에서 딱 저걸 할 각이 나와서 저는 뭐 보통 그래도 이제 약간 솔로 랭크에서 연습한 걸 토대로 좀 하는 편입니다. 이때를 기억하면 정말 진짜 게임이
Classic.
너무 불리했어가지고 이거 어떻게 이겨야 되나 했던 기억이 있는데 진짜 이렇게 게임이 거의 역전까지 이어지는 이 방금 장면이 정말 제 프로 인생 통틀어서 정말 재밌었던 경기라고 생각해서 그때 시리즈는 진짜 정말 재밌었어요. 네. 솔직히 뭐 크게 얘기할 건 없긴 한데 게임이 너무 불리했어서 계속 상대 뒤를 돌아서 뭐라도 좀 해봐야겠다라는 생각으로 계속 하고 있었는데 마침 이렇게 상대가 저한테 약간 제가 뒤에 있는 거에 좀 많이 빨려 들어와서 여기서 W를 쓰고 그래서 또 잘 호응해줘서 이렇게 좀 각이 좀 대박.
I wonder if Canyon ever gets tilted. He looks like the most untiltable motherfucker ever.
이 났던 것 같아요. 또 정말 정말 뭐랄까 진짜 너무 재밌었던 경기이기도 하고 정말 하는 내내 진짜 짜릿했어서 이것도 북극곰 티어로 놓겠습니다. 저는 다 정말 마음에 드는데 네 번째 영상인 니신도 정말 기억에 많이 남고 다섯 번째 케인도 많이 남는데 그래도 제일 기억 남는 게 뭐냐 하면은 그래도 20년도 롤드컵 결승전 때 킨드레드가 좀 마지막 세트 킨드레드가 가장 기억에 남습니다. 여기까지 캐니언 김경부였습니다. 저의 역대 슈퍼 플레이를 되돌아가는데요. 다들 즐거운 시간 됐길 바랍니다. 시청해주셔서 감사합니다.
That was a good link. Chat, any more links like that? That was good. Should we watch the F1 qualifying? Is that good? Bro is linking Rick Rolls. Chat, links. Oh, this is 1 hour long, that video. It's not happening. We saw the Nemesis video, we saw that. We're gonna watch the qualifying highlights, chat.
Corner to go, the 9.
Is it worth watching or not? Okay, let's watch this.
Can they get the Baron fast enough at 6,000
I need to
health?
finish eating.
Can they get
Uzi
Uzi
montage.
into the
Go on,
fight
then let's see it.
afterwards? Encore comes through. MLXG's into it. But are they able to take it? The Heartbreaker resets are coming through, and they can't do it. Uzi is still alive and kicking, and Uzi is trying to carry the game right now.
What are
he
some of
can't
Uzi's
get
best
through the
plays?
wind wall, but he can get through the
Isn't this in a show
the
match?
Flash, the kills, the Uzi plays. Oh my God! This is it! A pentakill for Uzi!
Hey ho, hope you're doing great.
Baron has started. Let me come from behind. The MLXG is here. He's done on the front line. Gao dishing out as much damage as he possibly can. Leaps into the pit. Redemption is there to back him up. Baron is dropping, but no one is taking it yet. They're backing off. Uzi's going in. Expect needs to go mega, but it's too little, too late. Uzi is cutting through G2. Expect finally going to knock Uzi into the wall, but it does not matter. Parks get out for free, but it's G2 who pay the price.
Chat, let's go toilet 1 sec.
You'll have no idea.
What a flank here by Shahal and MLXG. Actually, a stun lines on the core. JJ Uzi loves the grip, and Uzi gets the kill. Now jumps in on towards them. Uzi going to try and clean one up. Uzi grabs the double kill. Going to keep moving forward. Stun lines dead. Oh my God, Uzi. Triple kill. He's not going to get it all, but he might grab the quadra. Kume gets out of the way, and RNG smash the team fight. RNG inside the Baron pit. Super minion down on the belt. But look at the fight. That's already a kill. Hansa is gone. Kings don't lose Gorilla. And it's Uzi that picks him up. The feathers are going back and forth. The Shao who dies. The Uzi is the last man alive, but he's being chased down. Killer
Oh my God!
Flashes into the pit. How is he still alive? Uzi is doing it. finish him off, but there are still supers on the Nexus.
And again, they move from buff to buff. Now on the red path, but it's going to be Ming with the initiation, looking to knock back MLG, but he doesn't get it. Misses the ultimate. Crucial call down, and the choo-choo trains in the backline. Everyone's low. Uzi's diving in. Everyone from IG is just going to get taken down. Triple kill being picked up by Uzi, chasing down the fourth member. Duke's the only one left alive. Penta killed Uzi.
Who says, all right, you got to take second, Blue, but that's going to be about the end of it. Instead, it's going to be bottom lane. Gorilla going in onto Uzi, dropping the ignite, able to find the initiation. Uzi with an expert dodge to get away as Ming gets out as well.
Uzi was so good there, using his ultimate to dodge the skill shot and getting away from everything.
You can see that Gorilla has the ulti, he has the flash and W engage. Ming knocks Prey away to mitigate as much damage as possible, and here, the ulti onto Gorilla, and then flash, misplay from Prey, but also a good dodge.
And they have full control of this. Reckless now has his BT, they're looking for a fight here.
They are indeed, the quickness is available to Ming. Look at the voice of light, it's chunking out MLXG, he's going away. Picked up by Fnatic, now the fight needs to happen. Glacial Fisher comes down, and Uzi gets knocked into the air. Fnatic are backing away, minions are still pushing into their base. That's a root, that's a dead Blippo. He gets turned into zombie Scion mode, and Fnatic are running for their lives. Keep your eyes on Reckless, he's caught, he's silenced, he's feasted, but he's not dead yet. Finally, Xiaohu takes him down. Royal never give up. The quadra kill for Uzi, and Fnatic are dumpstered.
Result of Kingzone, not typically on Uzi.
Oh, legendary!
The Hunter finds its prey.
Blue Madman pushing forwards on the front lines here. Lumal sees his opportunity, comes to the bomb, tries to find the lead. Uzi throws up the Zillion, and now you get under attack. Casa from the side finds the abduct onto Zoom, and the rest of the team getting blasted by Uzi. 1 versus 3, he claims the triple. That's going to be the ace for RNG.
And this should just be the end of the game. Uzi going into the backline, 1v3, taking out the entire squad.
Gonna sit right on top of it. Zon is there. As QG are gonna try and re-engage the fight. Swift, he's gonna move in as LS17 is gonna lock down Uzi, who's trying to fire away, but a massive brawl multi is gonna combo in with the help of Gragas and Uzi. They've already taken out Ghostu again. S17 should melt here on the front lines as the damage is just far too much. Uzi gonna get himself a triple. Chimin gonna be the next target. That's gonna be the quadra. Can Uzi get a penta on Vayne? Shu, he's been locked up. It will be. Uzi gets himself a pentakill.
Rylai's so early on in his Cassiopeia build as well. But this time around, maybe just looking for some extra aggression.
Oh, there's a flash from Love City, immediately condemned from Uzi as he pops the final hour. Headbutt just to try and get him to safety now as OMG turning it around. 2v3. Everyone on M3 so incredibly low. Silver balls being procced every time from this Vayne.
As they were doing their best 2v5.
Yeah, Uzi actually might be caught out here. The ultimate pop from Scat dodges out of the way of the boomerang and the play. The box is there as well, but Uzi uses the QSS. He's going to be safe. And UP, they don't find it after blowing everything. Another inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Inhibitor to follow. There's on the hunt. Splice. They want to try and make something happen. In goes Lupa. Trashy gets into the backline, but he just doesn't have any damage. Uzi is tearing apart this team. And Cobby can't do anything. Another arcane shift. Pop goes the support. Out of the way of the wallop. That's the triple. A quadra kill for Uzi.
MXG's got that ramp unit, but he's not tanky enough to survive for very long.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the power of the Trundle, right? He's not built full tank, and then Trundle ulting you on top of that, but RNG, keeping in.
Uzi with the spider senses, he manages to interrupt the living artillery. Bruxas on the front line, forced to run for his life. Devoured from Ming by so much time. Uzi taken out, that's the most fed member. Whippo follows immediately thereafter. Fnatic get caught out. Killer Instinct goes down for Reckless before he's shut down. That might just be game.
Now who comes in? Ben turning away. The Baron is down. We need to disengage. And Mystic cannot get caught. Ben caught out. Here's a Cataclysm once again. Mystic doesn't have flash in this one. But where is the nose? Yahoo! He's done it! He's taken down Mystic. Now the fight ensues. 2 kills, 3 kills. Looking for another one. RNG. Then running down WE.
Okay, I'm back, chat.
They have all 5 kills. They're waiting for Renekton to come back up. Oh my god, Raz, they've done it! 5-2!
There's the parallel convergence. Punish gets caught up by that one.
Is that Atlas I hear?
Immediately removed. Uzi now trying to run around this fight. Long, he's the next focus. He's going to die. Uzi tumbling forward. Picks up a double already. His heart. He's going to get taken down. It's a triple quadra kill for Uzi now. Scatchy's getting flashed on.
Atlas,
it's a
bro.
pentakill for Uzi's Vayne. And OMG they're gonna win the game. And that was half a smile, Uzi. Come on, give me something.
It goes wide. Uzi trying to do what he can. Playful
Don't
Jason
hire
not
the
gonna find
barber at
damage.
Los Ratones.
Explosive
Why?
Cast doing some work there.
Oh, he got him.
My
No, he
goodness,
didn't.
Looper. Is he going to get killed by the minions? That's the question. Going finds his way in.
Holy
Uzi
fuck, we
turns
are really
around.
dropping the beat
One
out here,
more
aren't we?
attack uses the ultimate. What the heck? And in comes Cole.
I was pretty lucky actually by NSEC, but also that was a little bit of a miscommunication by SA.
Oh my god, I can't see anything.
The tie gets blown apart.
What the fuck is this?
He's gonna tick down from the ignite. He gets taken out, but look at Uzi Eye. He just goes hard in there. Kills off Kitties. He's going in for Kid. He flashes
Holy
up.
fuck,
He's
he
still
smurfed
alive,
that.
but he's gonna go down there. No, he stuns it. He
Wait,
stuns Doe against
that
the
was
wall.
insane
and
though.
coming in from behind.
That was for season 4 or 3, whatever it is. That spacing was crazy. Did you see that?
He's gonna tick down from
Look at Uzi's spacing.
the ignite. He gets taken out, but look at
He's clicking really
Uzi
well
Eye.
here. Look, he's clicking so well. Spacing
goes
Lucian.
hard in there. Kills off
Dodges Gregashold with spacing. Kills him. Flashes
going
Jarvan ult damage.
for Kid.
Then he eats Gragas on his Q so he can't explode it.
He's still alive,
Like,
but he's gonna go down
his
there.
spacing
no,
was
he
crazy
stuns-
good.
He stuns Doe against the wall, and now it's Insect coming in from behind the wall. Doe is in trouble. Insect's gonna dive him out there. Are they overdiving this? Insect might die here to the turret, but look at Kid going all the way.
Penta.
It's a wait. Is that a pentakill? Holy!
Insect Shaco. Uzi was crazy, man. That guy clicked. The fuck? Hold Ezreal. This music is so fitting for the time. That Jhin is literally standing still. Bro, Quick Shot was such a such a legendary caster. What the fuck?
All game with eyes on Gorilla, and R&D spent everything to finally win him first.
He's so great. He's in tatters for the first time ever. RNG's chasing success. Royal never give up. Rule the world. Winning MSI 2018.
Yeah, he'll be at EWC. Quickshot will be at EWC, but he's not gonna cast. He's gonna host. He's gonna host. Someone donated €5 and said, "Watch this, please, from this timestamp." This is music. Hold up, chat. Let him cook. 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 He's gonna drop this shit. XQC clears. Next. XQC just straight up clears. Ooh, this is a throwback. This is a throwback.
An incredible back and forth game. Both teams putting everything on the line.
Chat, you gotta link the one with that song, that violin song, with the French song in Paris.
Such a solid Jarvan game here in the end, 2-0.
And if I had like a dark arc, that's gonna be interesting. Don't spoil, don't spoil. I didn't see the trailer.
Personally, I'm excited for everything. Yeah.
Arcade. Arcade. Damn.
NA fans have definitely lost hope. We are here to change that.
DK Showmaker.
제가 신인이었어가지고
Man, Worlds is so different, bro. Moham, oh my god.
했을 때 꼭 우승까지 할 수 있다고 확신하고 있습니다.
上次来欧洲比赛，我拿到了世界冠军。
Tian,
这一次我依
put the
然
fries
会
in the
全
bag.
力以赴。
Man, rewatching this after seeing what happened is crazy. Yo, yeah, fries in the bag.
No one wants this more than us.
Well.
每个选手都有很多可以学习的地方，所以才能够打到现在。
今年经历了很多，我现在唯一能做的
LNG, oh my
就是拿
god.
出最好的状态。
That's a throwback.
大家觉得这一路都是值得的。
형 혹시 그 월드 징크스 같은 거 있지 않나?
내가 출전하면 월즈에 LCK가 우승하는 징크스가 있긴 하지.
그러면은 사실상 형 덕분에 다 우승한 거네, 맞지?
Victory color. I like it. This takes me back to 2019.
Oh no, 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 not that word. 2019.
5年前在这拿了冠军，再次来到这里什么感觉？
I'm ready for it this year
说实
though.
话就没什么感受，因为时间过去了太久了。如果今年我们能在这里再次完成这个目标的话，应该会感受比较深刻。
So, your first finals, rookie year, how did it feel?
I think the best part for me was seeing how happy my family was, especially because
FlyQuest popped off that
for me
world.
to go pro, because we're like a
They
traditional
went
Arab
ballistic,
family.
bro.
So it was really nice. What about you?
It felt good. I felt like for the first time in a long time I could be myself.
형은 프로 하면서의 목표가 뭐야?
Masu went mental.
월즈 우승이지. 월즈 우승 빼고 다 해봤으니까.
Peanut really needs a world's trophy.
목표가 끝나는? 약간 목적이 다 달성되는 그런 느낌입니다.
The SKT dynasty is over. All hail the new king.
在去年全球总决赛输给T1之后，我个人其实也很久没有释怀吧。
2023 finals. Ooh, that shot has fucking aura, bro.
월즈 어땠는데?
사실 우승하기 힘들었었던 상황이었는데 또 우승한 거니까 역배였다 보니까 이제 우승이 되게 좋았던 것 같아.
2018 was really important to me. I just felt like it was winnable, and I kept saying it until we did win. We didn't win it all, but we got pretty close.
Conseguimos, irmão. Chegamos, mano. A gente tá reacendendo a chama do povo brasileiro, essa esperança, tá ligado? Acho que é um sentimento único, mano.
我们今年一整年感觉都过得挺艰难的，你觉得今年我们可以做到吗？
我觉得可以做到吧，因为我们也付出了很多，就等待这一刻。
肯定得有。
That's a good shot. That's a fucking good shot. I don't know why, but that shot just looks nice.
잘해보자고.
How was it back then?
In 2019.
2019 mentioned 3 times in one video.
People think of the final, the ending. And while it felt like a shame to lose in the final, for me, 2019 kind of just represents hope.
Facts.
The
Facts.
emotions of going on stage. My dad, my mom, my siblings, all of them supporting me. It felt like all of Europe was behind us. It shows me that we can do it once again.
So are you gonna die today? Make it out alive.
We died that day. We didn't make it out alive. In game.
저를 믿지 못하는 사람들에는 관심이 없어서
Ooh.
되게 중요한 건 월드 우승입니다.
LPL 会拼尽全力。
我们是来复仇的，是来复仇的。
월드 언제 어디서 열리든 우리의 홈그라운드입니다.
Well, it was their home ground. Chat, I'm kind of scared. You know what I'm kind of scared by? I have this feeling, this take, right? If Phil, Choi, and the homies don't do world teasers this year again, I have a feeling that the fall off of world teasers is going to be fucking monumental. Because the last 2 years of world teasers are blessed. If you're new to League, they are a blessing. Absolute blessing. If you're maybe older to League, you'll know that we might regress to teasers that look like this, you know? This is like 2021 Worlds, for example.
우승컵은 내 거지. 别动，奖杯是我的。
这是我们的。
Let the heist begin.
This my type of party. Everything that I wanted in every direction. We are black and orange.
Like,
Live with my people, I got my own section. When only like
it's
몸은 다 풀렸고 이제 밟아주러 가야죠.
game, I'm like Atari. All this success, do it look like I'm stressing? Putting no return back.
the aura is just gone, bro. The fucking oh my god.
I gotta burn. Remy got me turned, so you know that I be spending when I earn. Shorty wanna turn past ball like a.
Hey RNG, we look forward to beating you again.
RNG 的霸主由我们来终结。
This looks like something out of Valorant, bro. It's lost the magic. Like, what is going on? Are you watching this? Look at what happened! Look what they've done to my ground!
Oh, King is back.
Faker versus the world! Yes, this is a real teaser! This happened!
LGL、プレイン、そして世界へ。
你们想我了吗？
The group of death drop the beat. Yeah, 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 yeah.
FNA versus the world. Let's get it.
Spoiler: the world won. You see what I mean?
우승컵은 우리 거야.
We need to make sure we don't regress back to that, because the last 2 years of trailers have been amazing. They have been fucking historic. And I'm scared, not in a bad way, I'm scared in a way where I think the bar is so fucking high from the last 2 years. The JDG teaser, the Gen GT1 teaser, the group stage teasers, the finals teasers, the storylines, the trailers. That 2025, you can't make a teaser that is on the same level as the last 2 years. It's just not going to happen. The chance of it happening is 1 billionth of a percent. If it does, cinema. If it doesn't, horror. But whatever we do, please can we avoid flashing lights, dubstep, and Faker entering like this. That's all I ask. Like, this just needs to not happen. Like, look at his face. We need to avoid this at all costs, okay? We need to come in with aura and a piano orchestra behind us. Not like we're about to play Guitar Hero on hard mode, okay?
Oh, King is back.
Like, that is just gotta happen. And then I don't need some Fast and Furious text to zoom in through the fucking O of the word. Faker versus the world. Let's not do that. Chat, which one's the one in Paris where it has that song and the song is like fucking magical? Which one is it? I feel like maybe it wasn't the best teaser, but the song was so good. Was it semis? Where was Paris? Was Paris the semis? Was it the semis? No. What was Paris, chat? This is the one. Okay, now you might say to me, Caedrel, these teams aren't hype. LNG versus Weibo. And this might have 100k views. This teaser. Okay? But I will say, my opinion, this is the best song they've ever used in a teaser ever.
Paris. Ville lumière.
Oh my god. I think this was
ici.
probably one of the best ones.
C'est ici que le
So
destin de
underrated.
8 équipes sera décidé au cours des 4 prochains jours.
Chat, it gets better. So underrated, this one.
Et ce que le futur nous réserve? Nous devons attendre pour le découvrir.
去年我们打李宁的时候，打野还是他在，我们打野是微微。现在我们两边打野都已经互换了，感觉我们得把微微赢下来，不然的话他应该会太开心了。
Wait, it's coming, chat.
就刚结束那段时间
How they got this song for a teaser, I don't know.
然后可惜吧，然后就感觉，我就希望弥补去年的遗憾吧。
上一次自己来巴黎是
Bro, use
9
this for
年
more
前在
teasers,
T1 的时候
please.
吧，
Oh my god.
也成长了很多，然后就
Wait, it's public, really?
来证明自己。
Scout's hair is fucking fried. It is fried.
Just hit them. Scout is this team. Scout is LNG.
我们5个人就是最强的。我相信今年
Someone says Claire de Lune and Ave Maria in a teaser are only possible with Paris in the backdrop. Is that facts, chat?
去年的话，就每项都比赛都很想赢，所以我的心态上有点很着急的吧。今年的话，做好我自己，然后这样才能帮助到队友的吧。
Oh my god, the crazy song.
之前就觉得他是一个非常厉害
I'm convinced if they use these two songs and they had T1 in it, it would be fucking goosebumps on cooldown probably.
的选手。打了之后就还是觉得他是一个非常厉害的选手吧。
Scout， 我很熟悉你，你应该会了解我。我们一起打精彩的比赛吧。
赢下他们肯定是会很开心的，疫情一下来吧。职业生涯到现在就总是在跟斯科特打比赛，很难就是把有趣联系在一起。
另一方都会带着 LPL 的那一份
Bro,
走
the
下去。
music was great there.
感觉就是比较可惜吧，就是跟朋友们就是必须要回家一个。
Music
我
was
在
good.
AP 的时候遇到很多
Like
次
a lot.
我们这次会走到很远。
Wait, which one was this one?
La 4e journée des quarts de finale est arrivée. C'est la dernière chance
Was this one good?
pour accéder aux demi-finales.
How does it feel being, you know, a part of the last two European players?
I mean, it feels good.
Actually,
but
they're all good.
I think we have a lot of responsibility on us now. We are the last hope of Europe after all, so.
I think what made Europe great in the years that I was here is that we would always throw everything on the pitch. We'd risk looking ugly with silly counterfix, but we were never willing to go down without a fight.
Thanks.
당연히 결과 같은 경우는 이제 3승 0패로 올라온 거라서 결과에는 만족하는데 제 개인적인 퍼포먼스는 아직 좀 만족 못하는 단계라 생각해서 지금 그런 상태입니다. 그냥 간단하게 다 이기고 진출하는 게 좋습니다.
Genji, HLE, the finals are not the rule, they are the exception.
I have a lot of confidence because we've been scouting Genji the whole year. That's the team that we tried to play like.
Oh, this was the quad
정말
storyline
믿기지 않는 것 같고 젠지를 만나게 돼서
where he was on DRX before, right? With Chovy?
초비 선수를 알게 된 거는 14살 때 처음으로 랭크 게임에서 알게 돼서 친구가 됐는데 서로 엄청 해맑고 되게 시끄럽게 떠드는 친구였는데
I remember.
워낙 초비 선수가 엄청 뛰어났기 때문에 계속 여러 가지 물어보고 계속 친하게 지낼 수 있었던 것 같아요.
코드는 되게 밝았던 사람이라고 생각합니다. 그때의 초비를 회상한다면 아무래도 부족한 게 게임을 보는 시야랑 판단력 같은 부분에서 특히 더 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
뭔가 프로가 된 쿼드와 초비가 만났을 때는 둘 다 어느 정도 옛날에 비해서는 많이 웃음도 없어지고 어느 정도 진지한 성격이 많이 생겼던 것 같아요. 2020년도에 제가 초비 선수와 함께 데뷔전을 치르게 됐었는데
This roster is really new and thrown together. There's definitely a lot to work on.
그때 당시 이겼어서 더 재밌던 기억이
Oh,
많이
Chovy top or
남아있고
what the? Look at baby Chovy.
21년도에는 DRX 선수단이 대부분 바뀌고 되게 엄청 많이 졌었는데
Chovy, one of the most promising young rosters we've seen in recent years.
Chovy's a fucking demon, bro.
DRX still without a victory whatsoever. This might be the last game Soka plays for a very long time.
Chovy's such a demon.
그런 부분에서 되게 심리적으로 크게 좀 많이 몰려온다는 느낌을 받았어가지고 그렇게 도란드 은퇴를 했던 것 같아요.
And made world's top 8. That's insane. Oh, the
6
Whippo
years
walker.
later, I didn't
That
think
guy's
I'd
walking
make it
into
to
your
an
lane.
event like this again. When I first started, I used Keen as a benchmark for how good of a player I was. And to this day, that's still true. So now, getting to play against him if we can beat Genji, I'll consider myself elite once more.
Well,
제가 다시
almost.
이렇게 복귀를 하게 된 이유는 잘할 수 있다는 거를 증명하고 싶었어요. 증명하고 싶었고.
FlyQuest conquered their demons.
This was the APA Kled mid, right? Oh my god, ew!
과거의 나는 지금의 나랑 비교할 수 없다고 생각합니다. 약점을 보완했다기보다는 부족한 부분을 하나씩 채워나갔다고 생각을 합니다.
Quadra kill. Yeah, yeah.
지은아.
I mean, this teaser wasn't that crazy. I feel like when the piano comes out, the teaser will slam, you know? And when the guitar comes out, the teaser will flop. I still can't get over this shot. How crazy is it that this actually happened? I still can't believe it. I can't believe my eyes have just seen that after the last few years of League. Like, that is ruined the whole experience. I'm not kidding. The World's Finals teaser was not that bad. Oh, the semi-finals one. This was not that bad, because this one... I don't know if you remember this teaser. But this teaser was all about Showmaker breaking Faker. That's what the whole story was. This one was really good.
때가 가장 기쁜 순간이었던 것 같고.
This is the same year. Can you believe it? This teaser was the group stage. And this teaser was the semi-finals.
Have overcome every challenge.
The difference is mental.
Undisputed best team in the world.
5년 동안 우승을 못했는데 이렇게 오랫동안 우승을 못한 것이 굉장히 좀 이전의 우승들이
They swapped it up
오래전 일처럼
halfway
느껴지고 있고.
I think that needs to be my new sub alert. That's Faker
4강에
guitar.
올라오는 것이 굉장히 또 흔치 않은 기회라고 생각을 했고 올해도 그런 순간을 찍었으면 좋겠네요.
많은 분들이 이제 뭐 넥스트 페이커라고 해주시는 것도 좋지만 만약에 넥스트 페이커보다는 살짝 욕심부려서 네, 그냥 쇼메이커라고 나중에 이제 불릴 수 있는
Dumb one here up against T1 in the semi-finals, and you have to feel.
Oh, Showmaker, he's such a legend, man.
일단 저도 되게 존경하는 인물이기도 했고 월즈를 2연속 우승하는 게
Think about this was 4 years
진짜
ago.
쉽지 않다고 생각해서 담원이 아직은 조금 이럴 수도 있지만 T1의 왕조나 유산 같은 거를 따라갈 수 있는 잠재력이 충분히 있다고 생각합니다.
They didn't drop the rap.
쇼메이커 선수가 작년부터 지금까지 굉장히 좋은 모습을 많이 보이고 있기 때문에
But T1 is looking damn good at Worlds and pushed them
I
in the
guess
LCK
that
finals.
series was crazy good.
선수 쉽지 않은 원딜이라고 생각하지만은
That Worlds was so
제가
funny.
가장 잘하는 원딜이라
So
생각하기
much random
때문에
shit happened.
It's that new era where Faker's coming in with that veterans experience, and a lot of it's in those rookie players in Owner, in Gumayushi to go on ahead.
That series, T1 DK, with Khan in it, that series came down to one smite on an Elder Dragon in Game 5. That's it. That decided the game.
2 years ago, he was playing for T1 in the semi-finals. Now he's asked to knock T1 out of the semis.
What the fuck? That's my voice. My voice sounds so weird. What the fuck they do to it?
옛날 영상들 보니까 확실히 좀 더
You're gonna move to LTA now.
이번 월즈가 굉장히 중요한 대회가 될 거라고 생각이 되고 더 열심히 하게 될 것 같습니다. 아무래도 이제 4강부터가 진짜라고 생각하고 있고.
The song is nice, but the aura just ain't there.
항상 제가 펜딩 챔피언들을 꺾어왔기 때문에
이 리그 오브 레전드라는 엄청난 인기 있는 게임에서 뭐 저의 이름을 남긴다는 게 되게 뜻깊다고 생각하고
예전과는 다르게 저 자신 스스로를 넘기 위한 도전이라고 생각을 하고 있어서
Alright, let's move to LTA. Give me the rundown, chat. How are we looking? I haven't watched any LTA on stream this year.
Right?
First time, baby.
We're able to take a game. This was...
Who's on Shopify?
I think talking about the way that
Fudge, Contracts, Palafox, B-Voice, Seos.
The entire series.
I
That
don't know how I feel about that
draft
roster.
Ended up being pretty tough.
Sounds like it's got a few weak lanes.
The big story for me was Fudge versus Bwippo, and in this particular case,
TL has a new jungler. Yeah, I saw that.
Had such a huge impact on that win they were able to get.
That whole series, Fudge was able to actually outplay.
How funny would it be if Caedrel watches LTA and then Shopify Rebellion 3-0 FlyQuest?
He's 1-5.
That would be pretty funny.
I would say
that would be pretty funny.
I feel like they were really working on split push stuff. They came into this week, they said, we're going to do top lane Italy. They kind of hard forced it in game 1, I thought.
Caedrel's curse just spices it all up.
And they weren't super clean with it. I think they've gotten a lot better at that style since this series.
Yeah, and touching upon those few draft things, I thought there were some pinches going on in the jungle in that game 3 draft, which led to us seeing the Shen jungle.
Wait, how many NA fans are in the chat? Are all the NA fans awake? Do you wake up for this? What time is it in NA? The time is here is 8 p.m. It must be like 7 a.m. there, no?
Shopify chose Rel into.
Time
which is
in LA.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's 12:30 in the morning. What the fuck? Time in New York. It's 3:30 p.m.
Conceptually of like, okay, you want to be able to protect your
Why is FlyQuest
as
XDDing in the chat? What the fuck is that?
You're talking about drafts.
Because like, now we got to have a conversation about it.
We got draft stuff. So if you're saying that their drafts were bad in game 3 of Fearless.
What the fuck is that noise?
Shopify was, yeah.
Then how about games 4 and 5 of Fearless? Because this is FlyQuest champion pool for the whole split.
Oh.
And my main thing is, so I really like talking about drafts. I think drafts are fun. But we talked about how FlyQuest cooked in draft in game 1, and I think this is the thing that makes
FlyQuest champion pool. Let's see it.
Renekton,
Nidalee, Rumble, Sion, Yorick, Aatrox.
Yeah. In support, and then the Volibear pick.
I mean, this all looks pretty standard, though.
Bwippo is. When we talk about Fearless,
Volibear pick for Bwippo and Vlad for Bwippo, classic.
They have like a bunch of wacky picks. Especially
does anyone remember? Maybe as an NA fan you didn't see this, but Bwippo played Riven top in the LEC against
specifically, this is really
against
Vlad.
It was actually quite good.
Because it's not
was a while ago though.
Bwippo's
Bwippo's champion pool has always been really big.
Picks, but also be able to put cohesive whole drafts. Especially when you get down.
Is there any creator in NA who does like
LPL, LCK,
who does like weekly summaries of the LCS or the LTA rather?
Stuff in some
is there any like thing I can watch like?
To do with the flexibility of a lot of their players. So
does anyone have content where it's like, here's the LTA summarized in 5 minutes?
Ranged mages with the Azir, Talia, Victor. Then we have 80 carries in Lucian.
I need like an LTA summary of Spring Split.
We have more melee APs in Sylas. So whatever
because the playoffs are starting.
I need it's not like they can just
call Dom's not here. Dom's not here.
They can play whatever style they want in mid. I'd say Inspired's one of the most versatile junglers, even though he doesn't have the most breadth in terms of pure.
Dom's not here.
The type of champions are so different.
Why have you got a hat on?
Ivern,
why have I got a hat on?
Like Neferi, you
wanna know why I've got a hat on? You wanna see?
Because they're so versatile, Rumble support. Like
okay.
Actually able to craft so many different skeletons.
Chats, who would know?
Because there's not a player on this team that doesn't have the ability to play almost
every style.
The
barber fucked my shit up, man. Okay, yo, NA Frogs. I don't stream at this time normally. You might be wondering why am I live?
Not just like champions,
live for
but
watching some LTA. But also, don't ask about the hat. Rule number 1 of the Caedrel coaching: you don't ask about the hat.
You know, pervasive in the LTA. You can make a statement about
my
other
fucking
teams
haircut.
globally playing it.
My hair.
People like Castle picking up because he got pretty much stomped by Bwippo's Yorick.
To summarize it for you, some teams won, some lost, and now they're going to play more.
Heavy engages like that. It's just been fun to see what they've been able to do, and now they're truly tested in the best of 5.
Yeah, and then again the Rumble support flex pick too, so they can also still.
Wait, this is perfect.
Thing you missed on the LTA on Saturday in 90 seconds. The first series decided whether C9 or FlyQuest would be the first seed going into playoffs. FlyQuest shocked everyone by drafting Rumble support for Busio Game 1 and took advantage of the anti-bust with quad piloting it in the mid lane. Although Thanatos got first blood, Fly took over the game with dominant teamfights that picked up a 25-minute win in the fastest game of the split. FlyQuest kept their foot on the gas in Game 2 with Inspired stealing the first dragon of the game. Inspired and Busio dominated with Pantheon and Nicolas to completely lock down C9. After a 23-minute ace and a short...
Oh, what the fuck is that? That's 17-0 in kills, FlyQuest versus C9.
pause, FlyQuest cinched the 2-0 win. Series number 2
What?
was an all-out war between Lion and Dignitas, with both teams giving everything they've got in a 3-game battle. Lion showed up early and picked up the first 3 kills of game 1, but this game was so back and forth with both teams winning fights. But at the end of the day, Dignitas top laner Surdy made a huge 40-minute play to get the dub for Dignitas in game 1. Game 2 showed some missteps from Dignitas. Despite Shaden securing first blood topside and stealing away the Rift Herald, Lion was able to catch members of the Dignitas squad out throughout the game. And after securing both Hex Textile and an ace, Lion was able to tie the series up 1-1. In game
Wait, Chad, are these teams in playoffs?
3,
Dig and
Lions had
Lion?
multiple good looks, but an R5 Olaf pick for Shaden allowed Dig to clinch the series 2-1, knocking Lion out of playoff contention. That's everything you missed on Saturday. If you made it this far, drop a T emo in the comments and stay tuned for my next video where I spill the tea on Sunday's games.
Video, thank you for the video. That's the shit I like.
Time to do it. When we
Speedy,
sat
quick,
Galafox on phones,
summary.
he was talking about,
Boom.
I was like, oh, you didn't beat
Thank
FlyQuest
you.
in scrims?
Good video, W video.
Yeah, we beat them in scrims. Like, that needs to now show its face.
For sure.
Here's
They're gonna
everything
have
Here's the
more
link.
confidence than
Go
most
drop a
teams
like.
would against FlyQuest, weirdly enough, even though they're the
All right, now lock the fuck in.
Also, Raz, Inspired dominated last week.
He did.
He won Player of the Week, and you talked to him.
I did. Let's check it out.
Let's check it out. What did Inspired say?
Welcome, everyone, and congratulations
Oh, no,
Inspired,
Pixel.
on your Week
What the
7
fuck?
MasterCard Player of the Week. This is your second one, by the way,
Wait.
this split.
Yeah.
Also, like, been a pretty incredible split
what
so
Spink
far
stole
for
was gonna be
FlyQuest.
covered.
You guys are 14-2, the highest win percentage that FlyQuest has had so far in their organizational history. How's it been so far for you this split?
I mean, as you said, pretty good. I don't know, it seems
What
like
the fuck?
most of the games, even when they are even, we just come out on top. Like the small details in the team fights, we just win and we just close out the game. So hopefully we're gonna have the same showing in playoffs.
Gold,
and
gold,
we can
gold.
take it all.
I like the sound of that one. You ready for this one? So, of course, 90 seconds on the clock, rapid fire questions. If you can move on to the next one because you can't think of an answer.
I can join this, I can join this. I know the answer.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Favorite song to play on the piano? Bit of a piano player.
I only know one. Our manager is teaching
Oh, it's
me how to
questions
play
for
piano,
him.
so-
I was about to join in.
Demons.
Okay.
Yeah.
In scrims, when Quad is sick, rate Nuke Duck mid's performance out of 10.
Pretty good, especially when he gets Galio or Lissandra or like Ari. Like these are his 3 main champs. One time he played Lee Sin mid and he was also owning. Like I think he's good there.
Okay, there we go. Streamer or creator that you watch the most?
That I watch the most, Nemesis.
LR shout out.
Right now.
How volatile it is. It seems like there is no clear way to win. You just have to fight.
Yeah. What's one champion you would like to have removed?
Garen.
If you could role swap, what role are you maining?
Support.
What would a third MVP say about you as a player?
Best
I
song
don't know
Renee.
what it would say, but it would for sure be very nice. I hope it will happen.
And why saying base to support role
We
swap?
heard, I guess it was from a Masu interview. Who flooded the apartment? Was it you or Quad?
No, it was none of our fault. It was actually just something broke in the sink in the kitchen. It's not even in our bathroom, so like that's
They
not our
flooded
fault.
the house?
What? 10 seconds left. I'm just going to give you a straight question like MSI qualifications looming. If you end up winning, of course, you can get it. Which player are you looking forward to most playing against if you were to make it? And what would you be your message to them?
Looking forward the most, I don't know, maybe Canyon, because we had a close series at Worlds. So, and the message, I don't know. Hopefully he plays Wars this time, so maybe we can win.
All right.
Wait, if FlyQuest win, do they lock MSI? No, right? No, right? No?
Man, he's been so good.
I need to see the bracket.
This
Wait,
whole
LCS.
time he's been in North America.
Yeah.
Specifically
Bring-
this split as well. 2
225.
Player of the Weeks in like 6-7 week regular season. We've all done our MVP ballots.
Hey, that's
Results are
LEC.
gonna be their regular
Huh?
season results, so it's closed. Voting is closed for
Oh, no, it's
everyone except the
LTA.
fans.
Oh my God.
I feel like he's going to win another MVP.
Almost certainly.
Which, if he does, is going to put him in such an exclusive class in terms of
The winner?
multi-time
Oh, tomorrow is a
MVPs
banger.
in LCS
Tomorrow
and
is a
LTA.
banger. C9
It's
Team
just
Liquid is
Bjergsen,
tomorrow night. That's gonna fucking
Cordial
slam.
J, and Blabber.
Holy shit, that's
Double
gonna
has
slam.
never even won multiple MVPs.
So the
But
winners
Player
go
of the Weeks,
here.
Inspired's got
But
way
wait.
more than double.
There it is.
Smash Cut Player of the
How do I
Week.
see the
I'm gonna
schedule?
say he's
Statues
just-
does he have himself at
He's
this
so
point?
impressive. I mean,
How do I
Inspired's
see the
got-
schedule?
Blabber might have more.
The times.
They both definitely have more than double lift.
But that's 2 in the LTA/LCS,
Oh, here we go.
and then 1 from LEC. That's 3 if we were to pick it up overall. That's pretty crazy to
Wait,
just
why
think
does that
about.
start at 0-0-0?
Overall, we do have our eyes on the jungle matchup in the series, and whereas Inspired is coming off a Player of the Week performance, Caedrel found himself at the center of a true horror last week.
He thought he was safe. But in the shadows, she was waiting. She doesn't gank, she roams. Nowhere to run, nowhere to farm. Fear has a new name. And it's Core JJ.
What the fuck?
This summer, lock your jungle. Ward your entrance.
This doesn't scare me because I can hear it's Azael's voice, and when I imagine Azael, I don't get scared anymore. I just know it's Azael's voice.
The true LTA North nightmare.
La. Honestly terrifying.
Yeah.
What Core was able to do off of that level 1 in
Poppy's here, guys.
Yeah.
Saying that every other
trailer, by the way. Great editing.
Yeah, the calm when he's just like, Poppy's here.
That was good. That was
really,
good.
Really
I
set
fuck
up
with that.
UG for success on the other side. But I think the big thing for Shopify, especially in going up against someone as smart as Inspired, who communicates with his team as well, is contracts is such a huge part of Shopify's wins. Like, he basically needs to do well, as you can see here.
You're the one that knocked G2 out of Worlds 2 years ago.
And the kill participation numbers, I think, tell a huge story of just how important it is for Shopify for contracts to get off to a really good start.
Yeah, and these stats from me are just very, very context driven. The fact that you are like having that high of a
I'm
kill
kind of hyped
participation
actually.
means,
Yo,
like,
boot
you're
it
not
up.
really looking to your lanes getting solo kills as frequently. Like, you are involved pretty heavily, and a lot of his earlier games are like Nefiri, like pretty damage heavy. And farming heavy.
I'm kind of more excited for tomorrow's series. Tomorrow.
Contracts having
what the fuck? Why are you here?
Is this split?
You're
like,
also a
having
fucking.
great
You're
split
bro.
so
You're
far.
also a
Then
culprit.
B, that he really is the
Why is the
focal point.
NRG
Now, he needs
squad
to
on my
look at his
screen
rest of his
everywhere?
team and needs
Fuck
to
is
see more
this?
action. That's for sure. Because he's going to be going up against the strongest jungle candidate in Inspired.
Yeah, and you can see whenever I see a jungler,
it is
who
2045,
is dominating the league
May
and
the
has a
24th,
low kill
2020.
participation percentage.
Yeah,
you know that guy's
what the fuck?
He is.
Like Inspired.
It's 2045 at 24:05, 25.
As well as being, and we know from previous splits, able to carry bad teams, but he's able to dominate on great teams.
Yeah.
So it's going to be, I think, a
The
big
sun's
uphill
gone down.
battle
The sun's gone down. It's nighttime now. I just want to take a second to give a shout out to the sun.
How confident they're going to be.
Sun didn't exist, we'd all be cooked.
This was their
Don't forget to shout out the sun, everyone.
Fastest game of the year and fastest series of the year.
Oh my
but
God.
this was the #1
W
team
Sun.
versus the number
W
2
Sun.
team.
Number 2.
Listen.
Yes. And I had our stats.
The sun
and look
never
at
fails
in
to
the
rise
history of North
in the
American
morning.
League of Legends, when the 1 seed has played the 2 seed, some of the most dominating performances ever. Everything else on this list were best of ones. It was ranked by kill to death ratio, 8.75 kill to death ratio. But this was over 2 games, 35 kills to 4. You could argue the biggest domination of a 1 seed versus 2 seed in the history of the league.
They did it twice, right? 2 games in a row.
Absolutely.
That's a big one. Yeah, that's incredible. I actually have a little sign here that is other notable things that this series was faster than, because that was a very fast series.
But it's only morning because the sun rises? No.
Raz doing a 100-piece puzzle. I have this on good authority that takes about an hour. And also Arcane Season 2 finale, actually longer than that series.
Wow.
So that
Because
was a
the
fast
sun
series, guys.
never
I feel like we
rises.
didn't get to see enough of the
It
top
never
10.
descends.
Raz, did you know? Yeah, did you know that's how long it takes
It does
for
not
you to
take
do
me that
100
long.
If you think about it, the sun never rises.
Did you bring a puzzle?
So you're wrong,
You know
buddy.
what? I think production might have one.
Yeah.
We might be able to get you a puzzle
We
at some
can time
point.
it.
I'll prove that it's
We
faster.
are not airing this, but I want to see. I want to see. Also, I want to hear what Fudge has to say ahead of this next match.
Go Hobbs.
I've got you, Jad. Jad, I've got you. Fudge is here. He's ready to tell you what he has to say. Now, you have been playing so much better these last couple of weeks. First up, I mean, was anything in particular like a turning point? Did something click for you in practice, or you're just playing better?
I mean, I think this split in general, it's been a lot better in practice. I think on stage, I still suffered from a little bit of low confidence. And after we started performing a lot better in scrims, I think I started playing better on stage just because I felt like, you know, I know how to win. I know how to play my matchups. And yeah, I think the confidence just kind of clicked for me in general.
Nice snowball of confidence. I like that. Something that might have led to that is last
Fudge
time you
looking
played
good,
FlyQuest,
man. He's looking clean.
It wasn't scrims. It was on stage. Even though you guys lost the series, you took a game. They've only lost 2 games total this whole split, so that was big in itself. But you also kind of dominated Whippo in the series. Definitely got the better of him. And
Whippo ain't shaving till he wins the title.
After the series, and especially since he previously has trash talked you, did that feel good?
I mean, it definitely felt good, obviously. I mean, I respect Whippo as a player. I think he's good. So beating him gave me more confidence. I think the thing is for me, though, is I realized that you can play really well one week and then the next week you play like shit. So, you play bad. So, I mean, I'm just focusing on playing my own game and still practicing well.
Hey, by the way.
And I'm pretty confident going into today's series that we're going to do pretty well.
That's good to hear.
Big W
I mean,
for Kobe.
Are you guys going to do better than Cloud9 did last week then versus
Absolute
FlyQuest? Because that
GOAT
shouldn't be
status.
too hard.
Hall of
I
Legends
mean, I
beats
hope
Kobe
so.
in it.
If we don't do better than C9, then it's just doomed for us, I think. That was the most dominating series I've seen. So I think we'll do better than C9.
All right, good luck. Back to the lounge.
Oh.
Better than C9 is now.
So the last time we saw FlyQuest,
yeah, it's incredible.
they almost perfect
caught
series
Fudge,
C9, yeah?
In the hallways before going into
That's the last time we saw FlyQuest.
And he was, I mean, talking about confidence there in the interview as well. I asked him, I was like, "Are you going to do it to Whippo again?"
Didn't give any
said,
respect to the moon.
That might have been an outlier. So
Respect to the moon as well. Hey, I don't want to piss anyone off. Shout out to
He
the
also
Galaxy.
just said in that interview
Happy?
that gave him confidence,
It did.
right?
Yeah.
So
W
I think
Moon,
that's
W
the
Galaxy.
big thing is because we did have that whole thing where Whippo was like, Fudge is one of the worst players in the league. We have it written down on
Shout
the
out to
board.
Black Holes.
And then this was Fudge's response, right? Like after the match, he said, I was nervous, there's a lot of expectations, but the feeling is Whippo gonna shit talk me more if I played bad. He's already called me the worst player in the league. What am I so scared of? And I actually think that's a great attitude.
I love that attitude. I will also say technically, Whippo said his coaches called him a worst player. Whippo didn't do that, so Whippo's got a layer of protection.
That's true. That's true. The coach's protection is very much there. And you know what we should add to that graphic? You know what yesterday was?
What?
It was Fudge's birthday. It was his birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday, Fudge.
There it is. That's
Fudge's birthday.
That should be a birthday present if he ends up taking a win.
Happy Spawn Day.
Solo kills in one series is kind of insane.
That is pretty crazy.
Yeah. I'll agree with you, Kangas. Not going to happen again.
You don't think
That's
so?
not the normal. I think that might have been a bit of a one-off, but he still needs to be able to compete against Whippo. Because for me with Whippo this split, I've really enjoyed him as a personality. I know he's always been outspoken, but he's been streaming a lot more. He's backing it up with a lot of success.
Yes.
He's pulling out so many picks that other people haven't seen.
Boot up the series!
New Jersey.
But I'll also say, like, Whippo's had a lot of splits in his career where he's looked great in regular season and fallen off in playoffs. Last summer, he overcame that, so to speak. But just because you were able to do it one time and you didn't do it 5 times doesn't mean you're just going to do it every time.
When
I
does
need to
LTA
see
start?
If he's able to continue his trajectory.
Sure.
Yeah, when he was on stage in the finals, the message that he had in general of just like keeping it simple.
Look around
very
my
much
face.
Resonated.
Does it
Like,
give you a hint
overthinking
as to when
it's
it
a big
starts?
Stage, all these things really, it felt like.
Is
to
there
him,
any hint that
added
could
to, like the underperformance
indicate
in
when it
big
starts?
Moments. And in this case, I feel like that is not the case anymore. His split has been ridiculous, and I feel like it has only gotten better from here.
So what I'm hearing is that if Fudge, it's like a week over week, like 1 week you're good, 1 week you're not. Whippo, it's like over a split. It's like for the split you're good, playoffs maybe not as much. You know,
There was a week
like
in there.
The time. Yeah.
There was a week in there, sadly, for Whippo. But we should talk about his opponent because we talked about it pretty heavily. The fact that Fudge throughout the split as a whole,
Fudge, he's been growing.
Just check it out because
How tall?
throughout the split,
tall is he
he's been
getting?
getting
How tall is
bigger and bigger.
Damn!
Okay,
Well, let's see me.
Wait, look at those biceps.
As tall as the small Fudge.
Split 1, there's only 8 top laners in the league, right? So 8th is not a good stat. So he was down.
Look at those biceps.
Negative 252 damage per minute difference. That means his opponents were doing that much more damage per minute than him. Terrible. Even the start of split 2, still very bad, but he's continued to glow up.
Look at this. But I mean, 7th, 6th, 3rd. If he's gonna get to like the negatives soon.
You're right. He has been scaling. These numbers do look great. They look fantastic.
They do.
But But
sadly,
why do I feel like there's a butt coming?
Yeah.
this is where the big butt, a big butt. Follow me. Because he's going up against Mount Whippo.
Damn.
Mount Whippo, you think this is big enough? I needed a cue card to be able to talk about this. Let's take a look at his stats throughout the entire split. Leading first, by the way, KDA, damage percentage, throw that up there. Goal difference at 14.
What the fuck?
K plus A, oh, I'm even covering
getting
the stats.
wider.
It gets wider and wider.
How can somebody be first in all
K
of
plus
these?
A, forward percentage at 14. Damage per minute.
Wider.
Of course, his damage
Wider.
based on
Fuck, they just see the background music of Goku going.
Ah! Throw that all up there. He's huge. We need a bigger wall for this.
Number 1 in all of these categories.
Number 1.
That's crazy.
He's the GOAT. There is no question.
We can
Maybe
go
Fudge can
even
scale up to
wider
that level.
beyond.
It'll take some time, though.
It's my sleep paralysis demon also,
insane.
it turns out
I
to
mean,
be,
seeing those all side by side is kind of crazy because
Yo,
I've been rolling
put the scuttle crab on the table. It's dark under there and it's cold. Get him on the table,
the
man.
other week he loses it for you. But
Am I the only one?
to be the best in
Has
the
it been
league,
like this for the last 5 months, bro?
everything.
Wild. It is wild. It is
Let
a
him get in the
crazy
light, in
split
the
that
warmth.
he has been having, and so
Get him
like,
up there.
It's crazy because at least they played once against each other. That was a
That's
bad
mean.
week for Whippo. I don't think you're gonna have 2 of those.
Yeah,
probably.
I mean, Fudge doesn't think so. We just heard
Broke
everything.
him.
I think the thing that's the most impressive to me is that perceived volatility, right? Because that's something we always talk about where he knows these matchups, he can pull out crazy picks. Sometimes it doesn't always work out. I think the 2 big things for me in being able to put up these numbers is he's doing it on so many different champions, and also through a split pushing style that we already brought up is something that they've been trying to focus on perfecting as a team, right? Sending Whippo into side lanes with stuff like the Nidalee.
I'm gonna run the ads now and then after draft,
really,
hopefully it's all
set up
good.
a strong
I'm sure there's a
split push.
teaser
And
for
I'm happy
playoffs
to
or
bring
some
up the
shit.
team play because when I look at that Nidalee game, I mean, that was, let's be honest, a pretty worthless Nidalee. Like, they didn't really need the
How do you
Nidalee
still
in
have so
those
much
late game
energy?
team fights to win, but the rest of the team
Bro,
can
I
back
like
him
me
up.
some
So
League of
Whippo
Legends,
can
that's
carry games
why.
on his own,
Also,
but
I'm
he
being
always has
powered
the
with-
team there to back him up,
with my
even when
team.
he has those rough games.
Well, and then he improved on it, right? Because the next iteration of the Nidalee
I know for
was-
some people this series might be a boring stomp. Like West is gonna stomp Shopify Rebellion. I'm here for it, bro. I'm here for it. I believe in a Shopify win.
I'm favoring
That'd be quite fun.
on the rest of the map as well. I feel like Quad is having a way.
What about Red Bull?
I think
Oh yeah, I
specifically
already had a
bottom lane,
Kanka.
for Shopify has
I already had a
been
Kanka.
And FlyQuest has just been absolutely dominating.
Now I'm on the Tito. But it's getting quite late at night.
You think they're gonna lose 3
Did you
games?
just put that so we
Yeah.
have a Shopify like
I wanted a little variety so that it didn't feel like it was 3-0s across the
FlyQuest isn't
board.
gonna win 3. Shopify's gonna lose 3, is what you're telling me.
So it's like a mirage. Like it looks like
Oh my god.
It's like oil on a road, right?
Is Shopify really an upper bracket team? Is Shopify really an upper bracket team? I'm not sure because I think they're.
Shopify is Ludwig's team.
I like the Mirage concept. Now I'm starting to understand it a little better.
Okay, you're grasping it.
Is it?
One
know.
thing I do
Actually, I
want
knew
to
that.
shout out that we kind of started to talk about is the rest
I
of the
knew
map for
that.
FlyQuest,
Yeah.
right? Because one thing that we kind of brought up in going through champion picks is that when we swapped to best ofs, this FlyQuest bot lane was suddenly playing a much wider, like diverse champ pool, and looking
And
really,
moist
really
critical?
good. Arguably, I'd actually say they've looked better as the split.
But I
has
watch
gone
LTA or go
on than when
sleep.
they
It's
first started.
3:55
So,
a.m.
yeah,
here, bro.
That is also
What
the difference.
what
maker, too.
time
I'd
zone are
say
you
when
in?
I had Masu
Are
and
you
Lucio on
SEA
pros,
gang?
And I know this is an outside
Nah, no
game
way,
versus
right?
in the game point, but they just both
You
exude
must
so
be
much more
SEA gang.
confidence than in their first year
Bro,
together on FlyQuest.
who in
So
chat is
even though
SEA gang
previously
and why the
FlyQuest
fuck
was
are you
this top
awake?
jungle-dominated
Bro,
team,
go to sleep.
I think the reason they're 14-2
You're so
and the reason
mental.
they had one of the most dominating performances last week that any
Malaysia.
1 seed has ever had against any 2 seed in the LCS or LTA.
SEA gang is
because
fighting the sleep
everyone is playing
demons.
with confidence and playing to their role.
Yeah,
Not
but I gotta say,
today.
best of 5 Fearless. Now, it's gonna be our first look at both these teams actually doing it. We all said 3-0. I mean,
Bro,
technically
what
the
is
0-3.
this?
I want a 4th game. We haven't had one
What
yet.
is this?
I would like
Smoked.
5 Fearless. 5 would be fantastic. Yeah.
What is that
Okay,
emote?
Kangas, tell me from the Shopify perspective what they need to do to be able to
Get
win.
contracts into Fury and get in
What
Inspired
the
Space
fuck?
early and consistently the entire game. Do not let that guy farm.
I think it's Palafox.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think if Palafox pops off, if we actually see
Palafaker.
Palafaker,
Okay. The genius mid laner.
I like this idea. Emily, any thoughts?
Palafox is in
No,
this
I
game.
actually think if
What?
Palafox
He's been-
ends up showing
he's been
up,
bringing
yeah,
them down for most of the split. He needs to
That's
pop
what
off.
what could be a difference maker.
This all makes sense. Kangas, what's your response to that?
I
do not care! Start the show! Start the show! I don't want to hear from Kangas. I don't want to hear from none of us. Go!
Base res.
Playoffs
Show me the
is
teaser.
basically
Normally the
like
teasers are good
the
for
main
LTA.
course. and every other game you played before that was just the appetizer.
Going into playoffs, even the small mistakes can change the outcome of the whole split.
I like that type
Own a
of
pixel
pressure
again.
in the playoffs. I think it's more fun. It's more exciting when you win. It's more sad when you lose.
All of the sleepless nights mean nothing unless I can perform right here and now.
Wise words from SRTTY.
I feel like I have a lot of doubters. Quite literally, like every single pro player, the analysts, it feels like honestly the entire world. That kind of pisses me off, and I feel like this is my chance to just show everyone why.
Has Sniper been eBay or what? Or is he good?
Team who could always perform in playoffs. The pressure makes the games way more exciting for me.
When you play in Tier 1, you only get one opportunity. Once you squander that opportunity, it's extremely hard to get back in.
SRTTY is good. Is he good, chat?
I'm playing for my future.
He's fucking jacked, that's for sure.
I think it's my time to win again.
Better than you. Oh, thanks, man.
Just completely shut them down. Blabber just might have won the series.
I've been the best jungler in the league so far throughout the whole split, and I think playoffs is the time to prove that I am. And winning the title definitely would prove that.
FlyQuest are leaving no doubt whatsoever who the best team in the LCA is.
Playoffs is my time.
It's my time.
My time.
My time.
My time.
My time to win it all.
Playoffs is my time. My time, baby. Oh, is it the same song? Please tell me it's the same song. Da, 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 da. I need that song. Holy fuck, that guitar is being... What the hell? Never change that song. Change it, take the guitar out and put the other one back, but never change the melody. It goes crazy hard. Not a bad intro though, not bad.
Welcome
not a bad
back
intro.
To the LTA,
not a bad
the
intro.
Split 2
Captain
playoffs
Flowers,
have
talk to
finally
me, talk to
arrived
me.
here at the Riot
Oh
Games
my
Arena.
god, my
And
ears are being
all
blessed.
fearless best of five
My
from
ears
here
are being
on out
blessed.
until the finals in just a few
You
weeks.
love to hear it.
kick things off, Shopify Rebellion surprised a lot of fans by making
Oh,
it here in
Whippo.
the upper bracket. But their first task is a true challenge. They're going against a FlyQuest squad hot off a massive stomp against one of the other top teams in the league. Can
Bro has a
Shopify
kitchen
pull
roll
off
on his
the
desk.
upset, or will FlyQuest continue the
Boot it up,
dominance
boot
they've
it up.
demonstrated throughout Split 2?
Boot it up. Let me see some LTA drafting. Whippo has a tattoo. It's a knife. Wait, is that Pike's knife? No. Whose knife is that?
Gentlemen, what do we think? Is it just going to be a 3-0?
Captain Flowers Kobe Azale. Captain Flowers Kobe Azale. It's iconic. It's historic. It's cultured.
But honestly,
and it's perfection. What a TriCast
story. You know, you always like to hope for the underdog story, but this one actually has some legs behind it because Shopify
The shout out to London.
one of only 2 teams to take
Bro,
a
if you
single
spawn
game
in London,
off of
all you need is a
FlyQuest
tracksuit and a
in
knife.
this Split's regular season.
Spawn in NA, you need a car and a shotgun.
Done a little
Every
bit of
country
it
has
in the
different
past,
things you need to
and
have.
Fudge talked to him right before the game. He said he was fairly
Yone
confident,
Gwen
so
Ezreal,
we'll see what they
Nico
can do.
Azir
All
Vi.
right, getting into draft now, you can see FlyQuest. a little
Rumble
bit different
Open,
attire
Jace
here
Open,
today,
Pantheon
wearing their
Open,
pink jerseys in
Kalista
support
Open,
of FlyQuest Red, their
Poppy
women's team,
Open.
alongside celebrating their goal
What's
of getting
FlyQuest
30
Prio?
cats
Rumble?
adopted with their Cat Quest
Pantheon?
mission.
Varus
So
Kalista?
FlyQuest getting a couple dubs here on stage before the draft even begins, but we'll
What do
see
you got for me?
if they can also find that same success in
RE.
game. Now, let's check out our bands as
Fly
Yone,
win.
Gwen and Ezreal are removed
Varus
by
first
FlyQuest.
pick.
Over there for Shopify, it's the
Varus
Vi,
first
the
pick.
Azir, and the Nico taken off the table as Varus is the first
Ooh, I wouldn't
block
slam a
here for
Jace
FlyQuest.
1-2 against
I mean, there's the
FlyQuest.
Jace hover, but I would
Won't FlyQuest just slam a Scion?
Blinding Jace here against Bwipo, who has so many different counters, different answers for it. Instead,
they're going to take the Rumble.
Rumble
Pantheon.
We might be getting a Galio
Rumble
over on the
Naafiri. Okay,
Galio
time, baby.
Really
I do like a Galio. I like Galio Pantheon. That's fries. No Nidalee top. No.
Grouping up with Seos, constantly attacking the enemy jungle, really liking to play
I saw Dora and Nidalee top 10 hours ago. I don't need to see another one. Masu are true north and strong and free. Pantheon Galio fries. It's a monster draft, trust me. Oh, it's delicious. Now, Shopify Rebellion, answer with Ahri on 3 or Talia. Both good. Great picks. Just drop AD. Just drop AD.
We do get the
drop AD. Ezreal Jinash.
Magic Shield, the pushing here
get the Ahri.
For Galio into Rumble, but I really
like
the Pantheon
Ahri Talia. They're gonna go for the early Jhin. No.
Oof,
they sack mid a bit.
Having the global really helps them out towards the mid game. Pantheon
they sack mid a little bit.
Puts so many extra
but at least they can put bans into mid themselves now.
Have to deal with in the mid game when you have multiple areas on the map that can be covered.
I call it the meteor shower combo. They both just come raining down from the sky, and instantly the fight can be turned no matter how well you think you might have set it up.
A lot of FlyQuest signs.
But it looks like Shopify gonna lock in a little bit of extra long range for themselves here with the Jhin, the Curtain Call, and Deadly Flourish being able to help out as Rumble.
I would ban Sylas. Does Quad play Sylas?
Going to be the first ban here in the second half for Shopify, wanting to keep that one away from Quad.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
If you're going to play Ahri on 4, I would ban Sylas. From Korea.
If they
Yo,
want to
big
go for
one.
an aggressive mid laner
Red Bull
here
Fridge,
for
big shout out.
as well. Of course, they do have an AD jungler, so they could
Bard
be
ban.
looking, for one of these aggressive pairings.
There's no way they're blinding Braum,
that
right?
Are up and available. The
The
Victor's
Ska,
been banned
Toad
out.
Bucket.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Quad just tanking another ban here. Cassio, something that
But when I
hasn't
see
been
this,
banned
I'm
out,
thinking
but
maybe
very
Sylas
frequently
ban
does
last or
get banned
Orianna for double
against them.
mage,
It's one of
otherwise
those
this is a wasted
champions
ban.
against
If they
FlyQuest.
ban Sylas,
Quad
they're
is so
blinding
well
Ahri.
known
If
for
they
that
ban
champ,
Orianna,
but
they're
generally
probably blinding
speaking,
Talia.
FlyQuest
Bard
really
ban
eats
makes
a
me
lot
think
of
they're
targeted
blinding
bans,
Braum.
bans that aren't necessarily that
Because
popular
Jhin
in
is
the
not
meta.
that good with range
Things like
supports,
the
and
Cassio,
Bard's
like
probably the only
Zam,
one of them.
like the Yorick.
Talia ban,
And
so
especially when
maybe
you
they are
playing,
going for Ahri. Maybe they just didn't think about Sylas.
Which we have not played a lot of. You do have to think about the progression of
But
your
what would they
pick
4-5?
fan base
Sylas
here
Braum
if we
sounds
do
kind of
get
shit.
very deep in it versus a team like FlyQuest that have so many tools. So they opt for the Talia right now. Like Talia, pretty much every mid laner disagrees is just OP.
Talk to me, Palafox. What you got?
Yeah, exactly. You cannot let that go through with the point-and-click setup.
Talia with Pantheon and Galio would be pretty difficult to deal with. In
Karma
terms of any
Bard,
sort of
bro,
a
they're
sideline
blinding Braum.
situation,
Are
but
you
that's
kidding?
Off the table, and it's double support bans.
There's
from
no way you're
FlyQuest
blinding
as
Braum.
Bard and Karma are both removed.
Interesting, because I would think
Put
like,
the Ahri
Seos
in the
is gonna
bag
be on, like,
now.
a Nautilus or a
Put the
Rel
Ahri in the
or
bag
some
now.
Some sort of CC champ here
What?
on the bottom side.
What?
They just operate so much better with that.
What?
If you look at the team that they've drafted, they need setup and front line to keep people on a Rumble.
But why didn't they ban
ultimate to go
Sylas
roam
if they're going to do
around
this?
with the Naafiri.
Hello.
So, Seos definitely expect him to go that route for support. But
Ooh, I like Annie.
we're shifting
The problem is,
through quite
Annie
a few
walks into
mid lane
Orianna, which is quite
options,
quite tricky.
instead for Shopify.
Orianna
It's
is
interesting
quite
as well
tricky
that
for Annie.
They're electing actually counterpick support, and they are going to be blinding their mid. Of course, in theory, it could be any support, but I think there's like a 99% chance that it is going to be going mid lane. So they are going to be blinding that
Talk to me, what you got?
Palafox. The Ahri, one of the ones considered here, but this does make a lot of
Go
sense here.
100
Gives them
Thieves.
some CC,
My guy,
gives
they're
them a
not
little
even
bit of
playing.
initiation. But I still think they are going to need some hard engage from bot lane. And I feel like when you are kind of locked into that, it's harder to get
Ornn
a big advantage
Pantheon
from your
Galio? What the
so
fuck? They're
we'll see
copying
where they're gonna go.
Gen G.
It is going to be an Ornn coming out, so this could be Galio mid. I think
This
they're
is
gonna
the
shift
exact
Galio
same
mid
comp
into
Gen
the
G
Annie
played
here.
the other
They're
day.
saying, you know what? You're not going to be able to bully us here. We're just going to move
What?
the Ornn up to the top side, give ourselves incredible engage between the Ornn, the Pantheon out, the Galio, and they can go
I'll show you the
aggressive
comp
here,
Gen G was
potentially for Busio.
Yeah, this is probably the reason why they wanted support counterpick, because if you were thinking Rel, then you don't have to play into Alistar, and then you also have to worry about, oh, is there going to be like Braum counterpicks if you want to play?
Spot the difference. Gen G comp, FlyQuest comp.
So we'll see what Seos does now that he sees it is for
Spot
sure
the difference.
Alistar, because this is a beefy FlyQuest comp.
It really is, and I think it's smart because when you're looking over, it's like, who is supposed to be the one killing all these tanks, right? Like, is it the Annie? Is it the Jhin? Like, not
the same
really.
picture.
They do have a lot of different threats,
They
and
just
if they are
copied
ahead of the
the
pace of the
Gen G
game,
comp.
then
What
maybe
the
they're going to have
fuck?
enough damage coming from all of these different sources to kind of punch through these targets, but
I don't know,
feels
man.
really
Just
hard.
pick like
And
Poppy
I also
support
am
or
struggling
something.
to
I don't know.
think,
Braum's
you know,
good. Yeah.
what they're going to pick here
Braum
on
with
5 that gives them
chat.
a
I'm
big
gonna run ads.
advantage.
If you want to avoid
Braum
ads, you can
comes
use the tier
through,
1 Twitch
that
Prime,
feels
subscribe to the channel,
fine,
and get a 1 month
but
of
it
ad-free
doesn't
green
feel like
screens.
they
You don't
got
have
a
some
big
if you want to
support
after when
edge
the ads
in
are
that
the ads
bot
are in the
lane
game. I'll see you in a
2v2
second.
by
It's a kiss.
and it doesn't feel like
All right.
they're going to be
50 minutes, no
happy
ads
about
after
the
this
mid lane
run.
1v1.
You're chilling
I
for
think
the
it's
game.
just, it provides a lot of value for team. You know, since
So
the
it is
enemy team
Galio
all
mid.
these, like melee range, really short range.
So the idea of this comp is, I mean, you can guess. Doesn't die, doesn't die, doesn't die, doesn't die, is super far away. And I can tell you, base damage hits them and they die.
And that is going
It looked
to be
pretty OP when Gen G played it against T1. The only difference was T1. Well, I think it's quite similar actually. When T1 played this draft, they had this problem where these champs didn't have damage. They couldn't do anything to them. Zero. And Annie, Nafiri, Orianna, Wukong, I wonder if it's going to be the same, you know? Just having zero damage.
It really is, but
They like hit them for hours and they couldn't do anything.
If you can kill Masu off early in the fight, they are so low on damage. It's
because
not
Annie is burst, Rumble is burst,
get through the Alistar and the Ornn
Jhin
and the
is bad into
and
tanks.
The point and click CC from the Pantheon, but
I think
you
it's a
have
fly
lot of
quest
point
win.
and click attacks yourself, right?
I think
You know,
it's
if you
a
get
fly
Flash
quest
Timbers
win.
onto Masu here, and you have the Nefiri ult coming through, the Rumble Equalizer on his head, everything thrown
What is that
at
noise?
Masu to take him out, you can make it happen.
What the fuck? Bro, their studio does look wicked. Good afternoon, Caedrel, and hello again. I watched DK Hammerlife live with you yesterday, went to sleep, and now I'm back for more. Oh yeah, DK Hammerlife was today, wasn't it? Easy win, baby. W sleep, W wake up. Alright.
So almost every Shopify game where they get contracts
Shopify?
on the Fury, they go for these.
Need to get lots of
early
gold,
on
okay?
To get vision.
Need lots of gold to buy damage, because that damage will kill FlyQuest. But if you don't got no gold, you got no damage.
For hashing enemy junglers, and so FlyQuest knows.
That's the best tip I
this
can give you against those
tendency,
champs.
Defensively ward their Raptors, and they see
That's
the
the best
Shopify
tip
Raptor
I can
reward
give
put
you.
down.
May the odds be ever in your favor. That's all I can
thought
say.
for a second there that could be real dicey.
Get real
FlyQuest late
and
in
hop
babe.
over the wall, but Fudge is coming down. I mean, this is a pretty active level 1, we'll say.
Palafox is getting some first strike value.
Try the LTA extension.
The first strike, truly, the first one of the game. The little auto attack
doesn't
getting
work.
in there. But apparently FlyQuest were discussing some genius
All right,
midfielder Palafox aura before the game. Let's take a listen.
Jhin Braum is fucking atrocious together.
Be careful, Quad. Enemy midfielder is genius.
What did you say?
Careful, Quad. Enemy midfielder is genius.
Enemy mid is genius?
Enemy midfielder is genius. You don't know meme?
I don't know this, man.
Xiao Hu did interview and he said...
No, it's Showmaker, no?
No, it was Xiao Hu.
Oh.
He said enemy mid laner has aura of genius.
Yeah, if he roams anywhere or does anything, I'll just be saying that in comms.
Enemy mid is
doing
genius.
a million damage.
Say it's a mid diff.
Millions of damage. Millions of damage.
Genius little stun right there.
Yeah.
on the
Genius
Galio
last
taunt.
hit, you know?
I'm a bit scarred by the idea of Jhin Braum.
Aura emanating from mid
Obviously,
lane.
Braum wants his
again,
passive
Annie will
procced,
be
and that's why
critical,
Braum is good with
to his
champs
team,
that
'cause
have
this is such a
auto-cancels,
snowbally
i.e.
champion. You know, if you
Savior
can get
W,
ahead,
Auto W,
you can definitely
Jinx has
have
attack
really
speed, that
high
helps,
impact roam.
Ezreal has a
Lucio
Q,
said he's definitely gonna be looking for
Varus has
those.
decent attack speed and can proc it.
Point and click spells are definitely powerful.
But
if you get
Jhin,
ahead.
he got no auto-cancel, and he needs to fucking like Lucian dash forwards, auto-auto. But Jhin, oh my god, Jhin and Kai'Sa and MF, not the best with Braum. Not really attack champs, but Contracts is doing 3 camps into enemy red.
Masu actually got a lot of
3
damage down
camps
on
into
Zeus as
enemy
he was
red.
trying to
Okay,
move
don't fuck
over
up the
to
smite
help.
now.
Inspired's going back for the steal.
Okay, he got it.
Get it. But they forced out the heal from the Braum there because Masu got so much damage on him as he was walking up through Tribrush.
Yep, every single game. Contracts on Nefiri.
Always.
Going for these
Okay, fixed.
invades. It does take away the red, but Inspired
Fixed.
can just recall and go up for top crab instead.
Not a bad idea to take camps away
after
from
the
Inspired
bottom
early.
side has been
I haven't
under
watched any
contention.
Inspired this year.
I did like how
But
Inspired
he
handled
is
that, though.
insanely
He
good at
just
full
backed
clearing,
off.
and he loves
he
full
charged
clearing.
up his passive so he could have
And he's
that
always-
full
Hey!
passive Q to try to go back and actually steal it. Of course, he didn't get it, but I thought he played that out pretty intelligently.
Number
you know,
of
buying time for
FlyQuest
Busio
has
to move
losses.
over and
First
give him that
loss,
support.
D9.
Yeah, and Contracts as well. You know, you use your second Q on the Fury for the execution damage as well. Always trying to combo.
Fudge
Yeah,
has
so
top push.
this is a FlyQuest that only has
Fudge
2
winning lane.
losses this
Good.
entire split. And while people are going to be looking at this as
A la Faker
very
TPing back.
favored
Good.
towards them, and I think rightfully so,
Wow, it's so fun to watch a playoffs of a region which you didn't watch the regular season in. Because I don't have any expectations. I know FlyQuest is better, but people probably think Shopify are dog shit maybe from the regular season, but I never saw it. I didn't witness it, so I'm all for it, bro. I'm hyped for them. Yo, get those invades going. 500 gold up. You love to see it. I'm not scarred by your past. I'm here for your present.
Because of the early recall that he took after finishing on bottom side, even though his red was stolen, he has combat advantage now with the extra
Inspired
long swords
literally
in
recalled from bot and said, "Now fuck that, your crux are mine." For taking my red, and it's gonna work.
To protect his red quadrant. We'll see about this Smite fight. Smite's coming back up shortly, and Inspired's was already there, so Contracts doesn't quite get that Krug.
Well, the beauty is, Pantheon started top, the Fury started...
Yep,
where the
Busio
fuck
helping
did the
out
Fury
Inspired
start?
there. They not only get the large Krug, but all the smaller ones as well.
He didn't clear her bot camps
in a
yet.
bit of a tough spot here against Fudge, using the early power of that Rumble to try to keep this Ornn down.
And something we haven't touched on yet is Whippo was actually playing Unsealed Spellbook.
Did she do Red Raptor's Grump invade?
On his stream. It did get some buffs. You know, once you actually get through, you know, all the rotations, the cooldown gets very low now. It's down to 1 minute and 30. Obviously, it takes quite some time in the game to be able to actually get through all those rotations. The first change
Whippo against the field versus
but it's a
Whippo
lot of
against
utility,
Fudge.
scales very, very well. And we have to touch in on this is
Fudge is his father.
Time. So the left stats are Whippo against the
The
field.
fuck?
The right stats are Whippo in his matchup against Fudge. Actually did way worse than expected, as Fudge was playing incredibly well.
Nice, save your flash. Good job, Pala Faker.
But you know, Fudge was such a big part of that series,
Good job, Pala
and
Faker.
he does have a nice little advantage for himself. 300 gold early on. You have to think that Fudge has to have a good game, you know, get that advantage for them to be able to really have a shot against FlyQuest in this series.
Yeah, a lot riding on this, as you can see in DeMonte tweeting as well. Big for Shopify here into playoffs for the organization. Really, really big stuff for him. Yeah, individually. He's talked about knowing these FlyQuest players really well.
FlyQuest swap top, help Pantheon get Krugs.
We'll see if,
Push and
if
swap
that can
back.
actually convert to a win this time around.
Are these Twitch chat messages?
This series, but I definitely like that you're highlighting the Fudge Whippo matchup because it was so impactful last time. Maybe we can see some of these old Ornn counter kills where you have the Ignite swapped over on Spellbook. Inspired's here.
Whippo starting off with the Ornn Horn.
Nice flash.
Fudge immediately flashes away, does not want to take any risk there. If you get hit by it, you're just going to take damage and still have to flash it away, even if you live, so you might as well spend it early.
I honestly think if you don't flash that, then you're going to get stunned by Inspired, you're going to get ignited, there's going to be so much follow-up damage. I think you're just
Here's where the Galio takes over.
So I think that was
Galio presses B, TP's back with Ruby Crystals, unkillable Demon King,
swapped over to from the
pushes mid, always ready to fight. Ornn pushes top, always ready to fight. Full tank, base damage, fucking kings.
Yes, you are weaker early without the grasp.
Ready to press their R buttons on anyone who is a criminal.
Here, and I think we're going to see Whippo, you know, likely just cycle through this pretty quickly.
You love to
just
see
get
it.
that Ignite on cooldown when he can, and start to just kind of move through those cooldowns as fast as he can.
And Inspired ganking for
07
Whippo
Lucas, that's a
on
good
a
reference.
Pantheon, as bottom lane does go for a little exchange.
Yeah, the Chains of Corruption from Masu finding a lot of damage here onto Seos, who again has to use the heal. Masu taking some pain of his own, though, as B-Boy
It's so annoying, isn't it? Galio's hovering when he's fighting. Pantheon, they don't know if he's 6 yet, but could be ulting.
It was actually quite huge.
So it's
and that was
paranoia-inducing playing against those champs.
From FlyQuest.
What the fuck?
Actually set records in the LTA with how quickly they dispatched Cloud9. So that, you know, avoidance of the death on top there, quite big for Fudge. But you know Inspired will come repeat, try and abuse that flashless Rumble.
And he's
I don't know, it got really bright, didn't it?
Okay, let's see what we can get.
Wow, it's really just right-click top day today, isn't it?
And Fudge is not looking too good. First blood.
First he tanks an Ornn ult, now he tanks a Pantheon ult. When's his team gonna help? Hello.
It's actually not rocket science. I mean, it is a Pantheon with ultimate, and you're like, well, there's one person with no flash here, Flowers. So got to be very careful, and they do
Contracts
convert
at
for
a
the kill.
payphone.
That is
You will
just
see.
textbook jungling right there.
No Drake,
Blow the
no
flash
grubs
on the
yet.
first visit.
There's probably swapping for grubs,
with
right?
the global. What will be the Shopify answer though? Because again, you invest a little bit, and Fudge or Whippo has gone for his recall.
Inspired
so
camps Whippo every game. Does he?
Grubs in the meantime. Looks like Contracts will at least get some of them.
Is he the CEO of top lane Inspired? Is that it?
At the very least here, but Inspired is going to be here.
First strike,
and always jump over the back of the pit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Inspired going to show up to try to contest this. Both bot lane duos also making their way towards this.
I like a fight here for Shopify Rebellion. Galio doesn't have many combos in his mana bar.
We often see with those bottom lane duos as Inspired takes that second grub, but now in a little bit of danger here as Shopify trying to make their move. Busio here on the front line, but does not have Unbreakable Will to try to survive. B-Boy under pressure as Masu's looking for some AD carry violence.
Poor
Meanwhile,
Fudge.
more problems for Fudge up there.
The 1-for-1 though.
As Quad is locked
Can anyone help him? Bro, someone help!
But it's
Bro, poor, he's just leaving top lane to fucking die.
Kill under the Rumble.
Yeah, 1-for-1 at the end of the day there, and that one hurts for Fudge. He didn't have the equalizer, so he couldn't really get involved.
Drop the replay and put a Rumble POV, and let me listen to the comms.
And we're able to knock him down. It is 2 grubs though. 4 Shopify, so they did grab a second grub towards the end of that fight.
Yeah,
not bad for Shopify Rebellion, not bad.
During the skirmish. Honestly, though, the focus of money might be an issue because Inspired, as we said, in the series versus Cloud9, was huge on this champ. He was the one to get both of these kills.
It's so criminal,
so
isn't it?
It's going to be an accelerated
Double
Pantheon.
Spectre's Cal.
And when you do have a global to
Neferi
be able to
ults
spread
in.
that pressure, it can mean very
and then
big
look
things
at
for
Rumble.
the mid-game. Here's how we look at it. Of course, on the top side of your screen,
I guess he's pulling 2
Fudge
people.
was very quickly isolated there, and Inspired
On
knew,
me, guys. Top side. Top side. No ults, top side. Guys.
Is where Shopify
Hello?
slightly came out ahead, getting their counter kill as well as the extra grub.
And honestly, it could have been even better for them. Palafox's Tibbers only connected onto the Galio. If he caught Inspired as well, maybe there's some sort of threat of a follow-up. I thought Masu played it quite well, though, actually just isolating B-Boy. When he opened up with the Jhin ult, Masu just kind of went over and started just fighting him 1v1, which he's always going to win, pushes the Jhin back, made it so B-Boy couldn't really follow up. Palafox had spent all his spells, so they were kind of just light on damage without the equalizer.
What do you do now, actually?
Palafox
There's
now
still a Drake
without
to
that
fight.
flash for a little while longer. You guys talked a lot about it, I think rightfully so, after we saw the way that the drafts ended up shaping up.
But those any items have to be absolute homeless central items. Like, what does these items do
and
against
I think
this?
so much of it is also then going to be making sure that
Zero.
that flash is always
Zero.
available for that purpose, right? If you're FlyQuest and you can manage
Absolute
to force the
vegan build.
anti-flash defensively,
Needs at
all
least
of a
2
sudden the
items.
team fight from Shopify just feels so much weaker.
I mean, I think it's a really good point. You can see that he has gone Lucidity boots, is going to be trying to play around that as much as he possibly can. A lot of MR already being purchased up here, though.
It's
gotta
okay,
be
just
able
drop the
to
Drake.
actually get towards that
Drop the Drake.
back line. You can see Kanan Crookern done for Bwipo. He rushes that first. We already have that Cowl done for Quad as well. So there's going to be a lot of MR on this front line. You've got to be able to find a way to get past them, but there's so much CC on these champs that it is going to be really difficult unless you're first to the spot.
gang, are you still here?
First Drake of the game taken by
SEA gang is probably
FlyQuest,
still here, yeah.
And that's going to be, honestly, a pretty late first Drake. 11
SEA gang
minutes
never
in.
leaves.
Not a lot of early focus onto the neutrals as Masu's in danger.
Oh yeah,
Contract's
bro,
jumping
dive
in
his
here.
ass. Why is
It's up to
Contract so
B-Boy to
scared?
hit the shots, but Masu
Fucking kill
gets out of
him,
the curtain
man.
call range just in
He has
time.
Neferi W to drop aggro and
he
flash to play it.
For now, Shopify doesn't look like there's going to be any transition on the map. So yeah, FlyQuest, they grab their dragon.
The fuck was
Masu
that?
with the cleanse
He's got a clips, man. Just
going
fuck
to
him up.
avoid his death in a mid lane, and the
Yes,
first
flash?
item
Yeah,
power
well, let's
spikes
get his
are
flash.
all just about coming in here.
I can see it.
So we'll have a pretty
SEA
big
gang, shut
scuffle around the next one.
In a nice way. In a nice way.
19,000 gold for both teams. Very, very close game state. The single dragon's not really going to make or break anything. The 2-to-1 advantage on the grubs. Again, similar story. Palafox in danger.
Why do they make it look so easy? Palaflox, you had a frame to flash there. That is reportable.
Easy peasy. 3 kills to 1 now. FlyQuest takes the feat of warfare.
That is
so
reportable.
I have to point out that there is a bit of an overlay bug at the moment. Palafox's flash, I'm in the game, and it is not actually up. So the indicator is showing it up.
Oh.
He could not have flashed that. It's
My
not
bad
actually,
then. My bad.
Up at the moment. But
Hey,
yeah,
I worked
nice
with the information
double,
that I have. Hey, the
long-range
information
ultimate
says yes,
usage there
flash
to
up.
actually kill the Annie, because FlyQuest are
relax.
correctly tracking that flash and know that
Why is this guy's name
had
Daniel
not
Radcliffe
quite
on
come
drugs?
back
What the
off
fuck
of
is that
cooldown,
name? Are you okay?
Which it is just about now.
And he is going to be very squishy, right? And it's not
So
like there's
FlyQuest
any
really
HP
went into
built
this
up
draft and said,
whatsoever. He is just on the malignance,
let's just
so,
gank whoever's
he's
in
gonna
orange
have
lane
that
and press
shorter
R
ulti
every time they
cooldown
walk
for
up,
the
and it's
Tibbers for these
working.
potential engages, and
3
clearly he's going
kills.
heavily towards CDR and trying to play
is
for
crazy.
that. But it does mean if you get caught, you are going to get blown up in a hurry.
And big credit to Inspired in usage
crazy.
of this Pantheon Ultimate. He has had really high value with all of his movement. This is one of the reasons we and everyone talks about Inspired so much with this team. He has been very good with his clear, despite the early invade from Shopify. And
What did Jhin just do? Change song after he W'd him?
Immediately as FlyQuest go for the engage. The
Talk to
bomb
me.
is a difficult target, but they got plenty of fire.
The base damage.
And they're all already.
It's the tank base damage.
Now Contract focused by Bwipo as the rest of FlyQuest reassembles after the equalizer had come down. Contracts and Fudge disengaging off to the right. FlyQuest won't find anything more.
You can't hurt them.
What they
you have one target.
Yeah,
it's Masu. That's it.
Fudge there on the side as well.
Criminal comp from FlyQuest.
Ghost here with the Unsealed Spellbook comes in, is able to put some pressure
Actual
on the
bullying.
Fudge. They already got that initial kill there onto Seos, and there just wasn't really much of a chance at actually continuing the fight afterwards. The equalizer was placed pretty well, but there was no CC to actually hold them in it. So FlyQuest just kind of wander out of that and are still sitting pretty and are going to be able to get the push down on bot side. Someone's going to have to get up towards top
tomorrow's
side and
series is a banger.
C9
TL.
FlyQuest have got to be quite happy, I think, with how the early stages have gone.
I'm feeling a Shopify Rebellion win. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Ludwig probably taught contracts and Mamumu full clears. I'm here for it.
Going to spawn in 30 seconds. I expect FlyQuest to have their eyes set on this. And then the question just becomes, do Shopify want to fight for it? Do you want to just try to trade a turret somewhere else on the map? How confident are they feeling when it seems like it's kind of difficult for them to find what they're looking for in these fights?
How do you win the game with Shopify Rebellion?
And I do really think
you
they
A,
are on
gank
a
the
bit of a
Ornn
timer
lane,
here.
B, gank
you
the
want
Galio
to be able
lane.
to actually get these kills
Or
on Masu,
C,
win
watch
team
Varus
fights
stand
before you
under his
get towards,
mid-tier one.
You know, the 3-4 item mark,
Like,
where
the
he starts
fuck?
to get these defensive items in, right? Like almost
How do
guaranteed. He's going Blade of Rune King. He's going
How do you
Range Blade.
attack
Those are gonna be the
anywhere?
first two. But if he gets to, you know, Wit's End and he gets to some of these like tanky items that are going to really make it difficult to actually burst him down, you know, with what we're assuming is going to be
Finn
a
is
locket and so on
fucking
coming
broke.
in, the Galio ulti shield and all these
Get that
things.
man an
I
item.
think it's just not going to be there as far as the damage you need to 100 to 0 him.
Well, that will be the challenge here for the Rebels, as it looks like FlyQuest is already ready to start up this Herald.
And Inspired there, even funneling an extra cannon wave into their Varus, into Masu's hands to further accelerate and feed as much
Why is he
money
going
as
on
you
hit
can
Varus?
into the AD carry.
I mean, the
This is
reason he's
something
going on hit
Inspired has
Varus, I
always
think,
done
is
on
because
all of the
these
teams
champs,
when
as
he's
much
back
as
on
it's
PC,
funny
did
and
so
they're
much
full
with
tank and they
Danny,
have base damage,
trying to
they
get
can't do
as much money
Baron.
for his
They
AD
can't
carry
do
as
Dragon. It's going
possible,
to take them
so
forever.
it's going to be a
So at
rotation
least
on
on hit
over to the
Varus
Herald,
gives them
easily
some
pick that one up.
objective force,
And
even
he
though
has the
Poke Varus
1,000
might be better into
gold
those champs.
individual lead, now even more than that in the jungle, and Ultimate will be ready to roll.
I think Poke Varus in this comp,
as well. See, as far
absolutely
as the flashes go,
zero damage for
Fudge is kind of the
thingies.
primary target again, since like you're talking about, that one was blown, and Fudge on the bottom side of the map does have to be very
like
careful
if I was
with
playing
his
FlyQuest
positioning.
comp,
No flash on the Rumble has been
I
a
would
primary
juggle
target.
tower
Dragon
shots
is
at 6
coming up
items
very
on our
shortly,
full
so
tanks and
everyone's
spam
gonna be
emotes.
looking.
That might just have
10
to happen.
seconds until that Drake spawns. Again, this is a very slow Drake game. The first one only being taken about 11.5 minutes into the game means that there's only that single Drake thus far, possessed by FlyQuest. They also have the Herald alongside
I mean, is Drake
the
just
Drake.
free?
They lost out on the grubs, so they need
What
one
is this
more
Jhin
neutral
going to do with
objective to claim
IE
that
against
feat,
this
claim the
Pantheon
empowered
Galio
boots.
or an
If
Alistar? He's going
Shopify
to
can
scratch
take
them?
this Drake, obviously they'll be able to stop that for now, but it's FlyQuest first on the scene again.
Oh no, I've seen these games before.
Try to contest. You can see Contracts is up on top side.
I've seen these
and
games
he's gonna be
before.
pushing
It's
that
like
top
I can
lane
tell
down.
you
You're trying to
exactly
at
what
least
they're
deny
saying.
a little bit of
Like,
farm.
I'll
It's gonna
give
be
you a
an
listen
easy
in. Do you want to
Drake
listen in?
there for FlyQuest. They're second of the game, so it's not like it's going to be.
Guys, can we fight the dragon? No, we can't. I need one more item. Okay, we'll give this one. Guys, can we fight the dragon? No, we can't. I need one more item. Okay, we'll give this one. Guys, can we fight the dragon? No, I need one more item. Okay, we'll give this one.
Throws up the Unbreakable, tries to tag Masu with a winner's bite.
That's the comms, bro. They're just going to give every dragon because they're going to keep stalling for items and then eventually just lose. I promise you, I've seen this 400 times.
Otacon this time around. Honestly, it's not a super high kill game, but pretty much every kill that's happened has been inspired.
Yeah, Inspired involved in all of them. A lot in tandem with some of the
Why
other
does my room get
ultimates.
so
you know,
bright?
Bwipo's
What the fuck is
Ornn
that?
provides a lot of setup value there. But honestly, it has been just really intelligent pathing from Inspired. Talking about dealing
Moist
with the early
Critical
invade,
is
keeping
depressed
up his farm,
watching
going
this.
for the counter invades, preying on people with no
Really?
flashes.
I thought it'd be the best day of his life.
Inspired ready to make the dive happen as Bwipo goes
It's
in
another
for the ulti,
Ornn
and they're gonna
Pantheon
combo
ult on the target in
Palafox
top
down
lane.
before he
It's
can
the
do
4th
a
time
damn
it's worked
thing
in a
about
row.
it. Now
Oh my
Quadrant
god, the
show up for
taunt.
two-man taunt.
Oh my
Lucius
god,
right
turn it
behind
off,
him.
turn it off, turn it off.
Just
Brahms rage
murdered
ulting, it's just
Shopify.
completely
CC
cooked.
is OP, Flowers,
Oh
and
my
they've
god.
got a lot of it.
Vivo is laughing, man. He knows
here
it's so
go
fucked.
for the tower dive, and instead of tracking like time CC'd for these people in their death timers,
Not CC'd.
yeah, exactly. Time,
Zero.
time not CC'd, probably very, very close to zero.
It's so
So
fucked.
FlyQuest get the tower afterwards, after the
Bounce House goes on fire in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, this time Palafox did have the flash, but I think he's saying, okay, Contrax is with me. I can survive the initial damage, then throw out my full combo and maybe live.
They can tank 400 tower shots. They don't care.
He just gets basically 100 to 0 in the CC there. Then Contrax is here trying to hold on.
What a
He pops
taunt
the
by
W, but
Quad.
look at the Quad. He just repositions
Beautiful.
with the move speed there from the teleport, able to get in on top, hold that taunt so long that he catches Contrax after he comes out of the immune, gets Fudge as well. Busio arrives, the whole team arrives, and they just wipe them off the map.
I love tanks.
I love the fact that FlyQuest brought everybody up there because Fudge's teleport.
FlyQuest are applying a logic that I've been saying on stream for years. Ruby Crystal clears double longsword any day on the right champ. Ruby Crystal is the most OP item in the game. If I go back to lane and he has a Ruby Crystal and I have a longsword or two, it's lost. Oh my god. How many tower shots can they tank? Challenge accepted. Block, block, block. With your fourth tank, you just block the Jhin shots.
Quad is getting some mega value taunts here. He is getting multiple people on every single tower dive that they go for. I was kind of hopeful, Flowers, when I saw Palafox sitting on the super blast cone. Those are some of the coolest plays in the game, but they were only 4v5, and Fudge didn't have teleport. So,
wait, the contrast changed on the replay.
Goes jumping in there.
Okay, Chad, maybe you're right. Maybe this is a trio. Something's telling me this series could be a stomp, and I don't want to give it away what it is, but I think it could be a stomp.
I just really like how FlyQuest actually plays it out. You know, Whippo is on the side with Inspired, chasing after the Fury. On the other side, Busio is just marking Palafox, so he can't spend his spells on anyone except the Alistar. He's just getting pushed back. That leaves Masu free-firing the entire time. We're back to live, but there's just no shot they can actually start up an Otacon here. I mean, it's desperation hours for Shopify, absolutely. They've got to look for some sort of a crazy pick.
This is
or
the most unlosable game I've ever seen in my entire life existence of watching League.
Anything happen.
And we kind of saw what you guys were talking about earlier in the last fight. That was Palafox making the engage on Masu, trying to get the kill on the Varus, and he got him to half HP. I think the clock has struck midnight here on the Shopify game plan, and there's just no way around it.
And you can tell why FlyQuest had the confidence to hard force that play.
Absolute
because
open
they've been
season.
so good at tracking all the summoner spells, which also should be very, very commonplace. But they're like, Fudge can't join. If there's no Rumble ultimate,
half of the Kenan Crooker with this
that was a good burst from Annie.
If there's no Rumble ultimate on Masu in addition to the Annie, if there's no Nefiri also ulting onto Masu in addition to the Annie,
if they wait for 40 spell rotations from Annie, they might get Whippo down 50%
The mere fact
health.
that they can count it out gives them a confidence. They just hard force the play, push on forward, and they collect so much more every time they do that they really just have Shopify in the stranglehold at the moment.
And I also really like that Quad is actually going Riftmaker second here. I think it's quite strong on Galio. And when you are playing with a team comp that clearly Masu has to be prioritized.
Why the
he
fuck
has to be
is
killed,
Fear X Enjoyer
you're going to get
here?
ignored, so you can deal
What
a
are
little
you
bit more
writing?
damage. You don't have to be a pure tank or anything like that on
Bro,
the
it's
Galio. If people are trying
LTA.
to run past you and ignore you, and you
What
have
is
that
that guy
Riftmaker,
saying?
you have some reasonable damage to punish some of these squishy characters.
4.7 thousand gold lead for FlyQuest, just about 22
tomorrow's
minutes
LTA
into
will
the
bang.
game. The next Drake has spawned. Objective bounties are active for Shopify. Contracts is down here, but it's just way too risky to try to start anything up.
And Bwipo has actually hit all 6 swaps on the spellbook, so now he's going to have that minute and 30 extra summoner.
Wait, if Shopify loses, they're not out
yet.
yet.
Swapping through, so for a lot of these fights, he'll have a heal, he'll have exhaust.
Go to the lower bracket.
Something that is going to be really useful for his team.
And Shopify now are in full
Probably
defense
Dignitas,
mode,
right?
Because they are
Who's
so
the other one that's down there?
out-itemized
There's
at the
C9,
moment,
Team Liquid,
with all these members of
FlyQuest,
FlyQuest
100
having
Thieves,
multiple
Dignitas,
item
and
power spikes. They cannot fight something as little as a Dragon number 3.
Shop
You
Harbin.
have to give over soul
Disguised.
points and just pray and hope that you can get a better angle. For
Disguised
the
good?
actual Dragon Soul fight, or some sort of pick off in a side lane, which also your chances aren't
Can
great.
you fight over something little like an Otacon here?
Maybe you boys. We got Otacon starting up, and Shopify's got to try to make their approach. They don't just want to give it away, but FlyQuest is already done as Busio looks to engage with the flash headbutt pulled over the wall. A nice chains of corruption to follow it up. B-Boy's already in danger as the Grand Starfall is about to seal his fate. Masu trying to get away from Palafox off the side as B-Boy also barely survives.
This is fucking bullying.
On the run as Bwipo
Challenge,
takes down
get a kill,
and
impossible.
The fight's not done. The re-engage as FlyQuest FlyQuest continues looking for more kills.
The
Quad
Shopify need to put the fries in the bag. Like, what is this?
All things considered, only 2 dead on Shopify is better than it looked at the start, but Contracts now has to fully retreat as well. FlyQuest, they'll take the Otacon, they'll take the kills, they'll take the turret, they'll take it all.
Disguise is out.
Yeah, they get that bottom lane tier 2. They are 7K ahead now. They take the Otacon, and FlyQuest says, let's just fight. Even with Palafox getting onto Masu again here, they don't have the juice to do it by themselves. They need the full team onto him, and they can't make it happen.
The draft diff,
everyone dives into the
player
backline. This
diff,
engage was beautiful
aura
for
gap,
Busio. The chains of
it's a
corruption
right-click diff,
and here's now Palafox,
micro diff,
full combo onto
macro
Masu.
diff.
No one else is there with him, though,
They
so
are
even
just
though he gets him
fucking
low,
intergalactically
arrives,
gapped
hits the ulti,
everywhere.
flashes over the wall, and is able to finish
It
him
is
off.
not
While
fair.
Masu has a battle to the death against Tibbers, which he's able to take down as well.
Yeah, life stealing off the Tibbers. Whippo had a good combo there.
FlyQuest are saving trees and also saving my sleep time. Quick trio, baby.
We're looking like an
My
NFL
goats.
team just running through Shopify.
I'll be in bed by midnight.
Towers. Quad is starting the fight on Fudge.
Okay, Fudge calling in some backup from
Hey,
Palafox.
hey, you don't have to start
Again,
ending now,
it's
guys.
two
Hello.
mages against a tanky Galio.
What?
It's not looking so great. They get him
Oh,
low,
he's
but
outie.
they can't quite kill him off. The
Not outie.
equalizer finally burns him down.
Ooh, that's an
Palafox
any.
getting the kill credit on that one, as now Masu might be in a little bit of danger
Guys,
as
are
well.
you okay?
A nice
What?
shot
You want me to
from
fucking
Bevoy
die of
to
exhaustion?
make it a
Hello?
positive trade for Shopify Rebellion. Now Palafox in a little bit of danger, but inspired to the 1v3, trying to escape, or at least take
1K
Seos
to the
with them,
Fury.
but it ain't gonna happen. FlyQuest have lost 3, and Shopify
Does
once
FlyQuest do this a
more.
lot, where they just
Contracts
randomly start
jumps in
inting?
as Busio barely survives the Unbreakable Will. It's only 2 very tanky tanks on the side of FlyQuest left, but the guns aren't really firing anymore.
Sounds like a very
Busio
FlyQuest
looking
thing to
buy
do.
a little bit of time as Seos might
Brown
just fall
shielded
with
the
Whippo,
wrong way
who's
for the
trying to
Ornult.
combo him down with
Ornult
the
was coming
OCC.
this
The
way. He
Brittle's gonna
shielded
be enough with that
sideways.
last little burp. Whippo goes
Us.
godlike, but he's the only man still standing in FlyQuest
Whippo.
colors. Contracts trying to chase him down and complete what'll be
Quad's
a
gonna
delayed
TP.
ace for the side of Shopify as Whippo about to fall here. Quad gonna arrive with the teleport, but he's arriving in a
Eat those fruits!
Whippo's still barely alive. The shutdown over to Bevoy as Quad shows up nearby.
Wait, they're only
but not
3K
close
up.
enough. Everybody on FlyQuest just died.
What, did FlyQuest just say no? No bedtime?
Kill will have a long
Listen, I got energy for 5
here.
games, but
Maybe
if you want to
Shopify
go
can
5,
try
I'll go
and chain
5.
together comeback plays.
I'll go
That is
7.
always your hope. When you get 1 kill desynced from the other ones, they want to try and force a pick. The problem is, Whippo had swapped over to the teleport, so he'll have that ready once he does revive. And the timer is actually going to tick down fairly quickly as we go
It's a volume
into
increase.
the replay.
I mean, this just felt like a little bit of overconfidence. You can see the redemption came in from Whippo to try to keep Quad alive. And then Masu's just standing and fighting against both the solo laners here by himself, you know, without anyone around to actually protect him. And when Masu dies to this Jin W, all of a sudden, Inspired stuck on the side. You don't really have any damage left. And it's just some overconfidence, a little bit fast and loose there from FlyQuest.
Yeah. They have to be a little bit careful about the
24-hour
goals that they
stream.
give over, because now it's
My
getting
guy,
more
this might have to be a
competitive.
subathon.
As far as this dream fight we've been talking about for Shopify, the Dragon Soul, now they actually, you know, will have some power, some items behind their fight. A couple of extra ones now being completed and coming in for the Shopify.
But it's Soul for FlyQuest,
Tier
right?
flowers.
Surely they can't win a fight
it
against
was an overcommitment from FlyQuest. They did overplay their hand, and you can say, yeah, they still definitely
He's
have a
got
lead.
that
They're
dog
definitely
in
still in
him,
control.
18,
But the
5,
goalie got cut in
19.
half. Right? It was a little bit over 5,000, now barely over 2.5, and Contracts just on the dog, man. There's a reason he plays this champ every time he gets the opportunity to. Now he's got to jump back
Jin
out
has
of Baron Pit.
LDR,
The
and he
Dragon
almost has
Soul
Void
for
Stick.
FlyQuest
They have
spawns
Bloodletter's
in
Curse
20
and
seconds. Kimtech Soul,
Leander
not
is
usually
double.
one that people are
Surely they'll do
big
damage
get
to
a
these
hold of,
tanks,
generally
right?
considered lower value than others, but it's still a big power spike. It's still going to give you a decided and market
Surely
advantage
with all this
in the following
penetration,
fights.
they'll be able
And
to get
Shopify
through
are
the
gonna have
magic
to
resistant
think
armor,
if
right?
they want to allow FlyQuest to have this.
Especially when you see how hard it is already. Like, look how long it took them to take down Whippo, right? You're just going to be even more durable, more difficult to actually knock down. I do like that Whippo actually went Redemption 3rd, you know, just an additional support item to help keep Masu alive. You already have the Locket in there.
Redemption
and the
Orn,
more defensive items are going to be
respect.
starting to come through here for Masu, which is going to make things very, very
Guys,
difficult.
they're on the dragon. Hello.
Looks like Shopify want to try to get down here. Whippo's up on top side still, but it's going to be very difficult for them to get in.
Okay, FlyQuest, they started to aggro the Drake, but now they're going to leave it. They don't want to split their attention. Inspired now going to restart the objective, pull that one out of the
Guys,
pit a little bit.
one more item?
And you've got
Yeah, we'll wait
everybody
one more
else
item.
on
We'll fight the
FlyQuest
next one.
playing defense for now. Quad keeping an eye on this banana brush, making sure nobody from Shopify can approach. And it looks like the Rebels are going to call this one. The Dragon not worth the fight at this point in time. So it's Chemtech Soul over the side of FlyQuest.
All right, given over. They don't want to walk through these dangerous jungle corridors into this CC heavy FlyQuest setup
the
here.
next item we got him.
FlyQuest opt to give
The
over
next
the power
item
in
we got him.
exchange to hopefully get a better setup
I
for their team
swear.
fight, hoping that the position
What are
will
we
actually
covering
make
tomorrow?
up for the
Tomorrow we got
difference.
KT
You can see
Fearex,
Ghost and
Koi
Exhaust
versus
now ready
KC,
for Bwipo, so it's
and
double Spellbook summoners
Team
ready
Liquid
to
versus
go.
Cloud9.
And
Ooh,
the Terminus is
that
done,
one's
which
gonna
is
go
be
crazy.
some armor and Amara that's going to be stacking up for Masu, and he has a Ruby Crystal in inventory, so I
Hate
think he's going
watching
Jack Show
KT,
next. And I
then
feel
being
like
in between the
that
Battle of
really
Spain
is
and
where
France,
the
and then
contract ends.
C9TL.
You're probably never going to be able to 100-0 him if he does get that with everything else coming through.
Well, I do want to
It's
point
another
out
banger
a lot
day.
of Shred too.
It's another great day for League of
invested
Legends.
on the Shopify side. So Bloodletter's Curse got buffed, which is quite nice for
I think
Rumble shredding. Also for
Shopify
Andy.
has a chance
You have
to win
your
this
Void
game,
Staff now completed,
unironically.
Your Lord Dominic's was completed for the Jin.
A
So
small chance,
the hope
but
is there for Shopify to try and get through some of these tanks.
All right, Bwipo's leading the charge, and Seos is the target. Continues disengaging here on the Braum, though, as the rest of Shopify has to scramble. Inspired, looking for an opportunity as Busio using his heel there on the Alistar, goes in for the engage, and
Oh my god, it's literally a trampoline!
Swing! Inspired
What?
roaring through the fight over the top.
Oh my god, they're
and
5
it's
for
over
0.
before it even begins.
What the
Shopify
fuck?
is aced in a matter of just 3 or 4 seconds.
What the
a
fuck?
fight from FlyQuest.
That's it?
The
The
explosive
game ends like that?
engage comes through and they give him no
Jesus.
shot whatsoever.
That
in
engage
one.
was
They
mental.
stomp the end of this game here emphatically.
That was a crazy
in
good
favor
engage.
of FlyQuest. Clean ace.
Right when it
Wow.
was looking like Shopify
That was
might
clean.
still have one last chance,
That was good.
one more opportunity to maybe dig in and look for a comeback. FlyQuest absolutely
Yo, me next.
slashes those
Wait, what
hopes
the-
to pieces. 19
Guys,
to 6.
one
They're
more
gonna
item,
slam
I
game
promise.
one and
One
start
more
this
item.
series off with a win.
One more item. You had
Okay,
that.
it is a best of 5. We're gonna go at least a couple more rounds.
I think Shopify can... Bro, you gotta keep your composure. You lose your composure, you lose the series. You only give up when you stop trying.
Some things for game number 2. I think they were in a pretty difficult spot from the go there with their draft only having limited engage options, but enough from us. Let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break it all down.
Welcome back to the lounge. Battle where Beefcake versus Burst. I feel like Beefcake won.
Yeah, certainly did.
Beefcake.
I was like, I remember this draft, and it ended up being one champion off of a draft Gen G ran against T1 in game 2, but we have some champions.
We're gonna add to the board.
Bro, this smoke emote is dumb.
I drew an Ornn. There we go.
Oh,
Brad, you did some art too.
Okay, I did Galio. You can rate which one's prettier, okay? I'm going to throw this in there. It's a mid-lane
that's a
Galio.
crazy good drawing of Galio, not gonna lie.
Yeah, but it's a Galio mid.
All right.
So maybe it fits, maybe it doesn't. It's
That
going
is
to be
a good
tight
drawing
one.
from
I
Rez.
vote for Emily's
Galio man.
Beautiful.
What the fuck? Galio man goes
Anyway,
crazy hard.
We have some comms from the final fight in that game. Let's take a listen.
Playing provision?
Just take mid, yeah.
We're just taking red, okay?
Yeah, take lane. I can say mid. Rumble here.
Yo, I want to go in. I'm going in.
Yeah.
Biggie.
I'm fighting the Fury. Yeah, you fight Caedrel.
They're all popped out.
I'm fighting the Fury. Yeah, you fight her alone.
Choke Theory?
Destruction theory.
True.
Don't have to pull Nash. You can just click.
Choke Theory.
As pretty as that was, like, they
What
just
is
don't
choke
take
theory?
damage.
No.
And this game
Let me have a look.
was over
Choke
before it was
theory.
over. Like, technically, at this game state right now,
Another
I'm at
theory of
21 minutes.
choking
It's
favored
9
by
kills to 1.
behavioral
It's only a
economists.
4,000 gold lead, but
Degrading
follow me here,
performance is
Tangus. I need
elicited
you to
by
do some
excessive.
math.
Whoa! What?
Whippo's magic
What?
resist after getting poked
What?
by Annie and his Jack Show stacks up is 312 MR, which means he takes 76% reduced damage from magic. Annie was who was matching him in the side lane. So Annie's Q at this stage in the game does 374.
Yep.
The W does 413. And the upfront damage of Timbers is 401.
I should read more about this so I can avoid it in the future. Hold on,
Now
chat.
reduce that by 76%.
Ooh. It would. That's 285.14 for a full combo from Annie.
285?
Yeah.
So he has 380 health and an overshield from Kanik of 573. So how many combos would it take to kill?
Interesting. Ooh, what do we got on the table? Yo, zoom in on the food. What we got?
We
got strawberry.
Annie has a little bit of magic
We got
pen, so maybe,
pineapple.
like, let's call
We
it
got
an even
granola.
dozen.
We got little forks. Oh my god, we got
And once
melon.
they had that-
Hey, we're at a
that-
picnic.
Those items on
Yo,
the tank,
show me
there was
the
no way
food.
the burst was ever cutting through.
Yeah,
Show me the
that
food.
was disgusting, and it
Where's
wasn't
their food?
just the
Hey,
Ornn. I mean, like, they
where's
were
their
all
food?
beefy, right?
Go to the table. It's empty, isn't
it? Was
it? No food.
disgusting, but there's
No
one
food?
thing we are all forgetting, all right? Every one of us is forgetting.
They're
this
starving
one
over
very
there.
fact.
They're just fucking
Cameraman,
eating right in front
follow
of them.
me.
Okay.
And it's just
We're going on a journey.
Yes, and we don't have to start this. This is before the game, by the way. First amongst all top laners. First, KDA, damage
No
penalty,
win,
goal
no food.
difference, all these things, CSD, and there's one
True, that's
thing
the
we
loss for
must
Tones
add.
away as
I'm
well. Wait
sorry.
till they get to the
He has
boot
a
camp next week.
handsome Ornn.
No win, no food. Bonk.
And it's bonking, all right? He's bonking Shopify Rebellion.
Bonk.
And he's going to be bonking
Bonk,
anybody that
bonk,
even disagrees with him. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Wait,
This man is too
breaking
damn
news.
My
Today
goodness.
we're announcing
Okay,
the departure of
that was probably as
Abadage.
planned for them. They're feeling really
He's
confident.
out of
They're carb loaded
disguise.
with some fruit in between games. And as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Abadage is out.
I will drive. I can literally lumble tap, not TP, guys. You
They
can
ulted us.
Daniel.
Yeah, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine.
I like
They don't have a tower.
I like
Don't flash my Fury, but has W. Slowing her with 2. Nice.
And he CC'd forever.
He was really bad, really.
Okay, I'm looking. Ivy. I'm tanking, okay? You can go in. I'll keep tanking. Don't worry. I'm tanking still. I'm tanking still. I have 2 more shots and then I'm done, okay? One more shot, I'm done.
I need block. I'm gonna
Good comms, Whippo. Good comms. Great comms. Yeah. 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 Ludwig's not watching. Good. Hopefully he keeps not watching, because if he starts watching this, if this is his team and he's watching, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough.
Set, go.
Someone distract him with something. Tell him Amumu got buffs or something. Make him try and search it up for like an hour until the games are over.
47%. Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80%. Winner! The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
10% to 20% in 20 minutes. No, 10% to 90%. 10% to 100% in 20 minutes or what? Is Ludwig your co-worker? He is. Me and him. What can I say? We are just co-workers. It feels like there are 3 good NA teams. Yo, Don Fresa, thank you for the 1500 biddies. Much love. There's 3 good NA teams. What are they? TL, T9, and FlyQuest? That's it. I thought 100 Thieves was kind of good. What happened? They fell off or what? 100 Thieves fall off? Bro, I swear I'm getting... My room's like a flashbang. Look at it. Why? What was the Shopify roster last split when they had that guy who played like psycho shit mid lane? That was when Shopify was peaking. Bro, this guy says, bro, Caedrel, I'm so happy you're streaming LTA. His name is Poo1269PP. Please explain to the court how you got that name on Twitch and why you decided those letters and words. Why not tell us why the fuck that's your name? I would love to hear the backstory of how you came up with your name. That sounds like a great name. You know, it's just... When I see that name, I think of like Worlds quarterfinals. Oh, I see. PP was taken. That makes sense. I can imagine Worlds quarterfinals where it's like TSM, poo PP, 69, 1, 2, 3, a double kill, on to bang. You know, it just... Like... What is your jungler's name? Like XX Lone Wolf 42069XX as well? Like, what the... That sounds like such a fucking goated team. We all had cringe names back on the Xbox or PS4 or whatever the fuck it was, or the PS3, whatever it was back in the days. We all had cringe-ass fucking names on COD and shit like that. You were there, I was there. You were like fucking... You were Prestige 10 or some shit with your icon. You were flaming... Wait, I accidentally banned him, but there's also a guy called PP Goo Goo Gaga Poo Poo Man. Bro. My stream broken? Hello? What the fuck? They just went offline. What? Haha. I'm on YouTube, suckers. I'm the main broadcast on Twitch now. Hello everyone and welcome back to the LTA North, where FlyQuest won the first game up against Shopify Rebellion. We're going to be getting into the game 2 very shortly, but before that, we've got a small segment called Why the fuck is this guy's name PP Poo Poo 1269420?
The biggest part about playoffs that fuels me is international qualification. I think playing internationally is so fun, and it's a big way for me to improve. Knowing that we have to win the split to make MSI, it really fuels me to go all the way.
As an experienced Worlds competitor myself, I couldn't agree more.
Most would be our series against TL, our final series in Spring Split. Not any moment in particular, but just throughout this that series. After the
best feeling in the world, lifting that trophy.
Think about why we couldn't win and kind of like where my shortcomings were coming from, and I think that really helped me to be more calculated for the future, realize what I need to improve on, how I need to improve on it, and kind of how to become a more complete player.
What fuels you? What fuels me? That actually.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2 here in FlyQuest versus Shopify. Now, game number 1, it might have started off a little bit slow, but man, once FlyQuest got rolling,
not gonna lie.
They were pretty unstoppable. They did have the one blunder down there in bottom lane, but then afterwards they follow it up with a 3-second 100-0 team fight and redeemed themselves pretty handedly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, FlyQuest looking very, very good.
Already in game 2.
Shopify had some good moments. I think the invade
Boot up the draft.
Contracts was nice. But something I was talking about with Kobe in between the games was,
call Whippo,
I just feel
please?
like
Yeah, let me try and see if he answers
you
on
want to make
WhatsApp.
sure that your team has agency and that you're drafting
what do you want about?
for some of that
Bro, he's on
agency.
fucking
And I feel
stage.
like it was very tough to have Palafox basically be your only real engage, right? It's so easy for them to mark that, and you're allowing FlyQuest then to choose when and where you fight throughout the entire game. FlyQuest could basically engage on anyone because they're all squishy except for
Chat, I have a pitch, okay? And I want you to hear my pitch and see what you think about it.
So I want to see
okay?
From Shopify drafting more forms of engage, being able to give them the agency to punish
I
FlyQuest
think
if they actually make a mistake.
this is the future of League of Legends drafts. Ready? First ban from Shopify, Nico. FlyQuest, Yone. Shopify, Gwen. FlyQuest, second ban. Bye. Shopify Rebellion. Third ban. That is just the future of League drafting. Cassiopeia. FlyQuest. Third ban. The problem is the awkward silence when they take forever to ban. No, you just have to bear with it. You just have to bear with it. Final ban. Renekton. Shopify Rebellion. First pick, blue side. Azir.
Join that ban list in game 2. It made
that is the future of drafting.
In game number 1, but Quad obviously getting targeted by that a lot. We have not seen
future of
New York or anything like that from Whippo getting banned out just yet, but that has
Alright, Azir first
a lot
pick.
of attention. And as we get further and further,
what have you got me, FlyQuest?
I do think that's going to become more and more of a possibility. So I'm excited to see
Gaze is open.
where Whippo takes us.
Palia's open.
Going to the Azir first and foremost here for
Are they gonna do Skarner on 2-3? Are they gonna do it?
From their side when they were playing
no,
on the red side,
no
so
Nidalee, no Nidalee.
To take that. But
pick the Xin Pick the Xin now. Pick the Xin now. Pick it.
Practically a pair.
Or are they banning Renekton to play Ambessa?
And I really
first
like
LTA
the
pick Ahri.
Taliyah side of it. Of course,
nice
Pantheon and
Xin
Vi are both banned, one because Fearless and one because the actual bans, and those point-and-click setups.
Now go Skarner Chase,
like,
then go Sion.
With the champ,
do it, Skarner
very
Chase, Sion,
with
do it.
Any other fighting AD jungle anyway, and Taliyah does, scale very nicely and give you those options for controlling the map.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you can obviously get a lot of that setup from
Caedrel,
support.
that would be
NA
Jace.
Jungle 2v2 pairing, but Leona and Nautilus
is that,
and
like
all
a
these
gotcha
types of
moment?
champions can work really, really well alongside it.
What is that buzzing? It's my window. I know, it's annoying as fuck.
Meanwhile, this is kind of like a self-counter, really, because a lot of people actually like playing Conqueror Xin Zhao into Skarner. But Contracts is clearly picking for the team to have really big frontline and have really big CC for Shopify. They have 100% opted to, okay, this time we are going to go straightforward team fight. We are going straightforward team fight, front to back, so
Kaisa.
There you go.
And Ezreal as well, right? It's like we are scaling, we are playing for 5v5. One thing I will say is I feel like Shopify is at their best when Contracts is being aggressive and is being able to actually create action, because I feel like he is the guy that does it, right? Like he is the guy that starts fights, he is the guy that innovates, he is the guy that makes things happen. It's really hard to do that on Skarner, that's a slow pick already, and in a losing jungle matchup. So we'll see, can they actually just kind of stay even and make things happen later on? Senna would be pretty exciting. We are going to get Senna, so I think it's going to be Senna AD carry for Masu. Since the patch changes, a lot more souls do drop actually from the minions that you're killing, and we have been starting to see Senna show up more and more. There are some clear weaknesses. You have like no wave clear, but your poke and your prod is so powerful, and you're able to actually assist your teammates cross map for all-ins and 1v1s. They're on red side, so Bwipo could go 5th pick, counter pick, and get some sort of advantageous matchup that Senna could really help out with there. And it is just so strong in these extended fights in 5v5s. We're getting multiple Qs out, healing your team, and really making things difficult.
I can't find the
and
ting.
You're going to be infinite
I can't find the ting.
With souls now. So he's going.
I heard you like scaling.
He's going to have some options there.
Is such a big Renekton player or what?
Game where FlyQuest will have more options as far as like long-range ultis and global control with a Taliyah as well.
That's
as
like a piece of tape.
With the Senna ultimate.
I'm behind, am I?
Talk about some of the other potential setup champions here, like Leona, like Nautilus. Nautilus is going to get banned out, and interestingly enough, they're actually going to ban the Olaf, which feels pretty targeted towards Bwipo there up in the top lane. I'm trying to think what matchup Fudge would really be looking for to actually ban that away. Is pretty surprising. Leona feels like the obvious pick here. Leona or Rel, you need to have some sort of engage. You need to have some of that CC to actually pair with the Taliyah. And it feels like they're going to go here with the Rel.
I would think that the Olaf
Twitch stream is
ban
up. Yeah, we're there.
It works really well whenever you have some sort of
Senna Rel.
Senna AD carry kind of does that also.
Senna Rel.
And if you have Olaf
Alistar's out.
Basically gets to run through
they
Skarners.
Is he a big range support player, this guy?
Yeah, exactly. Not for the Skarner.
They can play Ezreal Leona, it's
really
fine.
Can't do anything to that champ. And if you're planning on doing a standard front-to-back 5-on-5, then you're probably going to have some more tanks
spamming
as well.
Kayle in solo queue.
It is something that Bwipo plays a fair bit. You know, if you're watching him in solo queue, he'll play it on stream. He does like.
All right, what's your blind top Fudge? Is it Gnar? Is it
but it's just interesting. You know, is it just compositional, or was there something that they're planning on actually locking here for Fudge that would be answered very easily by this? So that's what I'm curious to actually find out right here.
Are we still awake?
Yeah,
League of Legends fuels
draft,
me.
there's really no questions.
Ooh, Yorick blind. Bwipo, cook it.
That you have specifically said before,
now.
Yorick is a champion that you pick for certain
Cook that Yorick.
So,
what you got?
I mean, I don't think Bwipo is an Aurelia player, but Aurelia is legitimately unplayable. Like, you summon your ghouls, and they all just get instantly one-shot and stack or passive. Another matchup that I think he would play is something like the Sion. Sion is quite good. Mordekaiser, you can actually ult them, and the Maiden does go into the ult, but the ghouls do not, so that's one of the interactions
I'm going to run ads.
Like.
If you're going to run ads, you can
Cage
check on
also
Twitch
does
Prime. You
not
have some
follow
channel
you
if you want
into
to.
it,
Back for the game
so if
starts
he goes in the cage and he gets the ghouls on
I'll
you,
see you
ult
in a
him,
sec.
The Maiden will follow,
Guys,
but the rest will not.
Mods, Gambas
there
up.
are some specific matchups like this.
All right, let's
I
get
don't
it.
think this is one of the like
Mordekaiser
or anything like that, but it is a good matchup.
Mordekaiser into Yorick, that sounds pretty good actually.
Player, so I think he wasn't as worried about that, and maybe Bwipo.
But if you fall behind, that sounds kind of horrible.
But things like Sion can be really powerful.
That sounds kind of horrible if you fall
full
behind.
HP stacking from the Soul Furnace off of the ghouls. So I am very surprised to see a Yorick blind. I do wonder is Fudge partially playing towards Fearless by doing this and saying, you know what, I'm going to pick it.
You want to know something even more funny? You know how I said FlyQuest had a Genji comp last game? Now,
on a York. It's going to be
Shopify Rebellion have a
interesting
Genji
how
comp.
that develops. But that being said, you are down a game, so even though you got York off the table, if you lose this one, you
there's
have to
a
reverse
trend
sweep.
with Genji that when they first pick
Fearless and how
Azir,
teams can play around it for strategies
on
like what you're
2-3 they will
discussing.
always
But
pick
you are
Skarner.
right. You only get
Always.
3
They will,
shots,
if you check
so
Azir,
we'll see how
Azir
it
games for
pays off
Genji,
here
they will
for the
always play
side of
Azir Skarner.
Shopify, locking in that blind Yorick.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really
Check
interesting.
any
to
Chovy
actually
Azir
see
games
how it
in the
goes.
last, like, 4 weeks. Every single one of them has a Skarner.
Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. For everybody else, it's time for Shopify to try and fight
Why?
back here.
Because what will happen is Azir will dash in, ult the person, and then Skarner will eat them into the Azir wall.
To take fights if they want now that they have some more solid engage with contracts on the Skarner.
The interaction is very focused around ganking mid, basically. Because it gives Skarner a wall to pin through the enemy mid.
Best of 3 up. They did take that game previously in the best of 3. This split versus FlyQuest. See if they can do another one.
Maybe you'll see the combo.
All right, reminder, we have swapped sides on this one. FlyQuest now playing from the red side after Shopify lost on there that last time.
Oh, it's working.
FlyQuest with an early little bit of a low-risk invade here, just stepping inside the enemy jungle, placing the ward down at the red to just keep an eye on contracts,
yeah,
see
but,
what he's doing here early. They'll also ward his blue, so they're going to know, no matter what,
never know.
exactly where that Scorpion is and where he's going.
People really highly
but if
prioritize
you
tracking
close
contracts
your
versus
eyes.
Shopify, rightly so. So very, very deep vision. Both buffs covered, Flowers. You know where the Scorpion's going to be, not only just for the start, but for the full clear first time around. And when you have full vision of the first clear, you're going to presume the second clear as well. Skarner is a champion that consistently got the damage reduced. And so you really are about team fights and about making picks for your team.
And you see Bwipo gave Inspired a pretty heavy leash here to try to accelerate him, try to get him ahead. Even got, you know, the multiple autos in for the passive. This is going to mean he's going to lose the shove, but you're probably going to lose the shove against York early on anyway. This matchup is very
Is that the 400,000 euro fucking, what is it called?
The
The Mordekaiser skin?
Constantly poking and prodding. But Mordekaiser has a pretty easy gameplay pattern to kind of answer the ghouls, where you basically are charging up your W passive, you sit back, he hits you with the ghouls, you pop your W, you kill off the ghouls, and you kind of just do it like that.
They upgraded it, right, to make it look better.
The 100-0 all-ins
it
once
looks
he
a lot
has
better,
his
right?
ultimate.
Over time,
so York kind of
in the game.
to chunk down the Mord to
Does Mordekaiser Q kill the
You
rats?
can't go for that type of fight. And see, here it is. He levels the W, and you're just going to do that over and over and over. And so it becomes a bit of a fight of just kind of how many of those E's can you hit. You got to hit them non-stop if you really want to pressure them.
Just a little bit of
all I want from Shopify Rebellion is one mid gank where the Skarner pinces the enemy mid into the wall on and off. I just need that in my life one time.
To make sure that they have that priority. And I like the fact that you mentioned Inspired getting the heavy leash from Bwipo. I think a lot of the times these days the standard is just no leash whatsoever. But I like the fact that you're also doing it against Contracts, who you know loves to do this jungle invade at level 3 type stuff. Get Inspired started early so he's in a better spot to deal with that.
And especially in this matchup, because Xin Zhao just gets to run Skarner.
Are you watching in
off the
1080p?
map.
Yeah, I think I am, right?
So it's going to give huge priority there. And it's kind
I
of
don't
a
think
synergy like we saw in the first game. Bwipo was setting up Inspired a whole bunch. He was playing Ornn for Inspired's Pantheon. You know,
Driver played Shyvana top into Yorick.
Ganks for him.
Shyvana top.
Consistently, these two players have really had a symbiotic relationship playing for each other.
We had some new ones added to the list after that last game, but look at this, 48 different champions
48 unique picks. Is that in spring?
By this team in
Wait, they're
Fearless.
second place.
They really have been so flexible, and that's why I've been so excited to see them best of 5.
Ooh, nice little gank here from Contracts.
You have the W?
Slam into the wall on Bwipo. Now the follow-up with a cage. Bwipo
not bad. Top no flash.
Away or faced certain
Ooh, is enemy bot
Nicely
dove?
Are
they diving? Are they doven? Are they dived?
Bwipo low on HP. He's going to need to teleport back.
They're trying to dive.
FlyQuest is making
CEOs
their move on the
might
other
be
side
one
of the map
shot.
at the same time. Seo's the first target as
He is
Busio
one
starts
shot.
it off. Clean.
Wow, what an easy dive from FlyQuest. What the fuck?
Dive from Fly.
Quad just right-clicked bot and it was a kill.
Them first, then Busio easily able to get his CC while tanking the tower and just walking out of danger there. It seems so calm and collected from FlyQuest every time they make these early game decisions, kind of executing with precision. Nicely done from them. The cross map there and Quad being able to roam down from mid lane on the Taliyah, the extra person does make a lot.
What happens if you get hiccups while you're
Really
casting?
does. I mean,
You tell yourself you're not a fish and it will go away.
Dive, right? There was no danger for them whatsoever.
Why was this bot play so easy?
Again, Busio positions on the left of the tower to be able to get the Shattering Strike, and then W away from the tower. So he picks up the range. He walks out to max range
Actually,
here.
insanely well played by
From the
Bussin.
center. They hit the seismic shove. Everything connects guaranteed. Busio tanks up maximum tower shots
And
there.
Yamato,
That
what
is
did he
just
say?
perfectly executed by FlyQuest, and a really nice counterplay to the good gank on top side.
How much are you being paid to stream? I'm not being paid to stream,
Masu and
Micah.
Busio shoved back here in the bottom lane for the time being. I do want to see, specifically for Shopify, if they can make good on that.
I always
gank
like
on
watching
Whippo,
the playoffs
maybe
in
do a
major regions
repeat
before
visit,
international,
find
so
an
I know what the fuck I'm
opportunity to
talking
really cash
about.
in on that.
Yeah, and that would be great, but even just the buys were pretty beneficial because Fudge got to farm up a lot more. Even though he's not up in CS, he had a lot more CS when he went back to base, so he got a full Sheen buy, whereas Whippo only got the Amp Tome. And Fudge has really been leveling up throughout this split. Early on in the week, he was struggling. Early on in the split, he was struggling. These last couple weeks, though, he has been fantastic, including a great series against against Whippo himself. So it'll be nice to see how he does on this. This is his first ever York game in pro play. And he's busting it out against the York guy himself.
Oof, yeah.
Yep.
I think Whippo...
Having no flash on Mordekaiser, wait a second.
Nice try, you know, nice try. I'll give him that. Nice try.
Some easy
the counter gank from Contracts
so maybe
could
they
work,
will
but...
get a reset up there and continue on in the pressure. The only problem is, if you go and gank a Mordekaiser post
Good
level
reaction
6,
from Masu.
Guess what?
Chad, has Masu been frying
really
this year or not?
2v1. He is definitely going to be able to have the ultimate, and so does make those opportunities to try and punish flashes fairly small.
Wait, who's the best player on FlyQuest then?
You really have to bring
Inspired
a
or
lot
what?
to actually punish it. Again, something with the overlay, the flash is about 50% cooldown on Whippo.
Holy
it's
fuck,
not
Mordekaiser
actually
don't
back
like
up
those
now.
reds.
Again, these things are showing back a little bit too early.
All right, FlyQuest starting up the first Drake here, but are going to be forced off. His contract shows up. Nice slam into the wall there on Quad. Palafox is ready to follow, and the Taliyah is in danger, but Quad gets away. Shopify
Quad
don't
played
finish
that well.
the job. Now Inspired and Busio are coming in to help, and Masu's right over
Bussin,
the
you
wall.
got a stun for me?
Tries to throw in a little bit of extra help to root up the Skarner, but it ain't gonna
Wait,
matter
they're gonna get out or what?
Is ready to lead the charge.
Yes,
Busio
Flash.
crashes
What
down
the
to
fuck?
escape.
They're out?
FlyQuest get everybody away. Shopify
Criminal.
are barely missing out on
Criminal.
these kills, and it's tragic to see it.
And why did Palafox hold on to the ult? Just use it on Quad and kill him for free right off the bat, and instead
He can't. Quad has flash. Quad has flash. He can't.
The CC expires.
That's
Quad
why
gets
Quad played
away.
it so well.
Maybe
He doesn't
was
flash.
just
If
worried
Quad
about him
flashes,
and being able to react to it with
Palafox flash
but I feel
ults.
like he could just go in and spend the ulti right off the bat, like right there.
But you're
and probably
right. I
just
think
kill him.
if he ults, he at least gets Quad
Contract
flash.
set it up so nicely with the Skarner, and it's not easy
I think
to
he
do
should ult.
versus a Taliyah. He gets right
So then
over
at least
there,
they get his flash
drives
instantly.
in time, and look at these margins of health that they just barely don't get kills out. Busio as well gets chunked down. It would have been like one more
That is
missed
sad
shot
for
after
Shopify
this
Rebel.
one to be able to take him down, but FlyQuest, they get every person out alive.
And Azael, I know you talk about this a lot, but League of Legends is a game where small things turn into much larger
I really want to
things
see this
over
top matchup.
time. Maybe the extra little bit of damage that you needed right there.
Can
is the
Mordekaiser
difference
proxy
between
chat? I'm
now
just
and
asking
next
for a
time
friend.
You almost get a kill. It could be a kill, and it turns into something that really snowballs out of control, and it all leads back to why didn't we get that last little bit of damage?
I mean, it's so tough when you lose
You
a fight
can?
like that,
Oh,
where it
good to
is,
know, good to know.
one hit of damage. Then you go to the next fight, and now you're down an Amptone, where you're down a longsword, and they live with that much again. And now all of a sudden you're down
God, the
1,000
Mordekaiser
gold,
Q
now you
sound
can't
is so
have those
satisfying.
close fights anymore, and that is definitely one of the difficulties of
bonker.
League of Legends. So you got to really be able to execute when it counts. Shopify here on the Grubs. Looks like it won't be contested. It is just pings over towards that Dragon. So FlyQuest looking like they want to eventually trade the Dragon, but for now, Inspired's just chilling and farming his jungle, not too concerned.
Yep, Grubs over to Shopify is a nice little bit of a bonus for them here. Contracts already has that first one. Should be able to grab this second before anybody from FlyQuest would even be able to show up. Remember last time around we did end up
3
getting
Grubs
a pretty
not
big
bad
fight
with
around
Yorick.
the Grub
And
pit.
Azir as
But it
well,
looks
good
like
side
in this
laner.
one, FlyQuest will just
Azir,
let it
good
go.
side laner.
And especially when you are playing Yorick, who really wants to live in a side lane. Getting Grubs is actually so nice to help you accelerate the game, to be able to put pressure on that tower. But Fudge, for him, the difficulty has really
They're
been
crossing
his
to
mana
Drake
is actually
to
sending
fight
him
them.
back to base more often than not. And
I
Whippo
think they
is
can
just
get there in time,
really
you know. They also have a
able to
really good
withstand
position on
that pressure
Azir.
that he's putting on.
We have to point out that both
Quad has no
Masu and
flash,
Quad
it's
do not
bugged.
have flashes here, and the Skarner
The
is
HUD
ready
is bugged.
to punish.
Okay,
They have no
FlyQuest
flashes
have the
on
Dragon
their
started,
carries.
but it's only at
Palafox
half
can
HP.
carry
Sail
so
tries
hard
to
here.
engage now as Contracts finds a nice two-man ulti through
Ooh,
Chaparral from
that
the
was
top.
kinda
Ain't gonna
mid.
do enough. Contracts very low. Quad
They got the
even
kill, though.
lower. Both of them fall. As
That
Zeus
road
has
was
to
really
retreat.
underwhelming.
Palafox fighting off Busio, but he's forced out to the right of the fight.
What the fuck? They lost a fight where carries had no flashes and they have flashes here.
Inspired chases him away.
What?
It's Seos and Contracts dropping on the side of Shopify in trade for only quad on FlyQuest.
That's a fucking dirt road, man. Show the replay. They should have owned them there.
Now top lane back and forth goes the Bwipo and Fudge battle. The Maiden might just fall, and if Yorick loses the Maiden, it's actually pretty crucial setback to not have that power. Barely keeps it alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really long cooldown. Fudge actually probably needs the base to just keep it alive.
Mic'd up.
We should go left side. We should go left side. Ezreal no shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to fight. Look, Skarner. Skarner. I will fight Skarner to death.
Skarner no flash.
Neither of us
going Leona. We're going
Keep
Leona.
fighting, keep fighting.
Leona's dead. Leona's dead.
Yeah, I'm fine. Can I go back to Drake?
Yeah, Azir, yeah.
The comps are just so clean. As
One
soon
for one.
as they see
Wait, he's ulted, he's
Azir
ulted, he's
coming,
ulted.
they're like, let's go left side, let's go left side.
That's ulti.
Q flash.
You've immediately got Bwipo going in for
Wait,
Fudge
Bwipo's
here. He's
frying
still
him.
stuck in the death
Oh,
round
he
for
missed
now,
his
but he
Q.
doesn't have the damage in time.
Oh
Contract
no,
showed
Bwipo.
up, and
Bwipo.
Fudge plays it to the limit, survives
The
long enough
Q
for
went
backup
wide.
to arrive.
That last Q didn't hit. I don't know if it would have been enough, but it would have been damn close onto Fudge. Contracts
Inspired's
gets
gonna
there
get baited
first,
here by going
and
in.
that was
Leona's
a
top.
lot spent by Bwipo.
He might
Uses
get
the ult,
Dovin.
uses the flash, and now they can maybe try to pull off a dive here in this 3v1.
Inspired's not going to allow it to happen. He is going Krug farming.
Okay, kind of chill.
Calling for the cross map. You can see the rotation from mid here from Masu as well as Busio to try and get some money off this tower. And maybe, even though the ward was seen, the minions get some vision there.
Shopify Rebellion and one to the grubs. Man, I think Shopify can easily win this game. Yorick is safe on side lane. They have 3 grubs, they have Talia, they have Azir, Skarner, Ezreal, sorry. They have good scaling, they have good wave clear, they have good side lanes. This game could be good. They got the formulas, man.
Chase after him here. Goes for the
They just need to not fucking
in.
in.
Pretty low. You can see the ghouls don't follow you into that ulti.
That is harder than it sounds.
This
Not
last
gonna lie.
Q would have been enough. I think it would have. I think it actually would have.
Yeah,
He was down to
100%
about
it would
100
have
HP. He would have had him there. That was really,
100%.
really close, but good sidestep from Fudge and great response from Contracts to come and peel.
Yeah, good stuff there. I mean, Fudge talked about how he got a lot of extra confidence in these last couple of weeks. And that is a critical play that you need to have happen to keep the hope here alive for Shopify, because the way that game number 1 went and the way that this
I've seen them lose easier games, really.
away from them,
What's the one
some
thing about
area to be able to
Shopify that's
rely on
cringe?
for
Are they
pressure
like
later
bad?
on.
Do they throw?
So we'll see
Are they
if
always
Fudge
behind
can
early and they
be
just make
that
comebacks?
lane of pressure.
Or Fevi 9
York
for the
from ahead
raid.
is a completely different champion as York from behind. If you
Palafox
lose
is
that
mid.
fight, you lose your ult, you have no pressure on the map for a couple minutes, and you're down in gold to where you can't actually win the 1v1. If he gets an early Triforce, they can pressure.
Stun into the wall. Skarner ulted.
Onto Bwipo here yet again. The Yorick cage
Bwipo. Senna ult. Oh my god, Senna ult in his W. Wait, they're TPing with his ear. He has ult up in 5 seconds on Mordekaiser. It's sad. No, his ult is like 3 seconds away.
Sets it up for Palafox to knock it down. Shopify have tied up the
Palafaker
game,
gets a
and
kill,
they're
chat,
about to
and he's gonna
knock
get a
down
top tier
the
1.
first turret. They're doing a ton of damage to the thing with Yorick and the Maiden together as Busio and Masu
Shopify is
kind
kinda
of pressure
smurfing.
Bvoy away from the tier 1 mid, but it's first turret over to Shopify Rebellion.
This is huge. Fudge can just TP bot and actually be
Yep,
able to cover
it's
that
good.
tower as
It's
well because Palafox
good.
TP
It's really
top.
good.
So he's going to be down here looking to cover. He has the early Triforce. He has a Null Magic Mantle as well. Going to be feeling so good, and I just love that they're committing to this sort of
when
game
Palafox
plan. If you're gonna
steps
try
up,
for York,
Shopify
you need
Rebellion
to play
are
to York.
real.
It is not a team fighter. You have to win your 1v1 and be
Well,
able to
he's
play
stepping
through
up this
sides.
game a bit
and
at least.
Shopify are just sending everything
130
at Bwipo
CS,
to put him
30
down.
minutes,
It
top tier
definitely is
1,
a good
kill,
look. Shopify
300
being
gold up.
proactive this game. They know they cannot sit back and let FlyQuest determine all of the early plays, so they do force some of their own.
I do like Yorick. I do like that champ.
Fudge chasing after Quad here, catches him in the cage at the very
He has
end.
phase
Quad
rush,
does
no?
not have a lot of mana to fight with. Fudge continues
The rats.
looking for a little
The
bit more
rats.
damage. Oh, to do it, yes! And Quad
Oh
even
my god,
flashes
it's so
at
won
his
this game
death.
for Shopify.
Huge moves from Fudge.
Fudge has become the hero of Shopify.
This game is so won for Shopify.
How the tables have turned, and that was after the flash. They got the kill plus the flash off of Quad. Contrast has been so proactive on this Skarner, and now they have
Quad is
an area
completely
they
out
can
of this
play
game.
to. Fudge cashing in on those turret
They have
plays.
no you can't play to a side if your sides are losing.
And Quad was looking like he didn't know how Yorick worked there because
Don't
when you
get
get
your
hit by
hopes
the
up.
E,
My hopes
flashing
are
does
up.
Nothing. The ghouls are gonna come. The ghouls are gonna jump, and so he flashes. The ghouls just jump after him and finish off the kill anyway. And when you have the Maiden out, you know every minion that's dying is another ghoul. Every Q on an enemy champion is another ghoul here. So with this late flash, he was just never getting away. Barely gets
The ghouls
caged
are
in
gonna
here,
come.
Gets tagged by the Q.
Lila.
And after this last E, one
They're
more
coming.
Q last E, you can't flash at this point. You have to flash the E or you're dead. The Q hits, you flash, the ghouls are jumping. You see that one spawning, it's always going to follow.
Fudge has been really good with all of these cage placements too. His earlier ones onto Blippo.
Yeah, the fans love that shit. Bro, that guy's face in the bottom right, he looked like he saw a ghost.
That one very offensive. Now B-Boy should be just fine. Ezreal in mid lane. Very difficult to engage on, but FlyQuest are refocusing on the Dragons, trying to get one for themselves.
Look at top lane though. Azir's just going to go for the tier 2 to try to pressure this. I think this is actually really smart. They already have a gold lead. You want to play through sides, just play to extend this. It's only the second dragon. Honestly, who cares? If you can try to continue extending that gold lead, it would be massive. And now everyone's going to have to go respond to Palafox, which means Fudge is going to have an opportunity to push through bot. And then they're going to have this kind of tempo on the map where everyone's committing. We'll see if they can get him with Talia though.
Yeah, Whippo immediately going in after Palafox here. The Sun Disc summoned up to try to protect the Emperor.
Wait, that was a crazy flash by Palafaker.
Palafox still staying
Wait, hold. 1v5? What the fuck? How is that fair? This is the problem I have with these teams.
Fudge continuing to put in work on the split push. The tier 2 turret is already
okay,
halfway down.
3v3. Nice ult.
A nice two-man pull. Blippo is down, but Contracts
it's a 3v4 actually, because Fudge can't TP. Like, okay, this is what I don't like. The Azir is getting 5 men, but they're collapsing instead of just pushing with 3 grubs. They have Herald and 3 grubs, and they're 5 men in top. You know what could have happened? They could have taken mid tier 1 into bot. They could have completely opened the whole map. But instead, they see champion and they right-click top, and they're like, ooh, I'm coming to help. It's just completely in. They could be 2k gold up right now.
This Yorick is going to be a problem.
Look at this.
The split push,
they finish Herald, they could just click mid right now, all of them. Click mid.
For the fight with Whippo under his own tower. He did invest
Everyone click mid, let him die.
To try and get closer and do that one.
Pushing the wave, going here, Herald mid tier 2, whatever it is. They would be owning the map.
Nice
but instead they rock up to like fight.
We can win. Focus card and we'll win.
Holy fuck, Ona is locked in.
So that was comps for the second half of it once the counter kill came in, and that one did end up being another kill over. Traded towards the very end, but we are in a really, really scrappy one here. FlyQuest kind of clawing back some extra gold in these, and they still have those dragons to rely on, so quite dangerous yet.
So, it's about a 1,000 gold lead for Shopify.
Shopify wins this.
But it's about a 2,000 individual gold lead for Fudge, which means the rest of the team is 1,000 gold behind.
Factor.
That means that if there's any fight that Fudge is not in, Shopify have to be very, very careful about it. And I say this specifically because your advantage is on this split push character. He generally doesn't want to be grouped up with everybody else. So I want to see how well can Shopify navigate this win condition.
Yeah, and you can see Masu is getting quite strong. He has 48 souls, so not really a quick pace for the souls, but does have the early Shiv. He's going towards an IE second. The Shiv is just to try to alleviate some of the wave clear issues that the AD carry Senna does have.
I hope, but
and then
it's
when
not
you get
worth
that
heralding.
IE,
Don't
really
herald
to
it.
ramp up, but they are just
don't herald it, whatever you do.
Whippo here, they want to knock down these tier 2s.
Guys, stop rotating into Yorick's lane. Let him play by himself. Just fucking herald here and push here. Let Yorick play solo.
All right, Shopify.
I hate that shit when top's winning.
Herald in the inventory, going to go ahead summon.
Everyone's going to his lane. Leave him alone.
As Quad rides in
go the other side.
Nice use of the seismic shove to find B-Boy, who immediately has to pop his barrier, trying to stay healthy enough as the pressure continues from Shopify Rebellion. Herald about to slam into the tier 1 turret with plenty of void grubbies. Contracts swinging a miss there.
Oh my god, it's Aram.
Guys, Shopify is going no further.
Yeah, he was thinking there was going to
be
an
Shopify, lock in.
Life after popping out of the Rift Herald, so he's kind of pre-planning
that here is bleeding minions.
They don't actually catch anybody, but again, they're whittling away at these towers. They have not actually dropped on the tier 2s on the sides or the mid 1, but very close to a lot of extra standing gold going over their way as Whippo does get a little bit
aggressive. Oh my god, there's like 2 ways Shopify could have won this game already.
Fudge, but man, that shovel hurts. Whippo losing half HP from a big ol' smack upside the head.
Sights pretty realistic. You ever been hit by a shovel?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, there you go.
Have you ever, look at Mordekaiser's giant mace. That thing definitely looks like that hurts.
Okay, that thing's going to hurt.
Advertising the skin. W casters.
That could hit you in the head.
Drake up in 50 seconds.
As FlyQuest are still trying to defend here as their Tier 1 finally succumbs to the pressure from Shopify Rebellion, who will go back to slightly more than a 1,000 gold lead.
Oh, it's unreal. They could have had top tier 2, mid tier 1, bot tier 2 by now. They only got mid tier 1. And then for this Drake, they would be like 3k gold up.
For FlyQuest.
I mean, that is the other side of when you overload one side of the
Still
map.
one,
right?
still one
saying,
game
okay,
though.
We're going to send 4 here. We're going to keep attacking Bwipo, and we're going to keep trying to get Fudge ahead. Well, you're going to be dropping minions. You're going to be dropping camps to be able to make that happen. So FlyQuest are just playing efficiently, playing on 3 lanes. They will be slowly but surely closing that gap. And they don't need to be able to kill Fudge in a 1v1. They just need to stop him from progressing the game. So that really is the goal
for the
here
Drake?
for Bwipo. Just hold strong at a tower, try to defend those tier 2s. Don't allow him to get so strong that he can just show up to a 5v5 and actually be effective.
Yeah, and if they can do that, then they can continue to stack dragons. And
why are we taking the hat off? We're not. Look what's underneath.
To you and try and put a stop to
it's not coming off.
See if they can actually, you know,
he
hold
fucked
out
my shit up, man.
The mid bridge though,
we need to
because
grow
this
out.
dragon
He
looks
fucked
like
my shit up big time.
In the favor of FlyQuest.
Now we're gonna stop asking about the fucking hat. We're gonna let it grow out, and then we're gonna lock in. Okay?
Otacon has spawned, which has triggered a special Uber Eats offer that you can check out in chat or the Twitch extension if you're getting a little hungry for something other than turret plates like this. Yorick has been serving up all game
he just
long.
hashtag added, right?
There.
Holy
Shopify
fuck.
have control of the area, and Contracts is going to immediately start it up while Fudge is pressuring on the other side of the map. The other 4 players on Shopify Rebellion are going after the Otacon, and there's a teleport into the top side river from FlyQuest, so Quad is nowhere nearby.
Wow.
Now you can see FlyQuest
it's a
starting to move down
Shopify
there.
Rebellion
Quad has the
mass
Weaver's
hack
Wall
class.
to potentially try to make an entrance, but Shopify already got what they came for.
Seemed like it was a really good call, or Fudge backed off really, really quickly. So then, you know, the teleport up towards the middle of the map, they actually can just turn towards this tower and get something back for themselves. But the Flower Adaptive Force picked up and bits of experience there for Shopify will be nice. Yeah, it's not like
I want a Lost Ratone's hat.
Get up 30
Lost
petals
Ratone's
on the ground afterwards, but it's still quite nice. Plus
right,
the little on-kill effect that you
FlyQuest are all moving towards topside. This could be a straight-up brawl.
All right, Shopify starting
surely
off
Fudge wins that, right?
He's
losing it.
CEO
is dead as well. Or is he inspired? 1 HP. Contract flash ult doesn't work. Pala Faker. Pala Faker. Pala Faker. Pala Faker. Holy fuck. I told you Shopify would win this series. No one believed me. No one believed me. First time co-streaming LTA all year long. Didn't watch a single game. I knew Shopify would win this series. Just locked in like that. Last time I saw Palafox Contracts, they took out G2. Why can't they take out FlyQuest too?
Some of the standing gold on the map. Palafox immediately trying to cash in on the tier 2 tower on top side.
Ridiculous.
Look at the
I'm surprised Yorick loses this hard to Mordekaiser.
Is going to have a critical flash. There's a
that is criminal.
Brush,
that is criminal that he loses that hard.
He gets a little bit of an extra bump there, and Palafox says, you know what? We're not letting Inspired get away. He goes in right after it. Masu even flashed as he goes down. So the fact that Shopify are able to win the rotation
oh yeah, because Wifey ain't in the realm.
Even though FlyQuest did
she
get
locked
their
out
kill on the Yorick and they take down Fudge, the reinforcements from Shopify gain so much more. This is a huge, huge swing in the game.
It is, and I mean, you saw how much they're having to actually.
You've been working out there?
Oh man.
So the game 1, the Genji comp won, which was the Oran Galio Pantheon comp. Game 2, the Genji comp's winning, the Azir Skarner comp. So game 3, we need another Genji comp. What's another Genji comp? Smolder, Talia.
Where you can be like, yeah, we got a lead, but nobody really cares.
Victor.
We're talking about 3,500 gold ahead now. This
Nidalee
is the
top
real
Z jungle,
deal for
something like that.
Shopify Rebellion. Look at the individual gold trackers on the scoreboard right now. It's a whole ocean of Shopify leads.
Yeah, because they got all the kill money, and then they also got the tier 2 on
I'm
top
here
side,
for the Shopify 3-1. Guys, I will stay up all night with you. I'm here for it, man. I really am.
Bunch of gold going into the Shopify coffers here. The war
I'm here for the Shopify Rebellion 3-2. I'll pop a subathon if I have to.
I will say one small thing that did look nice for FlyQuest in the last fight is Bwipo looked like he had the 1v1, and that is kind of the power of Conquer later on in the game, the power of being able to eliminate
what
the
can he
ghouls
build
from
on
that
Yorick
fight
to
in the
beat this
ulti.
fucking
Quad
Mordekaiser
did
in his
have to
ult?
come to actually finish him off. But Whippo was doing
I
pretty
love it
well.
how I've
Whippo right now
inspired the
is
chat.
on 2
I will bake
completed
a
items,
pizza
so,
then. Bro,
the
stick that thing
actual
in.
item power in inventory is
Put the
just
timer
about
in chat,
even.
and chat
So
will
Whippo
remind
could
you when it's
actually
on. You don't
shut
even need
down
a fucking
Fudge in
stop
side
clock.
lane
The
to
chat
find a
will
way to
keep the
get a
timer.
solo
Don't
kill.
worry.
That is definitely a way to get some pressure back in their favor, because if Yorick has the team fight, especially if Yorick has the team fight without the Maiden, even if you have a gold lead, your actual effective combat power is a lot lower than what the Mordekaiser is going to be.
Shovel's
Serpent's
heavy, but it
Fang.
ain't that heavy. Whippo's still going to be a problem.
I was thinking something more magic resistance.
Side of Mordekaiser mace.
The hammer versus the shovel.
The mace may be bigger, but if you can't swing it, you know.
Chat 20-minute timer.
More
Okay?
matters than
Pizza.
just size.
Pizza 20 minutes. Time it.
Yeah. You got to be able to handle the thing. Exactly. We're in there.
Yorick has a lot of shovel experience.
he's been digging those graves for a long
Time
time.
it.
Okay, but was the first mace a shovel?
10:40 pizza.
What?
Where did the idea of even using a mace in the first place
It was
come
probably a stick with a rock on the
I
end of
think
it.
shovel came first.
I don't know.
What came first, the stick or the shovel? True.
Bonking each other on the head before they were digging holes. Priorities, man.
Good question.
Which invention came first? Actually, probably war, so probably the mace.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's like the most foundational thing. Anyway, Shopify are starting up the Baron. That's a pretty foundational thing to close
I have
out a
blessed
game
you
in
with
League of
this game
Legends, but
free
they are
win.
not
Do
going to
not
stick
start
around the
Baron.
area, as FlyQuest have already
You will get
expressed their
strawberries and
interest in
melon
making
off this game.
stop. Seo's immediate engage.
Big engage from CEOS. Remember his name.
Before the rest of the fight can even bother starting. Contracts putting a little bit more pressure here on the quad as Inspired looks for his angle in the fight.
Guys, no. Palafaker, any roads? Any roads, Palafaker? You've been ulted. But you win that, no? Just fucking murder him. Oh! He almost lost. Fudge Factor with the rats. Boom, one. Another one. Get the Q off, heal. Oh no, help! Oh my god, Shopify, you're butchering this game so hard. It's still gonna be a winning game, but you're butchering this shit. Oh, that's a snipe. That's almost a snipe. Busio, why do you run down instead of left or right, you rat?
Taken, even though they don't have their jungler, they don't have their smite. Palafox can kill this thing fairly quickly, and that is another dub for Shopify.
Look at the beginning. What the fuck are you on about? This chat's completely fried. No cleanse on Senna, no flash on Senna.
So it's not like he could actually have reactively flashed anything. He gets locked down very well by Seos and Contracts. Great CC chain. They eliminate Masu, and then they're just going to force the fight.
Let me see the Ezreal in this fight. Let me see the Ezreal in this fight. Watch Ezreal. We're gonna watch Ezreal. Q miss. W Q. Q miss. W miss. Oh, it hits Inspired. E. W auto. Q. Nice. Walks backwards. Walks forwards. Q miss. Oof, that Ezreal might be almost fluent in English. That Ezreal might be fluent in English.
What a battle cry, full of confidence.
I love it, man. All right, so we've got the Shopify war.
Oh no, they're doing the we don't know how to end strat. They keep right-clicking Baron.
Maybe the end was, yeah.
Guys, we don't have to do Baron. I promise you we can win the game without doing Baron. I swear to God. Oh no, mama. They're gonna throw.
Quickly to join up with the rest of the squad. Now Fudge doesn't have his teleport, but he is up there in the top lane, right about at the halfway point. Busio goes forward, looks for that shattering strike, but cannot find a target with it.
Oh my god, maybe that Ezreal doesn't speak much English. What the fuck? What is that damage?
Still gotta try to escape. Contracts looking for Masu. 200 HP left
Bonk.
on the Senna, and Fudge buries him 6 feet deep. Shopify Rebellion have already found their first target, and they want to make it a 2-for-1 special.
I told you it's a Shopify win.
And FlyQuest are hurting as Shopify go after the Baron.
Wow, 3-item Ezreal hurts a lot.
Yeah,
I wonder if it was going to shit talk me more if I play bad, but today we had nothing to lose. He already called me the worst player in the league, so what am I scared of? Why does this look like I'm playing like some kind of 2D platformer and I just encountered a new quest?
What am I so scared of?
What the
This was him
fuck?
talking about his mindset.
Can we do a writing back?
He wanted to play with confidence. He's saying, you know, he can't do
The
anything
fuck is
worse
that
than me. He already
graphic?
trash talked me. Who cares? Let's
What's
get
my
in there.
reward?
Let's play some League.
Accept.
He's showing up big in
Decline.
the second game. And Shopify now are looking like they are fully in control. 7,000 gold lead here. They are very close to tying this one up.
All right, Contract's leading the charge. Quad
nice try.
Flash away from the Impale
And
as
we're throwing the game.
crashes down for a magnet
And
storm,
we're throwing
and
the game.
Contracts drops. Quad goes on a
And
killing
we're
spree
throwing the
again.
game.
Dives
Go
towards
back,
this
go back.
Taliyah are not working out for Shopify, but they still have a 7,000 gold lead despite being forced back for now.
That was just super nicely played by Quad because he throws down the seismic shove. Contracts has the
Why do
correct
people
reaction, which
keep
is
asking
to ult
about
so
the
that
hat?
you still can channel it and still get the grab, but then he flashes that, and
My head's cold.
having that
That's
extra
why.
mobility there is the big determining factor. So for now, they put a stop to the Shopify push, but Flowers,
Senna has some pretty good items.
That stop is going to
She
last
is
very
3
long.
levels down though and has 89
They still
souls
have
at
that
30
burn,
minutes.
They are right back out onto the map.
89
They have
souls at 30
super,
minutes.
Super deep vision.
What?
And they can just push FlyQuest around.
What?
Yeah, look at B-Void, 4-0-9 on the Ezreal. You talk about a 3-item Ezreal hurt, and he has been a part of all but 2 of their kills, has not fallen a single time so far this game. Really just an awesome performance from the Shopify AD carry in this one.
And as much as a lot of the game has been about Fudge and the pressure that he's putting on and all of the focus up there that Shopify was putting on, that bought time for B-Boy and for Palafox. And now, you know, it's not just B-Boy. Palafox has his death cap done. He's on 3.5 items. Both these guys are working towards 4. They are going to be very difficult for FlyQuest to actually deal with here, and FlyQuest is going to have to try to problem solve.
B-Boy's always been pretty good, hasn't he?
Really find a winning fight. You know,
He's
they're
playing
not
well.
super under pressure just yet because it will just be Soul Point, not actually Soul itself. That Shopify could grab here in a minute, but you know that is going to be the big question mark.
And this is one of the really fun things that people love about watching Shopify games. They can punch up at the best teams in the LTA.
Oh, Inspired Fashion.
Okay, immediately going in for the Weaver's Wall. Inspired wants to charge in, but he's already almost dead. Contract only gets one with a ball.
No, you're lying. You're lying.
Found their first kill, and it's the enemy mid laner. Fudge can't join
You're
the fight
lying.
in time. So FlyQuest again are going to stop the Shopify war machine.
FlyQuest, you are walking criminals, buddy. You're going to jail.
Huge seismic sub there from Quad. He's
You're
able to
not getting
snipe
away with
Palafox,
this. You're not winning this game, buddy. Nope.
Use the flash.
But you can
use
see
the
that FlyQuest are planning their fights,
does
but
put a stop to
Shopify
the
Rebellion
four
are just
now,
clicking
and
around the
every
map.
time you put a stop to when it gets
FlyQuest
bare and
obviously said,
pushes,
I'm going to flash Nokaz
does
here, just
open
make
up
sure
the
you combo in
question,
quad.
How far do you
Whereas
have to
Shopify
go
are
in
like,
the comeback
dee
here
dee dee,
to
dee
fully
dee dee,
neutralize?
dee dee,
The
and then it's clicking
Baron
towers.
power play
Guys,
is
lock in.
actually negative in gold value because of these constant outplays here. A lot of them from Quad.
Absolutely.
Aglan, how the fuck are you still here, Aglan? Aglan, you were flaming DK versus... You were flaming DK in the DK HLE series 12 hours ago.
They've kept all the inhibitor
12 hours
alive.
later, you're
Death
here
Cap's
for
in there
LTA
for
writing
Quad. Quad
XCDs.
actually has a pretty big
What the
individual
fuck?
gold lead himself now. He's on 4 items. And slowly but surely, Senna is scaling up. 99 souls now. The range is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Obviously, if you have the IEs, you're well over 100% crit. You're
Have
getting
you
a
been
ton
here the
of
whole time?
Spell Vamp there, Omni Vamp, Lifesteal coming through with that passive. And they do have some real threats on their team as well. So Shopify has got to be careful. You know, when you are playing these split push style champs, it does
Bro,
open
he's
up
been here for the last
to get
16
engaged on
hours.
without your whole team there.
You're a degenerate.
Important to note
I'm sorry.
also, as
I'm
we're
streaming
keeping track
16
of these
hours. I'm a
items and these
degenerate.
power
You're
spikes,
watching 16
Zonia's
hours.
Hourglass
You're
now
also
fully
a degenerate.
completed for Bwipo. He did have the arm guard unbroken. The game hasn't really been about him for the past 5 or 10 minutes, so it's not like he had to use that arm guard actively. Never even got to destroy the thing before it became the Hourglass. But now having that in every single fight could open up some serious outplay opportunity for him. We already talked about it a little bit earlier, but it's not like he's out of the game just because Fudge has been ahead the entire time. Bwipo still has an opportunity to really make a huge impact with a meaningful ult in one of these fights.
It's absolutely true. And one of the things I know when I was playing a lot of Mordekaiser and watching some of these really good one tricks is sometimes late in the game, you know, when you're playing Mordekaiser, you think, okay, I want to ultimately
Surely Yorick beats Mordekaiser on side now, regardless of the wifey getting taken out.
Team, and just to take them out of the fight,
He's so
to use it as
strong.
A CC. If B-Boy is the only problem, or if Palafox is the only problem,
I guess you have to
you start
ult
losing, you just sit there and
on
Zonia's when the
Mordekaiser
team wins
as the
4v4,
rats
it
come
can
out,
actually
right?
be really effective even when you are behind.
Yeah, I guess
this is gonna be the
fight where
meanest
he
thing
ulted
someone said to me
Palafox
all
and
day.
then
I
lost
thought my
also to
speakers were
Palafox,
broken,
that's
but I
not
just had your
ideal
stream open and a tab
situation
somewhere
that you're
lost.
envisioning, right?
That's
You're
the
hoping that you
what the
can
fuck?
win,
Well, you're telling me
you can't win,
you
you're
just
hoping that you don't die. But sometimes if you're behind, it's okay. Just take the strongest person out of the fight. Try to just keep them. Use it as a CC, right? If your team is better off in the 4v4, if you and B-Boy both don't participate,
I want to see
who's
this
it better
1v1.
for?
Can you
Probably
guys fight to the
FlyQuest.
death?
Yeah, how are they going to actually deal with this Ezreal
Please?
problem? Because B-Boy is so
It's
mobile,
tough.
he's so long range.
it's going to be a problem that FlyQuest have to come up with a solution with very quickly.
I will say, if the game keeps going and going and going, Senate does eventually hit a point where your Qs are so long range, your autos are so long range, that you can just start chunking people with Q autos, and it becomes really frustrating, where Senate just kind of hits this break point.
Come on, Shopify, you can do
it
this.
Feels like she's 2 screens away.
You can do this. Don't overthink. Just relax. You have a fucking fed Azir. Why did he buy QSS?
Masu so far
Why did Azir buy QSS?
Normally, Masu is a player that you very rarely see enemy teams be able to find those opportunities for those angles on him to take him out early. But Shopify have already managed to pull it off a couple of times in these critical fights. And now Baron is about to spawn
they
again,
changed
and the
that
Rebels
2
are
years ago.
immediately in the pit.
Or some shit.
FlyQuest trying to see if
What
they can
the
stop
fuck?
this, but Masu and everybody
There's
else still
no
has to make their way over. The
way
Baron is already down
he
to 20%
bought
HP.
QSS
The
from
Baron is already
Mordekaiser
playing
ult.
before the fight even starts. Shopify Rebellion going in now, but Seo's going to be careful.
I'm
flashing
actually
back
fucking
over the wall,
stun
keeping
locked.
himself safe as Inspired has lost 1/3 HP. The Maiden's coming around on the flank as the Weaver's wall has disappeared. Fudge looking for a chance to get involved in the fight, but Bwipo has pulled him into the Death Realm. The Mordekaiser is feeling strong here in the 1v1 as everybody else on
Maybe
Shopify
it's so he
tries
can
to
QSS
scramble
rel
to
Q
save
flash to
Fudge in
dodge the
aftermath.
Talia combo.
Bwipo can't get the kill,
That's
but it
what I
costs
want to
Fudge's
believe.
flash. FlyQuest now trying to exit as a 5-man unit. They don't stop the Baron. They
But
might
I
have
don't
got a couple
think
summoner
that's
spells,
worth
but
the
that
gold
play
investment.
Still favors Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah,
Because they will always use that combo on Skarner or Leona. If they get that on Azir, the fight is already wrong.
I think Fudge's thought process under the tower, he was like, maybe I go one more Q on this guy. Maybe, you know, the team is going to be able to do something when I get out. Yeah, without the flash, he's going to be a
B-Boy has
little
a
bit
QSS
more
as well.
vulnerable, but with Baron buff, Shopify can
Is
push
this for
so
rel Q flash?
effectively
Because
here,
they
can
only
just trap
CC to
FlyQuest
QSS.
inside
It's
their
rel
own
Q
base,
flash and
they
Senna
have
route.
the
That's
sieging
it.
power to actually crack those inhibitor towers this time.
They absolutely do, and importantly, the Baron buff will still
I
be
just need
there
to see
after
Bwipo
the
flash
Soul
ult
Dragon
Ezreal and
spawns,
see
right?
what
So
button
they
he
could be going
presses.
for
I need
cloud
that in
soul.
my
You're
life.
gonna be stuck in your base unless FlyQuest can find an opportunity to find and engage, get
Or
picks,
Azir.
to be able to get it on the map.
And I need to
Because
see
over
what
the
button
map,
is
they have
pressed.
no
Because
vision
I'm not going to
over by the
bash it.
dragon
I'm going to
whatsoever.
presume they're doing
Even
this for
if
rel Q
Shopify go
flash.
over there, it's so hard
But it
to
is
actually
strange
get there
that
to
you would
even
buy double
contest.
QSS for that.
All right, FlyQuest defending 4-man unit here in the mid lane. Bwipo dealing with
It's
the
really
split pressure
impossible for them to get
bottom.
that combo on your
Keep your
carries.
eyes on quad. The
Maybe I'll
Talia
eat my words and he'll
defense
save
has
them.
been
Because
critical
B-Boy
so
can
far
definitely
for
play more
FlyQuest.
aggressive now at
For
least.
the Baroned up minions, the super low HP on the turret.
Oh!
Shopify Rebellion. Look at the damage there on the Masu from B-Boy hitting the Mystic shot as FlyQuest will lose their first inhibitor turret here in mid lane. The Sun Disc is about to fall. Seos wanted to flash over the wall for the surprise engage there with the Zenith Blade, but does not have the range.
Why do I
to
feel
land
like
that one
Shopify
onto
has been on
quad.
the same
Now
line of
Shopify,
pressure
having
here
got that tier
for
3
the last
turret in
15
mid,
minutes?
They know the dragon is about to spawn here in about 10
Guys,
seconds.
we gotta break the
They're
base.
gonna work their way down
Oh
to
yeah,
the
Drake's
dragon
up soon.
pit
We can play
and
that.
challenge FlyQuest to try to approach.
They've just
And
been playing
B-Boy is
Drakes. I respect
basically
it.
full
4
build
Cloud Drakes
Ezreal
is kind of
with the
that's kind of
QSS in
speedy.
inventory. Like, yeah, he can upgrade it to Mercurial Scimitar, but that's just like a little bit of extra damage.
One more item,
Cloud
guys.
Soul
One more item.
With
One
the
more
extra
item will
range
end.
advantage, with the extra power advantage here for Shopify, this is gotta be the moment for them to crack the base. Here they come. Baron empowered wave. B-Boy is going to be able to chunk this thing very quickly. Couple of autos on the tower.
It actually is worth for Bwipo to like flash ult the Ezreal, isn't it? Nah, maybe he loses.
Only a couple Mystic shots has already come back to his health as Masu's half HP now too.
That
Shopify
Ezreal is
Rebellion
DPM
keeping
farming.
their foot on the gas pedal as 2 inhibitors are now vulnerable in the FlyQuest base. 15 to 10 for Shopify, 6,000 gold lead. Masu very strong with a lot of range, but FlyQuest is going to have to deal with a serious problem now as Contracts goes in, but Inspired's going to stay alive. The defensive ulti from the Xin Zhao, keeping him strong enough to get back to the rest of the team.
on
But
Skarner
Shopify
ult.
will
Yummy,
take
yummy.
their opportunity to continue pushing forward. Masu
He
looks for
ulted
damage
Fudge.
on B-Boy, but he ain't going to find
Does he
it.
win?
Fudge, trapped in the
Oh yeah,
Shadow
he
Realm
definitely
again as
wins, or
Bwipo
what?
tries to beat him down, but he needs
What
a
the
little bit more
fuck? He
damage to get it
smashes
done,
him.
and Bwipo
Wait, Mordekaiser
comes up with the
breaks
kill.
Yorick.
That was actually so well played. That entire series from FlyQuest.
Mordekaiser
Inspired. The timing
breaks
on the
Yorick
Crescent
in
Guard
half.
Right as he's getting
That
ulted
Yorick is
from
so much
Contracts was
stronger, but he
perfect.
can't even stand a
Everyone
chance.
from Shopify is trying to pile in to follow up on that. He immunes all the damage. Contracts gets chunked out. Then Bwipo,
Just
knowing there's no
completely
flash
stat
on
checked.
Fudge, is able to find the window to get the 1v1 kill on him. That was a thing of beauty from FlyQuest. So well played.
He's starting this fight half HP because of Ezreal.
From FlyQuest. This team will
Wow.
not go down easily. Bwipo gets the last pull in there on Fudge to bring him back into his own cage and get the kill. And they defend the inhibitor.
The inhibitor
I get.
bot lane.
What
The
does
inhibitor
Yorick
mid
have
lane,
to do in
not
that
so much.
fight?
Okay,
Yeah,
no,
pick
back
and
then.
choose.
It's not good, not good, not good, not good.
He's right.
Does he have to save his ult?
They wanted it to go, but B-Boy now under a little bit of pressure as Quad flies.
Does he have to save his ult for when he gets ulted? B-Boy, I need you to cook a bit here, but you're missing every skill shot under the sun. Oh no. Oh, Inspired didn't get him. What did Palafox just do? Oh my god, they're gonna throw the whole game. You're not serious. Oh, Contract's killed Inspired with the bleed. Oh my god. Oh my god, he sniped the Ezreal. Oh god, he sniped the Ezreal. Shopify, you're not serious. I'm gonna snap my head and disable. What in game? What the fuck are you doing? What are you? What?
How did they even
what the
find
fuck?
that long play? They
What the
chased them
fuck?
down the top lane.
What?
The beginning of it, we didn't actually get to see
What?
the origins, but look what they can take in the aftermath after the extra snipe. It's
Are they gonna end
towers
top?
straight down this top lane.
No.
And they're
Wait.
gonna get inside the base.
There's still
They have to
20
back.
seconds left on Palafox. Okay,
What?
FlyQuest deciding to back
I'm
away.
like
Discretion is a better
speechless.
part of valor and all
They
that.
have Cloud Soul, they're 4k up, they have Ezreal is here with sums up, almost 5-6 items, and they just went in and died. What?
All right, we gotta watch this one more time. This is B-Boy. Looks like he was the one getting aggressive. Gets tagged by the wind, becomes lightning. They call for the TP immediately. In comes Quad. In comes the Mordekaiser. He's getting chased after. But the problem here comes when Palafox tries to come around on the flank. He's looking for an angle. He gets
What
spotted.
does Palafox
and watch
do?
Palafox get rooted by Masu. He tries to go aggressive, but he gets hit by the root. He's stuck out away from the team.
Scooby, I don't
Palafox
feel
goes
so
down
good.
for free. And then on the other side, Inspire just lives forever.
Yeah, he's barely there. Gets hit by one more.
It's the Skarner passive tick.
down with the previous Skarner passive being procced onto him. Regardless,
Come on, Shopify, your team comp late game, you're kind of broken.
Some more hope to get back into
You have Cloud Soul, 4 Cloud Dragons.
Cloud Soul. Of course, this
You're
extra
literally
boost speed is going to help a lot.
You're fucking
so they're
Mac
setting
10
up on the Baron. They're going to try to force FlyQuest to come into them. B-Boy again on the front lines trying to poke.
Okay, FlyQuest on the approach.
Baron force.
Taking a little bit of damage here as Quad goes
Quads,
to the back line.
ulting in, B-Boy's running away.
Stepping away from that seismic shove as Contract slams Inspired into the wall, but it's not good enough.
Oh, he got a good ult.
It's so tanky. Inspired going to be dead now as both junglers fall. Palafox taking a kill on that one.
There it is, there it is. We're back, boys. We're back, baby. We're back, baby. We're not back. We went in and died again. Fuck!
Again, beautifully played from Quad.
And Masu is getting ridiculously strong. The amount of damage he is putting out in these fights is getting out of
That
control.
Senna
Nearly
is frying the pen.
150
That is
stacks
true.
on the Senna. He
That
is
is true.
full build here, and he is going to be such
Come on,
a
Shopify.
problem for
This
Shopify.
is a free
the amount
win.
of lifesteal he
Come on,
actually
you
has
gotta
at
take
this point of
it.
the game is getting pretty crazy.
Yeah, the amount that he was able to come back in these last
Why can't
few
they just
fights,
take a small win?
was huge because at
A
one
small
point he was
one.
down 3 levels to B-Boy.
Just take
And
the
even in
free
beginning of
kills
this fight, B-Boy
and
is
take the
able to
Nash.
escape, so
That was
over
all
the
we had to do
wall,
there.
he adds the
Okay, they're
damage
taking Nash,
onto
nice.
Inspired for them to be able to answer. So as
does
Contract and
Whippo
Inspired
ult?
both trade kills
Oh, he
there,
ults Azir and
they
gets
still have the
insta
extra
one-shot by the
advantage,
Azir ult.
to take down the extra person here with the chase, and they go back for the Baron during the
Palafox, you can
replay.
sell
They
QSS, I
get
promise
the
you.
real
It doesn't
objective
work on
here.
Mordekai's ult.
Baron again in the hands of Shopify to try and help out with their push.
Yes, he sold it. Yes,
Masu now has
he bought the
almost
Seekers.
500 AD
Did,
and
what? He bought the
31%
Seekers. Did
lifesteal
someone
with
tell
the
him in
passive.
comms that he can't?
So
He's traded
if you
QSS
do
for
not
Seekers?
insta-kill this guy, he is healing for a
Someone
ridiculous
must have
amount.
told him
You can't insta-kill him. He's got
it doesn't
Guardian
work on
Angel
Mordekai's
now.
ult.
Very, very powerful
Because he just
defensive
changed this.
option.
There's
These
no
types of
way.
items, these one-shot wonder type of things, like the Guardian Angel, like the Zonias, have so much value in these late-game team
Elder
fights
fight.
when the lethality
Everyone hold.
of every character is
Everyone
so
hold.
high. FlyQuest
Because
now
Masu can
trying
cook here.
to assemble,
Masu can cook.
Make sure they can defend against the Shopify.
Oh, they're gonna
Shopify
do the classic
continuing now
strat.
to march
Run
down
mid.
That inhibitor
Run-
is still
run
dead,
mid.
but just
Run mid.
about now respawning.
Classic.
So inhibitor vulnerable in mid, vulnerable in bot. Shopify making the push for the inhib, but now FlyQuest is on the approach, ready to go. Seo's
Fudge is
trying
gonna
to
get
away
cooked here a
from
bit.
the Weaver's wall. Fudge
CEO is
caught
getting
out by
pulled.
Inspired.
He has
Seo's
flash.
trapped inside the
He's
death
ulted
row
by
with
Bwipo.
just trying to buy
Bwipo's gonna be in trouble in a sec.
Stunned there at the very
Bwipo?
exit, as Inspired's got to deal with the ghouls on the other side of the fight. Seo's
What is
getting
happening?
away. Contract Contracts covering his
Cloud
retreat.
Soul got them running at 400 miles an hour or what?
A little bit dicey, but they got their inhib and they got everybody out.
The Elder Dragon is on
Fudge
the map,
is going to push
so
top. Guys, if they set up for Elder and start it, we are in trouble. This mid-wave is very important. Please contest it.
Fudge here repeating the split push. Yorick has teleport.
Lovely,
so he's
lovely.
With this Baron, while the rest of FlyQuest are
He don't have Baron.
I mean, if they get Elder and no one can answer, though, Fudge can just end the game. So Bwipo has to go top to try to answer.
Come on, come on, Shopify Rebel. Don't fuck this up. You're kind of fucking this up. Nice, Ezreal ult. Nice. Don't fight him, Fudgy Cake. Don't fight him. Just throw the rats at him. Let the rats marinate him. Let him cook. Contracts don't die. Contracts don't die. Hey, Busio with the engage. The double combo from the quad. No! Ezreal's dead. Muscle pentakill. No, you threw the game. No, you. They threw the game.
Dragon's gonna go their way. Contracts is still alive.
They threw the game.
Keeping him away, and Masu won't let him anywhere near the pit. The Elder goes to FlyQuest.
You watch this every week. You watch this every week. They're gonna end bot. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's 30 seconds or more still.
Oh my god. Shopify, I hate you. I hate them. It's 2 games in. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them.
Dragon, and Masu finds another kill. Quad
dead to the rats. Wait. Fudgy Cake, hold the line. Wait, still winnable. Still winnable. Still winnable. Hey, pizza guy, pizza's ready. Still winnable. Hold up, everyone shut up.
That kill, though, might have just saved them losing a lot of their base. It might have been losing inhibitors. Masu has just gotten so ridiculously strong. Look at Masu in this fight. The initial part of the play, Inspired has a great ulti, and then B-Boy's positioning on the side. He's kind of sectioned off right here. And look at Masu,
what a combo by Kerwad.
The cleanse
He QSS too early.
He uses the QSS before the root actually
What do
landed.
you mean that shit is charcoal? No, it's not. We're 1 minute late.
After him, knocks him down.
Actually, I fuck with this league, man. If the games are like this, count me in.
The range on this character is like more than a tower at this point, and he's incredibly difficult to burst down. He's doing so much damage.
Oh, the classic scratch head after team fight. You know it's cooked.
See the frustration on the faces of
guys, it's not over.
Palafox to now be in a game where FlyQuest has the advantage when earlier you were so far ahead. It's just settling in that this is now no longer a given thing. This is now a battle, and they are fighting for their lives.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that B-Boy was the first to the full build and the first to level 18, because Masu, he got back up.
I will tell you that Senna does kind of scale infinitely, so
gold to fill his inventory.
That's a problem. That is a problem. 170 stacks.
Even if he wasn't able to get that solo bolo.
I mean, he sold his Shiv for the GA. Now he sold his boots for the Ghostblade, and he has 760 attack
What
range.
they should do, I think, Shopify, is they should change up the plan. They should really send a double solo laner through bot.
By the way, he didn't get his Q.
He's dead.
Oh, that execution! It was almost
He's
lethal
alive.
there.
He's well over 500 AD. That's what it looks like.
What the fuck are those rats doing?
Scale and champion to scale like this for
I think they need to send Azir and Yorick 2-man onto Mordekaiser and kill him.
On the push down mid lane, tier 2 turrets.
Only way to win.
Masu doesn't really have to worry about it because he doesn't have to play within its range, but everybody else also going to choose to back up. Turret can only shoot so far.
He sent Wifey top and he went bot, pushing both side lanes.
Figure out something, but the Maiden is being sent up the top lane right now to make an extra split push threat.
Exactly. Fudge actually unleashed the Maiden, which you very rarely see. Sends it down that side lane. It is going to be still spawning ghouls, but you can see Inspired is going up there to try to kill it off, and that is going to mean Fudge won't have that combat power for a 5v5. I think he's just realized that with the Maiden or not, he's kind of useless in the 5v5. You're just dropping cage. You're just a body there to try to block for your team.
Have I ever seen a team lose with Cloud Soul? No, I haven't. Am I about to watch a team lose with Cloud Soul?
Up by Inspired and Quad.
Yes, I am.
Right, Shopify, though, they're taking the chance to march down mid with some of this side pressure. The Maiden drawing attention top. Fudge drawing attention down in the bottom lane. Inspired with a Guardian Angel now alongside that of Masu. You've still got the Zonia's
These guys want me to die of sleep deprivation. They want to go to 5 games with 50-minute games a game.
On the other side, when we're looking at
I will die for the cause, guys.
Yes,
I'm here for it.
You have an hourglass for Palafox, but that's about it. Despite Palafox's success in some of the earlier fights, it hasn't felt like he's been able to do nearly as much since the FlyQuest comeback has really started.
They're trying the plan. Double solo lane on side, but he's literally standing on a ward.
Looking at Whippo down here in the bottom lane now, coming in to help Fudge, but FlyQuest is barreling down the mid lane at the
There
same
is
time.
no way they make the right play, which is gank the Mordekaiser on side and you die on mid. You live, thank fuck. This is the way to crack open the game. Just like that. Very nice Shopify.
On the top laner of FlyQuest.
Very nice.
Oh, they gambled a lot in this. Let's see if it pays off. Contracts now.
What is this guy? What are you doing?
Split pushers.
Yeah,
how did we make a
Contracts
pick
is
on their
trying
side
to get away,
laner
but
and my
it's fine.
jungler
Bucio can knock him
dies?
down so easily, and
What the
Masu
fuck?
never even has to enter the range of Impale. A 1-for-1 trade, top laner for jungler.
There will be no smite for Shopify now. Baron is on the map again. FlyQuest here, even though they lost Whippo, he will come up quicker
TP
and will
bot.
have teleport.
What?
So Shopify are trying to keep the
What?
pressure up.
You have no
they teleport into the top side again. There is a ward still that saw them on that side of the map.
It's also critical to note, B-Boy lost both his summoners in that last fight, so he is going to be very vulnerable. He cannot even be on the same screen as Masu, it feels like.
Okay, pressure in bottom lane continues from Palafox and Fudge. Bucio looking for Palafox. Fudge is going to try to stop him, at least occupy the realm time.
Bro, it's 1v5ing. What is everyone doing? Now Fudgy Cake. Oh, he's going to get busted.
Fudge in some danger as he can't secure the kill.
The rats.
Bucio.
The rats.
Inspired and Masu now regrouping. They'll deal with the Maiden, get rid of that, remove some of the
guys,
power.
Elders in a minute.
Seos nowhere near this fight. The Baron is on the Rift. The Elder is spawning again in 50 seconds. We have already seen so many Barons. We have already seen our first Elder. The clock is about to strike 50 minutes in this second game, and the score is 22-22 with a 1,500 gold lead.
And it feels like Shopify have accepted, you know what, we can't win 5v5, and that's why they're
Oh
trying
my
these kind of
God.
guerrilla tactics, sending multiple members to a side lane, TPing in, trying to get 2v1 kills
Oh
to see,
my
can we
God.
just end the game through sides? Can we find FlyQuest overcommitting to a fight?
I think
and punish
FlyQuest
them
might be
elsewhere?
inting
But
here.
FlyQuest now are going to be the ones
They're going to
getting
do
the favor
Nash
here.
and they
They're
will
gonna be
get
the
Baron,
ones
but
with
they're
push
going to
on the
lose
map
mid and bot
for
push.
the first time here.
And
it is gonna
Elders
be
in
really
15
hard
seconds.
for Shopify to hold on.
Azira's TP.
Bullet chunks Baron for 1100
Oh no,
damage.
Contracts got
Shopify
he got ulted.
now might
No,
be
no,
real
no,
bad.
no.
Contracts only just now respawning, and he might be
my
headed straight
God,
back to
they're gonna
the
lose
fountain.
Elder.
FlyQuest, they
Fuck
managed
off.
to get themselves a kill.
As
Now
if
with
you're
the
gonna
enemy
lose
jungler
this
dead
game.
Again, the
There's
Elder
just
Dragon
no
is
way.
guaranteed. There's
It's
no way that
criminal.
Shopify are going to be able to wreak enough havoc in the side lane in the
What?
meantime, and FlyQuest are feeling real good now.
That was so good from Whippo. He just flashes in as soon as he
Shopify!
hits the
Oh
door,
my God, if that got
immediately
stolen,
ults
I would do a
Contracts.
backflip.
You know you can win that late game 1v1. Burns him down, takes away the smite from Shopify, and FlyQuest with Elder, with
It's up to
Baron.
Palafox. He's behind him. Okay, never mind. He's not going to go.
Yeah, I think if he goes in,
It's
he
over.
instantly dies.
Skarner's
Masu
dead
goes
for 30
auto-Q,
seconds.
And the Elder goes, blah, and then you're dead.
Shopify,
As
no,
FlyQuest are pushing
no.
straight into the heart of the base
Shopify,
for
no.
Shopify Rebellion. Contract still dead for another
Azir's
25
TPing
seconds.
bots.
FlyQuest have the Baron, they have the Elder, they have the
He
straight
literally
shots.
just
The
gave
Next
up.
Says, there's no way Fudge can outpush this. FlyQuest from a 7,000 gold deficit come back to hit match point after game 2.
It is so hard to close this team out. FlyQuest, what a comeback, what a defense.
Yeah, and that one was worth a lot. You could see how defeated Shopify was looking in the player camps as that game ended.
The momentum is massive for the FlyQuest boys. Let's head back over to the LTA Lounge to break it down.
Absolute cinema! That was
Chat,
crazy.
what the fuck?
100,000 gold from FlyQuest? 193
What the
souls
fuck
from
did
Senna?
Shopify just do?
Senna is crazy.
That was the length of their series versus Cloud9, and we actually have a visual representation of how the top lane went, because we've been tracking the top lane matchup.
Supposed to be Yorick.
Supposed to be the Yorick beating up on the Mordekaiser, but we actually got the Mordekaiser win the game. Anyway,
let's just listen to the last fight for FlyQuest, how they won that game.
They're fighting without Yorick, guys.
I'm tipping.
No E already. No E.
He has flash though, he has flash.
No flash.
Oh my God.
No flash, no E.
Skarner, no flash.
I still have Q. Keep going.
Shopify,
Careful, Azir though, guys.
I can be your lawyer, but I can't defend this case.
I'm coming.
He's fucked. He has Q SS.
He's dead.
Ezreal 1. No barrier.
Yorick TP'd and try.
Careful though, you're gonna die.
Yorick's in try. Running at you. Yorick's not helping.
Coming Skarner.
Ezreal 1 HP. No flash Skarner.
No flash Ezreal.
Go for it.
Keep chasing Senazul.
He sniped. Nice.
That's the type of close game that FlyQuest wants to prepare themselves for finals, but also without suffering a loss.
Yeah, they got exactly what they wanted, I guess.
Let's just get into these ridiculous highlights. We don't know how they've been able to compile these, but we're going to watch some. I also hear we have some rats watching this game that I hope delivered an absolutely cinematic performance. But like, what happened?
Rats, shout out!
It was just like constant split pushing from the side.
W shout out.
They were looking for a pick on towards Palafox. They needed everybody. They needed the whole team.
He's a genius. This actually was bad, I think, for FlyQuest because York was pushing the side lane, and at this stage in the game, like this is where Shopify was just having massive map pressure across everything.
Yeah, and I actually did think for a while Shopify were doing a good job of
I've seen enough chat.
That map pressure, right? And
actually, I haven't. Give me another game exactly like that.
As you see there, Masu
Give me another game exactly like that.
Early game turret dive,
yeah. This was nice.
There's two types of League of Legends. There's chess and then there's UFC MMA.
Like, I don't
this
know,
was neither.
It was perfectly executed. I was like, okay.
This was chess boxing.
He had just gone for the gank up there to get Blippo's flash, but
except FlyQuest wasn't taking any punches, and Shopify was eating punches every turn.
So many times. They almost
so their chess match, their chess moves got worse as the time went on.
Just didn't let them cross the line.
This is the big fight we just heard comms for as well, and this is where I started thinking like, oh, okay.
It could happen.
It could happen. They can come back.
133 Senna souls at this point in the game.
Inspired going in, you kind of heard how he was dictating the fight. Was really, really good.
But where did Shopify Rebellion finish? 5th or 6th?
Yeah. But this is really where you start seeing. I mean, Quad had already been doing a ton of damage.
That snipe.
Then the shutdown.
4th
from Senna at the end.
And that moment, again, Fudge doesn't TP into that mid lane. Like, maybe there's these avenues that they can play York in the side lane, but it got so scary once Senna got the stacks that, like, you're just going to die if the York's not there.
And just speaking to the stacks, I know that Azale had mentioned the number
I thought 100 Thieves was 4th.
760 range or something like that. With RFC,
Chat, don't get me wrong. Your top 3 is good, NA.
And, like, he went to build because he didn't go Black Cleaver because Zinzao went Black Cleaver.
Let's back this
My
up.
God, did you see that game?
This was where it really felt like FlyQuest was going to be able to succeed. And just watch Masu in this fight. Just let's roll it again and just watch how he's able to stay in range and also how much he's chunking people. He hit contracts there from over the wall at the start of it. He's not targetable right now because his E is still running, but then the B-Boy shot down at the bottom. That's basically like a one-shot. B-Boy didn't get to enter that fight. He got completely zoned off.
If this is 4th place, what does 8th place look like? Hold up. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Why the fuck have I not watched an 8th place LTA team? That sounds fucking fire. What? Bro, get me in there. I need to watch that shit. You have to understand that bro, people like the macro maniac insane outplays. Bro, I'm here for degeneracy. That's my fucking thing. People shit on SK vs Rogue, but that's my favorite game of the day. Get me into some LTA 8th vs 7th. That sounds fucking great.
And then by the end of the game,
let's have a look. Disguised. Oh my god. This is gonna be the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. 7% win rate. I need to watch it. I need to watch it.
Okay, go on. Let's just reset.
Oh my god, that is fucking cinema.
Man.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's one of those tough ones because I always think of Shopify as like an emotional team where they can ride momentum positive and negative, and that's such a close one that turned into such a tough loss that like they're gonna have to find some way to dig deep and figure it out.
They have a player called Scary Jerry.
Yeah, the turret range.
Yo, I need some of those games.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. And that's pre-RFC.
That's
by the way, for
That's
Senna.
crazy.
This was.
What is 910?
This was such a good game.
Yeah, with the RFC range.
Insane. Extra break. Insane. Attention, all LTA fans. From now until May 28th, fans can cast their ballots for the Kia Most Valuable Player and the Kia All-Pro Team using the QR code on your screen. Participating fans can enter for a chance to win a trip to the 2025 LTA Championships. Terms do apply. Thank you for joining us here on a fun little excursion.
I want 3 more of those.
Watch some of that game. Give us 3 more of those. Game 3 coming up after the break.
Bum 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 bum. Wait, Disguised beat Team Liquid? Yo, proud, thanks for the 10 gifted, much love, Ka.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed, like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
No way. Pretty blue, though. or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Mamma mia, get me into game 3.
Come on, Charlie, use your new door. Come
What is this?
Let's go.
What is this?
Let's
Red Bull.
go.
Goated.
Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
You're gonna trade him for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. What is that?
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Monk fruit. That sounds yummy. Chat, what is this? Holy fuck. Damn, his name was literally Mid-King. Faker. W intro. What is this? Someone said watch inspired stream and then they linked me own a pixel. Shut up.
Leon is dead, Leon is dead. Yeah, they have a tower though. We're coming. How's it going in there?
I go behind. Here's no flash. I'm gonna lose. I'm 1 HP. I'm 1 HP.
Alright, if I was on Shopify Rebellion, I would just say pick me whatever, let's just lose in peace.
Nice job. Flashing.
That's what I would say.
Yeah. Look at Senna. Okay, on me. Yeah, the top. Kill them. Mordekaiser no ult. Kill it all. Mordekaiser has flash, I think.
Yeah, I will just kill Mord.
I'm behind enemy lines here.
Okay.
Low top. Keep it on.
Good top. 2-2, yeah.
I got.
Really good.
Nice, guys. Nice.
Bad.
Oh, yo, Senna's
taking space here.
Senna might be dead. I'm watching him, guys.
Wait, BRB 1 sec.
I'm moving.
BRB 1 sec.
Go flash, Senna.
Yeah, careful about. I'm just hitting.
Senna, go flash.
Yeah, I'm chasing around.
Guys. Mordekaiser behind.
Okay, looking more.
Yeah, I'm not giving ulti.
Welcome back to the playoffs, everybody. Before we get into our third game, a reminder that during this second split, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event or a set of Player of the Week statues if you use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered
jump
for
scare,
a
ready?
chance to win. You can see on your screen that runs from May 17th to June 15th. But right now, right here, today, Shopify have got to figure out how to win a game against FlyQuest. It looked like they had everything
If they can't win last game, they can't win any game.
Two,
Facts.
but it didn't work.
How do you move on from a big loss like that, Flowers, where you were so far ahead that everyone on your team feels like you deserved it? Like, you have to meditate.
I go play with my dog.
There we go.
I just lay on the ground.
Can we get some dogs in here real quick for Shopify?
I go grab myself a strong beverage.
Yeah, all right. Well, Shopify.
Chocolate milk?
Yeah, you know me.
Lemonade?
A little bit of extra chocolate syrup in there.
Yeah, exactly.
They're gonna need all of those tools to be able to come, mentally come back from that one. You want to see the red dance? They were playing really well for so long.
I can't do the red dance right now, man.
And versus
it needs to be
FlyQuest,
summoned by certain
that is not
happenings.
easy to replicate, especially as we keep getting deeper and deeper into Fearless now. So they're going to have a quick turnaround here for Shopify.
I can't do it
so
on
they
command.
can focus, because now it is must-win games.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to think about, right? They had a 7,000 gold lead. How many times do you think that has happened this entire split against FlyQuest?
And Dragon Soul at 0.
Yeah, like it's crazy, right? They only lost 2 games, so probably only happened like 2 to 3 times the entire split. It is very rare to get that kind of an advantage against FlyQuest.
Shopify reverse sweep,
really
I will
well
do the
to
red
earn
dance
it.
chat.
We'll have to see if they can kind of just mentally, you know what? All right, no problem. Let's do it again.
All right, they are going to run it back.
All right,
to the same
Victor,
side of the red.
Viben,
Shopify once again
Gwen,
on blue.
Kalista.
Let's see how our bands are
Talk
looking.
to me,
Game number
Shopify.
3. So
Let's get a good
starting
dwaft.
to kick in somewhat meaningfully here.
Maybe we can ban
with the
Sion,
10
make them
champions
ban
from both
Jace.
games
Look for
now
first pick
having been
Jace if they
removed.
ban it.
We've
First
got
pick
Kalista
Maokai.
and Gwen banned out by Shopify. The
And then
Vi
play
and the
Corky
Victor
Flex
banned out by
2-3.
FlyQuest. The one that is still missing
Or
is
we could
that
just miss a ban.
Yone that I mentioned in the previous game is
Or we
kind
could just
of
miss
a
a ban.
staple ban against Palafox.
Okay, it's
So we'll see if
updated, Karma.
FlyQuest goes with that here, as the Karma is the 3rd ban for Shopify.
Yeah, it would definitely stick out if they left up the Yone, and would make you think, all right, well, they've practiced something.
Play?
Yeah, all right, what you got? What's your answer?
Maybe
that you've
Quad
been
will do to
prepping?
him what Chovy did. And bring up the smolder
Nikoni.
mid.
There we go.
They did leave it up. So
Yone's
let's see,
up.
What is the
Yone's
actual
up.
answer here? Because it feels so obvious. It's like, as Shopify, you're like, I want that, but you know that I want that. Like, what's
And
going
they
on
first pick
here?
Sion.
Second.
Okay,
Oh.
Shopify does not want that, at least not first. Instead, they're going to insta-lock the big meatball in the top lane, the Scion for Fudge.
It's a kind of
They
like
first
another
picked
of
Sion.
those takeaways of Bupo's answers. You know, again, they have to win some games to be able to get there, but it is really cool
Holy
to
shit,
think about
Lost
Fearless
Ratones
in this,
would go
in this
so
kind of
hard in
way,
this league.
right? Where you take away some of these picks
Damn.
that are more of the niche picks for your opponent.
Sion
You're
is
limiting
open
their
in this
pool
region?
that way.
Wait,
And if Fudge is
Baus
comfortable
would
on these,
fucking
he
carry.
looked very good on the Yorick, then it can be quite effective. It is going to be the
Renekton
Renekton
Nidalee.
answer, which obviously is going to get pretty heavily outscaled. I'm curious to see if Fudge is kind of the similar playstyle on Sion to what Bupo does, where Bupo really likes the AD items. He's more reliant on the HP that is in this kit. You know, does like to go
Renekton
Titanic
Sejuani.
Hydra and you know, Bloodlord's Mail and things like that, and try to play it really aggressive. But this is going to be a tough 2v2 to survive, no matter what jungler contracts drafts.
Exactly. Might have to make use of that zombie passive when Sejuani is.
Got to use the whole kit.
Sejuani is paired with Renekton.
Get
That
Kog'Maw
is.
in there, you know? Double it up.
That is
This
strong
opens up a
top side of the
really
map.
good
We'll see what
Sylas
Quad
Akali
goes
on
with too,
tree.
'cause, I mean, talking about Yone being up.
Are they gonna
it
go
is
Zaya,
still up.
Rakan,
You got
Sion?
a Sejuani, Renekton, and a Yone. Like, holy.
Ew.
It could even be
Nope,
like
they're
a
just gonna
Sylas,
pick
right?
Saya.
It could be Yone or
What the
Sylas.
fuck?
Both work quite
Okay.
well. And I mean, I do think it's a little bit surprising that it's gone down. because
Okay.
I feel like they're just going to slam the Yone.
Not bad
throw
for
some
Shopify
protection
Rebellion.
bands down if you're concerned about it at all. It's such a powerful top side. It's also quite comfortable picks for FlyQuest. So this could be dangerous.
There's
Shopify
no
are
counter picks
clearly
left in the
thinking,
game, I
all right,
guess.
We are going to invest everything
'Cause they will pick mid on
counter
three.
engage, though, because they slammed the Zaya Rakan immediately too. They've got the Scion here. And we are, for FlyQuest, going to pick up the big.
You want to see more than 3 games?
Lane, more
I don't know if it's going to go more than 3 games.
They're not going to fully index into
Unless
melee
Shopify
and
Rebellion can
engage
get like a
there.
really solid
Maybe they're a
4-5.
little bit worried
If I was
about
them,
going
I would be
too
looking at like
far,
Orianna,
too short
Nocturne
range.
slash Jarvan.
With
I'd be
the
looking
buffs
at
that Hui got, scales really nicely. Like the passive really, really hurts now, and provides you so much
Galio's
AoE
out.
and magic damage here.
Viego is
And
okay.
I feel like now if you're going to pick that, then you're going to be banning out Yone second base for sure.
Ivern.
Wei, I think, is always one of these interesting champions because while it is quite low mobility, it is
Ivern
actually
is
pretty
quite
hard
nice.
to play into when Hueys are really good and really
Ivern
comfortable with their
Yone would
fear
be
because
nice.
you can
Ivern
interrupt
Sylas
dashes, you
is
can
quite
interrupt
nice.
people actually going in for that CC, and when they're really comfortable with
Ivern
that,
Sylas goes hard.
it becomes very difficult to actually take them out. Looking for the Ahri.
A bit annoying
you're
into
gonna be
Renekton.
having to pray for Palafox Ahri here, I think.
Well, we'll
Pick
see if
Teemo,
it even
please.
escapes the bans if they
That
want to
one's
double target.
unlikely, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get Teemo
We'll
for
try
that
our
guy.
best.
That's going to be... That's a pretty rare one.
That's like a game 7 in the best of 5 Fearless, you know?
Yeah. Best of 9, maybe we'll
Caitlyn
get Teemo
Ben.
somewhere
We
in
could.
that.
I think
but-
best of 9, I
Jace
feel
Ben. They're scared of
confident.
Jace
Okay,
mid,
maybe.
sure.
Exactly.
See,
They
he's
could
not
do
even saying he
Corki
wants it,
Maokai
like,
4-5. That would be
Exactly.
pure illness. I saw a G2 jersey in the crowd.
I'll give you that.
I did.
It's like, where am I?
All right, we've got the Yone, we've got the Jace both banned.
Underrated
We've got
pick.
Caitlyn, we've got the Smolder banned away as well. Let's see
Ooh,
what
Lucian
FlyQuest
Nami goes
wants
crazy.
to lock here. We need to see their
Lucian
AD
Nami
carry.
goes
We need to see
fucking
their support. I would
crazy
expect
here.
to see the AD
Lucian
carry
Nami?
first.
It does. It does.
Could be going that sort of route. I mean, that's what you're expecting if they do lock in the Lucian. Emilio is becoming kind of that more popular new age variant of this duo. Masu definitely has his Lucian card. He is very good on it, I think. Really can impress on a lot of these different picks. And so it is going to be the Lucian. So you're expecting it to be Nami or Emilio just based on
will this game
what
post
else
on
is
YouTube?
going to round
No.
out this draft. And we're waiting for mid lane. We're waiting for jungle here.
I mean, they'll play Lucian Nami. I think Orianna Nocturne,
I like that the crowd
Ivan
is now just
Silas,
shouting more
Orianna
options.
Jarvan,
They're like
it all kind of works
4 or 5
well.
different signs
What is
plus the audibles. Ooh, that one actually does seem fairly likely here. Orianna, there we go. You've got the ball delivery in Rakan already. Really good synergy.
Hey,
there.
Mundo guy!
Hey,
Mundo?
There we go! We got a hit over there.
Ooh, Mundo Jungle. Mundo Jungle is going to be coming through. That's a really fast clear. Okay, okay.
Yeah! Take a bow! Yeah,
Nami on 5. Chat, I'm going to run ads quickly. If you're not avoiding, you can sub to avoid the ads and have sub if you want to back the game stuff because I don't know, chat. I don't know why. But I had so much wind in my sails for the series, and I was so ready for Shopify to like. I had zero expectations. I was ready for anything. I was even ready for a 3-0. I had so much wind in my sails. After they lost that game too, I'm just disappointed, man. I'm so fucking disappointed. Like I don't even expect anything anymore in this game 3.
I feel like in the previous game, especially
like it couldn't have gone worse.
But he is going to carry a tremendous amount
but it did.
in these team fights.
So I've got a fun fact for you. So the last time FlyQuest was down 7,000 plus gold and came back, it was against TL in 2022 when Whippo was on TL. So has been a while since there has been that big of a comeback from this org, let alone
I watched
this
all of the
roster.
LTA. The gap from FlyQuest to 2 and 3 is big. The gap after that
a lot of confidence
huge.
for them going into what could be the final game of our series.
All right,
Velia, much love,
we'll see you guys in 30 seconds. But for everybody else, I really, really am concerned about the Shopify mental.
If Lost Ratones was here, it would be Lost Ratones, then FlyQuest, then the gap to second, then the gap to third, the gap to third, then the gap to fourth.
You were holding all the cards, but somehow you still didn't get the win. Hopefully they were able to reset in the short break between the games. They
facts.
have a
Chat.
pretty stock
Don't be mad at the
team
facts.
composition. The only thing that could I
facts,
guess be
no
called
email.
a little bit of a deviation would be the jungle Mundo, but you've got a big tank in the top lane, traditional control mage in mid, you've got an AD carry that can peel for itself with a support that can either help with that or engage. I feel like they're not going to be put in a spot like the last game where if they get a lead, they'll feel like, oh, we can't 5v5, but also they're going to have to try to build that lead again, which is a lot tougher than it might first seem when you're against a squad like FlyQuest.
It absolutely is going to be really tough to be able to build up a lead similar to what they had in that second game, but you know they scale really well, and they
Mundo
do
wins
have.
those.
Mundo definitely wins those. Q level 1 is really strong. And Mundo is great at absorbing engages because of the canister
Mundo
passive.
go
It means
this
the
way.
first CC, the canister pops out. If you pick it up,
Yeah,
you get a
Mundo's
little
not
heal and
bad.
refund
I feel
some of
like
that
I
cooldown.
would have preferred
But,
Jarvan
you
or
know, for Sedge
Nocturne
wanting
because
to
I
find
don't
engage,
think
you
that they
basically have to,
have
like,
enough
Q
engage.
flash and knock the canister off,
And I think
immediately
against these
ult
champs,
and
you
things
need
like
engage.
that. It makes it a lot more difficult to play around if you're trying to pick off
I think
this
Rakan
Mundo.
is not.
And
Why
like we
didn't he
said,
pick up his
scales
ball?
really well, clears really fast. They are basically a two-threat comp here. It's all about Palafox and Bvoy. The rest of them just have to keep that farm up and make space.
And I'm going to be looking at that bottom lane. Masu and Busio here. They have the Ignite in their lane.
All right, what you got
if
for
they
me?
can actually get
Ignite,
some
electrocute,
pressure going for
Lucian.
themselves.
Love it.
All right, nothing crazy at level 1. So let's go ahead. We've got Emily standing by for an interview with FlyQuest coach Nuke Duck.
Nuke.
Thank you very much. I'm
Nuke,
here with
yeah,
FlyQuest
yeah,
coach
they,
Nuke Duck, who is
yeah,
kind
they
of
went
watching
Rakan,
this
yeah.
level 1 as we go through. Masu getting a little low there. The first thing I did want to ask you, though, is coming off of a game that was as grueling as that one, what's going through your mind as you're watching your team?
We were getting outplayed, so I was a bit upset. Yeah, I was upset. We were getting outplayed, so we were kind of prepared to lose that one with how it was going, so it was fun to win it. But you know, we're just prepping the next game and whatnot.
And then in this game specifically, I was a bit surprised that they left Lucian Nami open after locking in the Zyrakan. Were you at all surprised? And just talk me through your draft prep a little bit.
You know, it's a game 3, so what did the ban instead? Smolder. Yeah, I was not that surprised. We haven't really. I don't think we have played it on stage yet, so you know, you kind of have to go a little bit of the enemies like comfort as well. So yeah, I'm interested to see how it's gonna go because yeah, we haven't done it on stage yet.
Sound about how I
all
thought
the
it would.
best. Thank you so much for taking the
All right,
time,
back to
and
the
we'll
game.
throw it back to the cast.
The Lucian is frying that
Thank
lane.
you all very much. And obviously the Lucian Nami doing exactly what it's drafted to do here in the early game as they are slamming this
Saya
bot
has
lane
the
2v2.
base
Yeah, I mean,
minute
that was
3,
rough.
level 2.
B-Boy and Sales tried to go really aggressive and try to get an advantage there. Weren't able to do so. Inspired versus Contracts, though, this
Inspired
is a
first
matchup we've
KDA
seen
third
so
damage.
many times
Achievements
between these two
took
guys.
Gen
I
G
like
to
the
5
achievements
games,
tab there.
clapped
Took
up
Gen G
G2.
to 5 games.
Is that what you guys do over here?
And,
you fucking rats.
Exactly.
Clapped up G2?
It's one of those things that I just think
What
Contract
the
is so
fuck?
important for this team and what he does. You know, Inspired, obviously, I feel like he's going to be the MVP. This guy
Bunch
has
of
been
fucking
so
rats,
good
that's what you are.
all year long, all split long, so consistent. But he does have the luxury of having 3 winning lanes most of the time. Contracts does not. He often is the guy that is having to create opportunities, create plays, sometimes taking more risky moves and
Rent-free,
angles
this guy says.
because his team is not going to win kind of just naturally by playing slow.
Yeah, and especially this game with the matchups that we have. FlyQuest pushing on
Good
top,
last hitting
pushing
Fudge.
on bottom there, so should be a lot of opportunity there for Inspired, who just did standard clear up towards top side, grab your top scuttle crab, regular recall here for the Sedge.
All right, Shopify not having the greatest start here to the lanes, but apparently they had some things to say about the first 2 games heading into this third one. Let's listen in.
First game, draft gap. Second game, we were better than them. But we went it, so...
True.
You didn't know what to say in the second game? Second game?
Yeah, drop gap.
Okay,
First
draft
game,
gap. We were better,
draft
but we
gap,
entered.
second
So
game we
draft
entered.
gap.
We were better.
I actually like it, man. You got to be able to laugh it off. You got to be able to joke about it, right? You know, because otherwise you're just going to be down
Well,
the dumps.
third
and,
game might just be
we'll
bot gap.
see, you know, how they're going to be able to go from here. B-Boy swaps up towards topside with Seos because let's be honest, that 2v2 was going horrible. B-Boy's first buy was boots to double longsword when you already got cooked on the first kind of 2v2. Well,
They have
you're
to
not
swap
going to be
away.
able to fight after that.
Understandable.
So they get a call on the next base. They go top, and they're just trying to get out of there.
Who do you want to
I'm
win?
familiar
Bro,
with
I
the
want Shopify to win.
grab a cull and get out of there. Answer to losing, so right up to the top side. And again, remember though, the jungler is clearing.
Ooh, nice knock up. Whippo trying to get away from this with a slice now as Seos and B-Boy continue to chase. But as soon as he sees the flash, Whippo gets over the wall and stays safe.
They waited too long. If they had flashed early before he was actually at that wall, sure, he respawned flash, but he's still in your line of sight, and you can actually kill him there. Because they hesitated, he got to the wall, you lose the vision. It's one flash for 2, and Whippo's
They could have
laughing
just
at
traded
you.
1 for 1 in flashes. Why did Zaya flash as well?
Fog of War, then you can break anything that's
putain de
in
merde,
the
ça
air,
va.
and 2 for 1 is an exceptional trade. So
Please don't get your
they
base
bought
cancelled.
the call, they swapped out, they
Oh.
got stopped even.
Oh no.
Boy, this is going to go from bad to worse now as
no, they got their
Shopify
base
Rebellion's
cancelled. And
bot
top is
side
gonna-
duo
I guess they're gonna push. I thought they were
is
gonna
interrupted
freeze.
on their recall. And oh look, it's Busio and Masu, and they're ready to keep going with the 2v2.
Well, they're just going to base and stay still. We will not fight it. But the problem now is Fudge is moving top, so Renekton is going to be able to push in this wave, so you're going to lose at least
I love
a
how
few
NA
minions.
fans are still enjoying
I
it.
don't know exactly how many because I can't
You
see
lost
the
to
full
us,
wave status
lol.
down in bot lane. Whippo laughing about it.
Whippo,
but this
man.
is going to be at least a couple that they do drop, and it's going to be another plate going over to Whippo. So yeah, Fudge does catch the wave top. Yeah, you do continue to avoid that 2v2. But, I mean, let's look at the CS. It's like nearly 20, 15, 16 CS right now just for that Lucian. And now the Renekton is actually up in gold as well.
We talked a lot about the mentality from the losing side of big swingy games like that. The mentality for FlyQuest is just like, whoa,
The
we're
EUNA,
playing with house money.
the
We weren't
EUNA
even
battle in
supposed to win
chat
that
is
second
beginning,
game.
and
The
SEA
coach
gang
was
is
talking
probably
about-
sleep deprived
yeah,
in
we
the
already
middle of
counted
it.
that one as a loss, and we were
You can hit
prepping
this one for free.
we were counting the next game and prepping the next one. And now they come in and just going to be all smiles and laughing at the plays when they do work out in your favor, just like that. So the swaps will continue though. Back up to the other side. They're trying to keep out of the even-sided ones.
Oh, nice sidestep
Okay.
away
Good
from
goal.
Fudge's ultimate.
Oh.
Busio
Oh.
escaped with a beautiful bubble.
The
Contracts
flashes
and
this game from
Fudge
Shopify, I really
wanted
need
to
some
get
like,
these
I need some
kills,
help, man.
But sidestepping the Scion ulti plus the perfect bubble onto
Flashing
them both
into the Nami
means
bubble.
FlyQuest's
Did
duo
he think he had
is
his
in
passive
no
up or what?
danger.
All these Shopify flashes are being outplayed here on the top side of the map.
Outplayed. Kobe.
Another one in the dirt.
Kobe, I
It's
love
the
you.
Bermuda Triangle
Outplayed?
of flashes
Is that
up
the
on the
word?
top
Where
of
do
the
they go?
map.
You know things are going bad when the Renekton and the 1v2 is freezing the
Outplayed
lane on your
themselves?
bot lane. That is sad to see. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a while since
I
I've
need
seen
to see
this one.
FlyQuest versus like a TL or a C9. I need to see that in a best of 5. I'm actually excited for it.
Lane is getting absolutely cooked.
Because I feel like any series involving Fly C9 TL, it's probably going to go well.
But the fact that they don't feel confident to actually push that in.
But watching the top teams versus the bottom teams, yeah, I can see it. If this is the 4th place team, top versus bottom in NA, it's going to be brutal by the sounds of it.
We're just going to die.
Like this is already brutal. And it's what is this, 1 versus 4?
Right in front of them, and the Sejuani has ulti, so you're like, yeah, if Inspired does come, then they could definitely eat us up.
And there's your Dominus as Bwipo engages towards B-Boy and Seos. He'll clear out the entire wave, force them back a little bit. He also gets the barrier from the Xayah.
It was a 25-minute stomp, yeah, I know, but it won't happen again probably.
To succumb to the combo from the Croc. But in the meantime, FlyQuest is saying, all right, well, we know that we've got the 1v2 down there in the bottom lane. It's not like Xayah and Rakan are coming up here. Easy
How did they
pick
butcher it
onto
so
the
hard?
Grubs. They'll just grab all 3 of those. Inspired can easily secure the entire objective here in the top side river, as Fudge can crash the wave into top lane, but just barely misses out on the first plate.
I will say, even though all those flashes, you know, not the greatest
they lost
look
to
having expended them, they actually haven't been punished that hard, and the swap did alleviate the pressure and did kind of work there for Shopify. So it didn't look the greatest with a lot of the you know, flashes, but
Gold's still close.
There you go. Look at the scoreboard.
Just keep your eyes on the scoreboard. PMA, positive mental attitude. All right, FlyQuest have moved Busio down here to help Bwipo. It's Lizard and Fish versus Xayah and Rakan, as Seos and B-Boy still just trying to catch up. I mean, you can see Masu's farm 2 waves ahead of B-Boy just from those early advantages they had, and he's now getting that solo EXP and farm over in the mid lane. So the Lucian going to be very scary. B-Boy is just barely level 6. Masu is almost level 8 on his Lucian, and he has Ignite, so he'll be able to play very aggressively.
I mean, he's going to have Essence Reaver, and B-Boy is going to be on a very sad buy. You know, he spent the gold on the Cull, he spent the gold on the boots, he's down in gold. See if Fudge can make something happen here, but I feel like Quad can probably walk this one out. Maybe not with Palafox, though.
Yeah, now that Palafox has shown up, it is certain doom for Quad. First blood over to Shopify Rebellion for what I believe is the first time this series.
The cameras are the wrong way round.
We'll take it.
We'll take
those. We failed all of our flashes, but we got first blood, first Drake.
Off to a little bit of a lead for himself on that one. At least for FlyQuest, the Hui does not spend the flash. It's not like you had summoners also get blown on that one, so you're not as easy of a repeat target, but still good pick from Shopify.
Yeah, it's great. And I mean,
I always believe in the team with Sion.
You know, you need
any team with Sion on Ornn, I never count them out.
This 2-threat comp. And you do have a great ball delivery system here with Seos. You have hard engage to be able to kind of get that in on the back line. Lucian, as we know, I feel like it kind of scales with skill. Like, I don't think it just falls off
Why are
later on
FlyQuest
the
cameras
game.
on the
It's
left?
very hard to execute on. And when you're playing against someone like Seos on this Rakan,
just to keep you on your toes,
just
buddy.
R flash on your face if you ever
it's like when you brush your teeth with your left hand, you got to keep your brain on its toes.
Because you're pretty low range, so
fact.
We'll have to see how we can do it.
Science coming up the river here. Could ulti.
Okay, defensive ult from Busio, making it so there's no way Seos can continue engaging, as now Fudge looking to disrupt his backline a little bit. Busio with some fast speed, looking to sidestep the clears, but
didn't react.
no! Busio drops, and Shopify are grabbing
kill
number
not have
2 of
flash?
the game. They brought more people to
Is it bugged on the right-hand
party,
side? Because if he had flash, he is reported.
The double flank there. Fudge up the river, Contracts down the other side from the river.
He does have flash? Okay, well I know who my report card's going to.
Another kill picked up.
Sometimes the HUD is bugging on the right.
Didn't drop any waves
like for example, it says Quad has
rotating
TP when he just tried to TP out from top right.
Bottom side,
so I have a feeling he
trying
doesn't.
to get the wave back into tower now, but Fudge can get right back in place in time.
Yeah, Fudge involved in both of the kills so far. You know, was able to withstand the 1v1. Did fine, you know, lane swapping his bot lane out of this problematic 2v2 that you were talking about, Kobe, you know, keeping them close, and then is able to set up Palafox for the kill on top side, roam mid, help with a kill there. He's having a good game, and I think, again, Fudge is playing well in this series.
He's having a good game.
All right, FlyQuest, though, are in total control over the neutral objectives so far. They got all 3 grubs. They got that second Drake, although the first one did go over to Shopify Rebellion, so it's not like the
Shopify wins
is
this
going
game.
to be secured just yet.
It's
but
a reverse
also,
sweep.
Shopify is close to getting the kills feat. That has gone the way of FlyQuest in both previous games. Now Quad's in some danger against Palafox once more. Is Palafox going to get the solo bolo right here?
Nope.
Not quite enough damage.
The Mercs Lamont coming coming in
away.
big
There's
there
a
for
fear
Palafox.
disengage that we were talking about earlier.
Got the cannon.
Severing Bolt, not going to really land anything there at the end other than farming up the minions. Seo's seeing if maybe he can interrupt Quad's recall. Contract's also here to join the party.
Great sequence from
Inspired
Shopify
Bucio
Rebel.
hanging out nearby, providing enough of a distraction.
Could they have played
for
this more
Quad to
aggressive and
walk
gotten
away.
Quay
They've
Flash?
also got the early
Probably. Did
rotation
they?
on AD.
No, doesn't
See,
matter.
B-Boy was coming
No,
up
because
too,
they're
so
winning.
you know you have to give up turret plate money here if you're FlyQuest. Quad got chunked out so heavily just to buy Palafox that they earn money even without getting a kill.
And I really love this because not only are you getting the turret plate there, but you're denying the entire wave
EU
because
Zero
Quad's
Super Bowl
base was so
titles.
delayed. He couldn't just insta-TP back and actually collect that. It wasn't a cannon wave, so
Shut
he
up.
lost that full 6 minions. That's minus 100 gold, plus the plate difference, plus the experience that you're losing. Quad is actually pretty
Shut up.
meaningfully behind for what feels like the first time this series.
The midfield genius here showing up in game
The
number 3 when
midfield
they need
You
him
need
the
to
most.
calibrate the first couple games,
Yeah.
you know? It's got them downloaded now.
We've got heart steals on both of our junglers up and running here early on
The
as well.
midfield
It is an
genius.
item that is far from its once glorious state in the
What does
game, but
Crownie
still
say?
pretty effective for champions like the Mundo, like the Sejuani.
I don't think
So when
Electrocute versus
FlyQuest
Mundo
played
Sion is
C9,
good.
we had the fastest best of 3 in LTA history. This would actually
W
be,
take
if
or L
FlyQuest
take?
wins the game in 40 minutes and 2 seconds or longer, it would be the longest
well,
3-0
Crownie, I don't
in NA
think
history. So
your-
that's LCS, that's LTA, that's everything. So would be
I
kind
don't
of an
think
interesting. It's
your-
one of those things like it's the most competitive
Yeah,
time that you've ever
idiots,
been.
take
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
That's what I think.
It's a 3-0, but it was a long
But it was a 3-0.
one.
Made you fight for it.
That is some extreme copium right there, but you know what?
There's some
a
very
record's
different
a record.
3-0s.
A record's a record. As,
We take those.
As Shopify are going to continue putting
Palafox
the
winning the
pressure
side
on
lane.
this top lane,
Again,
tier 1 turret.
Shopify Rebel,
Palafox just getting a lot of money for
1.8k
himself
up.
here.
Bro, I'm
Really
not gonna
solid
lie.
performance
I'm not
early
gonna
on
lie.
in this game, like you already mentioned.
Shopify Rebellion
Masu still in
smoked
the mid lane by
FlyQuest in the early
himself.
game, game
He
2.
does not have the same EXP
And they're smoking them
advantage
again in
he
game
once
3.
had over B-Boy. It's not like the full 2 levels, but still a solid
Hey,
level
I'm
ahead.
just saying.
B-Boy,
I'm
though,
stating a
pretty
fact.
relevant, right? Like he already has his first item done. The call is cash out. He's got a BF on top. B-Boy is
Game
chilling.
1,
He's
2?
in fact
He's up in
almost
gold.
No,
600
game 1 they were
gold ahead
getting
because he picked up
fisted.
that one kill plus he
Game
cashed
1 they
out
were
the goal
getting
now.
royally
So despite the
fisted.
fact that the 2v2 went so bad for them, they really played the map well to just make sure it didn't actually matter.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify are in a very good spot as they go in.
Look at the burst on Contracts, though. Masu just shooting him to pieces, but Inspired's got to be careful as he tries to retreat.
Big
Palafox
shockwave.
with a nice ulti. Shopify Rebellion 3-0 in kill.
Even better position now.
It's a perfect game from
Mundo
Shopify
goes
Rebellion.
where he
I'm not gonna
pleases.
lie.
He
It's
just
a
walks
it's a
at
master
this
class
team,
from Shopify
creating
Rebel.
the space there for them to follow up, and because they got all this gold on their carries already for Shopify as they're getting kind of gunned down in mid
Masu?
lane.
Yeah, Masu's getting close. He wants to scrap for this. B-Boy and Seos firing back the barrier
Masu.
and heal, the defensive summoners used for the Shopify duo. Bucio also spending the heal
nice
of his
Q.
own. Masu
Nice Q.
using that piercing light bonus range through the minion to hit B-Boy for a last little bit of chunk of damage. But all the meanwhile, it was Rift Herald secured by Shopify. They've locked in the kills feat. They're 2,500 gold ahead. Things are looking
Are you streaming
good.
tomorrow?
15
Yeah, of course.
minutes in.
Yeah, it's an exceptional state to be in
Wait.
because, whoa,
Ooh, close.
okay,
Is he
he's
dead?
fine. Calculated. Here's the counter play.
Okay,
Nice
Fudge
block by
arrives.
Bussin. Nice
This
Q as
time
well.
that Scion ulti is gonna hit, but Bucio flashes
Very
over the wall
nice by
to stay
Bucio.
safe. Quad
Okay,
fires
no
off
flash.
the spiraling despair, but it's not gonna land. Whippo arrives on the back end of the fight though, and a little bit more damage might just kill
QW
Fudge.
doesn't
Severing
hit.
Bolt doesn't hit him. FlyQuest won't get anything.
Contracts
as Masu
is
gets
trolling
caught
a
at the
bit.
very
Nope,
end of
he's
the
out.
Shockwave, but it will not kill him either. Contracts staying alive on the Mundo. FlyQuest tries.
Flashes
but they
are being
could not
lost across the
secure any of
board.
kills.
Mundo and Scion, these super tanks still will not go
Nothing
down.
happens.
Just barely on the front lines. Both of them
Was
surviving.
nice block bubble
even
buffer
with
by
the ult coming
Bucio.
through, even with
Block
everybody
bubble buffer
converging. And they
Bucio.
started that fight with
Damn.
Seos being fully chunked out and having to go back to base.
And I mean, how frustrating for FlyQuest. Seos barely lives, then Contracts barely lives, and Fudge barely lives. There's 3 almost kills. They couldn't finish off anyone there. And this team is
Faker
just
carries
gonna
this
get
game.
tankier and tankier. The
I
gold
think
leads
he's
are
probably
actually
more
getting
comfortable
pretty
on Orianna
significant
than
now.
Azir because
And
Orianna got
every
released
kill has
earlier.
gone exactly where you would want it. It's gone to
And she's
Palafox
a bit
and
easier to
B-Boy.
pilot.
Masu's putting
What
on
did Masu
pressure,
just
but it
do with
doesn't
that
matter
cunning?
because every time there's a fight, it's B-Boy picking up the kills. Now they got first tower, so the feats are completed as well.
Lost the
this
cannon
is
as
the
well.
first time in the series that Shopify have earned
Wasted
themselves
culling,
the
lost the
empowered
cannon.
boots. It's a really
-1.
good start in pretty much every department here
Herald
for the
mid,
Rebels. But now
nice.
the next dragon is
Palafox,
spawned.
we're gonna shift
FlyQuest
down
have
to Drake
control of
here.
the bot side river
Nice.
right now. Fudge is is down there closer to bottom lane. Quad being the one to answer right now on the way.
This is a Shopify free win.
Not working out super great for FlyQuest so far.
Yeah, and now just a couple seconds here. Fudge will get his ult back for the Scion. They're already in position. You have to expect Shopify here just start up the Dragon and go for this objective because Whippo on top
Good
side
setup
is
by
pushing
Shopify.
at tower with teleport. They want to at least get something here.
I think their comp is pretty good at stacking Drakes.
B-Boy and Contracts putting the damage into that as Whippo uses his dominance before the teleport, so he's ready to go as soon as he arrives. Tons of damage onto Fudge.
Turn on the
Whippo
TP.
has made his way into the fight, but he's
Oh my god, couldn't Saya pull those feathers back earlier when he was CC'd?
Now re-engaging after Fudge, and finally
What?
FlyQuest get their kill. Fudge gets shut down, but the dead body is already rampaging.
Couldn't Saya ult and go to the left and pull them on the TP?
But now with the Scion completely and truly out of the picture, the Dragon is still at death's door.
Whippo's kinda
and
out
it's
the
still
fight.
Shopify with control over the bottom
Got the
side.
Drake.
It is secured by
Zaya
to
eats to secure it so she has no damage. Contract sacrificed himself. 2 kills, but Drake for Shopify. Not bad. They just went from 3k up to 1.3k up. Wait, they're gonna go down even more gold now.
Shopify may have got themselves the
Because bot tier 1's gonna die. Okay, well they just lost 2.3k gold for a Drake. Worth.
Whippo had Flash when he came in, and they were trying to trade top laners. Fudge did not have Flash to get back out. So
I really feel like they could have pulled the feathers back earlier on that TP when they turned.
You want to have this Renekton
They also did just leave Sion to die.
Him on this left side while we leave
Here.
Fudge there, and it's basically going to be a fight
Also,
where you focus
Redemption
Sion, we
missed
focus
all of them.
Renekton. Probably should be good for us, right? But the Renekton can flash away from the second blade call.
Was
there
that
after
that
the
was
ult.
blue side
The
redemption,
Sion
right?
had no exit
Oh, it
out of
doesn't
it,
cooldown.
and so they
Was that blue
exchanged,
side redemption?
you know, frontline basically, and get FlyQuest the extra kills. Shopify then do return and they at least get the Dragon for themselves, but giving up the extra kills here and the extra money to FlyQuest may be detrimental.
sidestepped their own redemption.
Absolutely, and I mean, so much of it went to Masu. Masu went back to base there with 1,800 gold in pocket to spend after that fight. So he not only has his second item, he's got 2 longswords towards his third. And it's actually a bloodthirster second here from B-Boy. I was kind of curious because he got a Vamp Scepter a little bit earlier before that fight. If he was just going to sit on the Vamp, but he's been constantly getting chunked by Masu over and over and over and poked and prodded. So he's actually decided to fully commit to the BT. That does mean you're not going to be able to poke him down, but it also means his sustained damage is a lot lower than a lot of these secondary options.
And I love how aggressive Masu plays on the Lucian.
Velia says, when I grow up, I want to be like Caedrel. What do you mean grow up?
In,
I'm not
find
that
a
old.
quick combo, and play the champion the way it was designed to be played. Seos got to be careful about clearing out some of those wards as Whippo and Inspired are waiting in the wings. Masu going to continue trying to keep these waves shoved up and shoved in towards Shopify, who only have a 600 gold lead now.
I mean, it's been a really fun game. There's so many little things that FlyQuest does well to fight back from these difficult situations. Even the pre-ult from Whippo, he might have actually died without being able to get it off. You know, it's 500 bonus health that he came into. He was very low when he flashed away. These small things, but they're looking for an engage.
Yep, Fudge
try and get some sums out.
The angle here in the bot lane duo, but
Nice
again,
bubble.
it is sidestepped. Inspired is tanky, but he's not tanky enough. He has to flash away.
Is
to
Masu
stay
doing
alive
damage to
there
these tanks?
as
I think the answer is
Shopify,
9.
Again, always looking for these engages with the Scion.
And that's the second time this game Palafox has Shockwave Inspired out of his Q, forcing him to flash.
Okay, Whippo's trying to make something else happen here, but he's got to be so careful. He runs in, loses 75% of his HP, and
They need this
immediately
mid-tier
has
1
to retreat.
FlyQuest. Give me that mid-tier 1.
Very close in the end. FlyQuest are the ones that get to push it on the tower, though. It does force the teleport out as the pressure does continue.
Okay, Fudge arrives. He's going to make sure they can keep this tier 1 turret defended. It is very low, but it's still standing. Masu eats a cleaver there. Going to have to be a little bit more careful. Not any true danger as he continues to retreat alongside the rest of his team. Now with a culling, firing towards the Shopify lines. It'll take a big chunk out of the Mundo.
Drake in
We
150.
got 8 people right here in mid lane, but nobody's fully committing to the fight just yet. Masu,
It's in our
another dash away from the decimate of the Scion. Does not want to get caught up in that one.
It's
they
in
were
our
buying time there. Palafox finished his split push on the bottom side, went back to purchase in base now, and can rotate up to answer. Top side here. Can Whippo actually push?
Look at the
quick
AD
enough?
gold
That
diff.
top tower
Holy
is
fuck.
very
Both of
low.
them base. Look at the gold diff.
I think that Palafox's timing is good enough, and he'll be able to go collect.
So there's a 400 gold lead for Shopify, but it's also worth noting there's a
Wait,
very
Zaya's
distinct
+1
difference in the flower petals picked up. Normally you don't see this level of difference unless Otacon has already been claimed, I feel like. 16-2, that's at least a few hundred golds worth of stats.
Yeah, and B-Boy and Masu were actually just sitting for a while there at the exact same goal. Look at the total damage. I asked for this graphic because I was curious what it would be. Look at Masu's damage so far this game. 17,800 damage just about.
Will Masu
well
get
over
through the
double
Mundo
what has been able to do. He's been playing super aggressive. You have to with this pick.
Sejuani Renekton
I
die.
feel like he is really piloting
Sterex
well
is big.
He's playing super aggressive, and he has
I
two of the
think the
biggest
answer is
meatballs
no.
in League of Legends
He needs
that he
to
has
make
to
a
put
pick
those
somehow,
bullets into.
or split
so
up the
there's
fight,
tons
or
of
dash
health
on the
bar
Orianna.
for Masu to work through.
And then like flash
we
the
do have
ult and kill her.
Otacon alive in the bottom part of the map. We will also have the next Drake joining him down there right next door in about 30 seconds. I'm expecting another team fight to pop up here very soon.
And if there is, there's going to be a very, very big difference here with 2 items for Palafox. This gold lead actually will have a meaningful difference where Quad has not been able to finish his second item. And so you're looking at this Orianna Shockwave.
They can't
this
really
thing
give
could
this
be
Drake though.
Huge, especially if B-Boy
Culling used, Orianna used.
Masu's in trouble.
Oh, he's dead! It's a Shopify win, baby. Gimme, gimme. That's soul points. We don't fuck this one up.
Masu wanted to step up and use the culling. I don't know if he didn't notice the ball. I don't know if he was just disrespecting the ball, but the ball was there,
Soul points.
and Masu gets dropped.
They dropped a lot of mid push here, guys. Can we catch that mid
I'm
wave?
going to be able to survive it and be able to get out, but
That's one way
clearly
to catch the mid-wave. Just
disrespecting
ult,
it. Gets hit by
cameraman.
the shockwave.
Hey,
and
get his
Contract
flash.
finished him off with just a flash E, briefcase to the face.
Get his flash.
All right, now
Beautiful.
even more trouble. Quad has to flash over the wall to survive as Seos and
Whippo's getting
Fudge
top tier
try to
2.
find the other
Oh my
carry.
god, Whippo's gonna be like
Meanwhile,
2.5k
the
gold
entire
up.
time, you've got
And now he's
Whippo putting in
TPing
work in
bot
the
to
top
fight
lane,
the
tier 2
Atakan.
turret, but now he's teleporting in to join the rest of the team. They do not want to allow Shopify to take the free Otacon, but
Quad
Quad is
cooked.
once again under
Quad
pressure.
cooked.
The way is about
Quad
to
cooked.
die again.
Whippo can't
Palafox
stop
takes a
this
kill
by
on
himself.
him. This is not Quad's game.
He's stopping it by
Whippo
himself.
flashing and dashing forward to try to get the kill into B-Boy,
Sorry, 1
who
HP.
barely
He
stays
died.
alive with the ulti, but finally drops there with the barrier.
Oh, the Atakan.
Atakan's down to 1 HP. Contracts at least
Wait,
secures
Whippo's
it, but now
penta-killing them.
Whippo and Busio gotta try to fight as Inspired has died.
Yeah, W?
Palafox trying to escape from the Renekton, and he stays alive, but Masu is rejoined.
Oh, the culling, please.
The culling's not there in time. Whippo needs a little bit more range, but he cannot
Nice.
find the
The
last
boys
minute
are out.
damage for Palafox.
Oh, this series is so close. Even with FlyQuest coming out ahead
Wait.
in a 2-0, the last game.
Who got the
incredibly
Atakan?
close. Shopify fighting for so long. And this is
Shopify has the
reason
Atakan, but they have
why
13
it was
flowers.
Like that. I mean,
FlyQuest have
Shopify,
19
now
without
they
the
have 3
Atakan.
dragons for themselves.
Was?
They still are able to get the Otacon to clean up some of the extra flowers on it, but
What?
FlyQuest counterplay even while they were
They
losing
got the
some
Atakan
things,
and down
they
6
had
flowers?
Renekton split pushing, he finishes the tower, he teleports
That
in,
is
they go for the
criminal
kill
levels
onto
of flower
B-Boy,
picking
and
up.
they keep
I need to have a
answering
conversation with
some
them.
of these plays.
Yeah, Masu definitely
Masu
saw that.
That ball was there
disrespect
for
here.
a long time.
He knew it was there.
He
I
thought
think
he
he
could
just
dash the Orianna
disrespected
ult.
and then flash E. That just goes through.
Too late,
with
buddy.
auto starts.
Unchecked by the
You are
Orianna.
taking that slap right upside the head.
Check
And
failed.
Quad
You never
walking
want
in,
to take
man.
the slap right
No,
upside the
You
head.
are an unk.
You got to stay out of range of that slap. But Quad, unfortunately, trying to walk in here, he gets punished as well. The Shopify core playing really, really well, and they do have this massive
at
objective
Whippo's
advantage.
damage here.
This was great, though, from Whippo, as well as Inspired. They get in, they're able to take down the AD carry, and
Whippo,
look how close this was.
Whippo,
20 HP,
Whippo.
1 HP before he
He's actually
actually knocks
one-tapping
it down.
everyone.
If
What
that
the
went the way of
fuck?
FlyQuest, it is a very different story how we're talking about that fight.
Yeah, because how Flowers was talking about it, they already had a bunch of flowers, and so it would sweep up all the extra ones on the Rift and empower those ones that they already had. It was a very good CC chain.
B-Boy is just running.
B-Boy
He
almost got
definitely
one
has
shot
to,
by
because
Lucian
last time
Culling.
he got CC chain,
Redemption
it
a
was
little bit
very good
wasted.
from the Renekton empowered
But who
W
deals with
into
Sion?
the immediate
It has to be
Sejuani
Renekton.
stun. That's why his ult was so
They're gonna force
late,
Baron or
and
what?
he ended up going down so quickly. FlyQuest will start it up.
Okay, Baron begun. FlyQuest demanding Shopify comes to answer them. They know that Fudge wanted to take that tier 1 turret down there in the bottom
Sion
lane,
ult
but now
time,
he's got to stop
Sion
and try
ult
to
time,
make his
Sion ult
way
time.
up to join this fight. There is a
FlyQuest have to
teleport,
fight if
but
they
he'd
wanna
much
do this.
rather
Where's
use the
Renekton?
ulti to join if that's an option.
He's trying to flank.
Already crossing the path into mid lane. Expect Shopify to make their move here soon. The Baron is already
Sion!
and Fudge is ready to charge in. FlyQuest
Boom.
backs away from the objective, and the Baron is going to reset.
Whippo.
Whippo wants to make his entry onto the side, but he's going to be burst down almost in time.
He lived?
Before the fight even really
What?
starts. Now Contracts also in retreat. FlyQuest have more damage.
Drake in 150 Shopify, lock in.
Nobody is going to take the Baron.
Yeah, Whippo goes in there. He does take a lot of damage,
Drake
but he
in
had the
150.
Sterix. He knew he was going to be really tanky with the ulti, with the Sterix proc, so he's willing to draw that pressure. And at the same time, Contracts and Fudge were both put incredibly low themselves. But at the end of the day, B-Boy takes down the tier 1, so they push them off. They hold on to the teleport as well from Fudge, which was critical.
I
He
see
just
the reverse
walked
sweep.
all
I
way
see
there.
the vision.
What a game number 3. Game number 2 was the massive comeback battle. And now game number 3, 27 minutes in, we're dead even on the gold. The biggest gold lead was the 2,500 for Shopify 15 minutes into the game. But after that disappeared, it has just been a neck and neck race.
And we have Soul available here for Shopify in just 1 minute. We'll see if they can actually grab it. Infernal Soul would be pretty scary for this Orianna, who's already looking powerful.
Certainly would be huge boost in power. FlyQuest trying to see if they can get
this
any
one's much harder to throw than the last one.
Before that dragon arrives,
their comp is so good.
Because that is for
Shopify,
sure going to be
even though they're even in gold.
I mean, maybe there's something with Baron being available, but honestly, I think you just have to go for it and answer at the dragon.
Just get the soul and we're happy.
Masu going to keep shoving these waves in. Everybody else on FlyQuest is waiting to make sure that Masu doesn't run into any danger. This guy is absolutely critical for any fight. Lord Dominic's regards fully completed as the 3rd item. Really couldn't imagine
Masu,
a different item 3rd here.
I see you being cocky.
With the incredible health tanks of the Mundo, of the
Don't
Scion.
get too cocky.
Just being able to rip through that armor so the damage can be so much more impactful. But Shopify
wait, they realize
saying,
they don't have to fight the soul and they can try and force
the
Nash.
soul, whatever. We're going to look at the Baron instead. But FlyQuest are not going to fall for the trap. Inspired steps forward.
Wait,
Contracts and B-Boy have already started up the objective. Palafox gets hit by a Severing Bolt. The Sejuani ulti follows, but there's no follow-up to the ult. Now Whippo's ready to try to slice and dice in as Contracts escapes for now. But more damage flies through the Nami wave over the top of the entirety of Shopify Rebellion. Inspired jumps back in. He tries to flash out, but instead he's going to kill Seos, falls and Fudge right next to him. Whippo with a
what the fuck, Whippo? Dead. Big shutdown. Masu.
But B-Boy already got a double kill. Palafox is about to fall. Masu's trigger finger is feeling hella itchy today. And Contracts looks like a good target.
Why did they just stop Baron?
Just killed 4 of them.
It's Masu on the center, and now
they
it's
literally
Masu
just
on the Lucian. This guy's going crazy. B-Boy wants more.
B-Boy comes back in, tries to get something. He'll take quad.
It's worth if you say it's worth.
He'll give the ace over to FlyQuest and Masu.
And the Infernal is still up. That Dragon Soul
they just
is
right-click Baron.
the taking, so these late
that
kills
literally just happened. They said, wait guys, we can trade Nash for Drake.
No mid laner for quad, but
and then they just ran at Nash
as
if it was free.
So just be careful with those late game chase. But this fight around the Baron was so close with the frontliners going down very early. The zombie Scion
Whippo overcooked with here. What was the shutdown gold? 400, is that it?
So they do get the kill, but then Masu's able to step forward. Red buffs on all of FlyQuest here. He keeps getting empowered by the Nami, continues the chase, enables the chase. I want to get back to the
That's a volume increase, right?
See in the picture-in-picture. There we go. FlyQuest are going to reset first.
FlyQuest get the Drake.
To the Dragon stack.
But Xayah items are good.
That fight with 3,000 gold. He just bought the BF, so he's holding on to get the IE. He's got to be very close. He's got to be a wave or two away. Busio, very good on the Nami. 9-3, having a great game so far. Has been on point with the bubbles and keeping Masu as safe as possible. FlyQuest definitely do not want to fight until they have that IE. I think Masu's got it on base right here. I can't see why else he'd be going back.
All right, Masu going for the big power spike from the Infinity Edge.
There it is.
So much crit now. Every shot is critting. This Lucian is absolutely the raid boss of this game.
Oh my god, that Lucian is insanely OP.
Have to find an answer
but no flash.
What a talent Masu has been ever since he entered the league.
I'm convinced this HUD is broken.
Here he goes. He's going to follow up.
Look at this flash cooldown. Just watch it. Look how quick it's going. It's complete bait.
FlyQuest assembled as 5.
What is it, a
Shopify
60-second cooldown? Look at it go.
The Baron still available to fight for as FlyQuest continue moving forward. Now Inspired, putting a little bit of CC contracts, but it's all about B-Boy.
Big one for CEOs. Masu's dead. Masu's dead. Whippo.
Whippo goes into the back to finish up the kill into B-Boy, but where's the rest of the damage? Fudge about to drop and Quad takes the kill.
How is Whippo alive? Is Orianna going to do any damage today?
He stuns up Palafox, but he doesn't have the damage just yet. Finally, Fudge's body falls over as Seos, Palafox, and Contracts scramble to stay alive. A 2-for-1 trade favoring FlyQuest.
What an engage onto B-Boy again. Whippo flashes forward, they get this stun, they get a huge chunk out. Even with Palafox nicely peeling there and giving Shopify a little window to win this team fight, they still are able to push through. So there it is, they engage.
This shockwave though.
Yeah, the peel is really good, but
that
then look at the Nami from the other
E.
side creates so much space, and Quad over here is just blasting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they get this engage on B-Boy, they get him very, very low. Whippo thankfully able to finish him off, but that shockwave saved the fight, potentially the game. I feel like they just get absolutely rinsed if you do not land that shockwave on the Lucian, because it allowed them to take him down. Yeah, they still do kind of lose the fight, but it is a much closer affair. Masu goes down. They can't go to the Baron after it. So Palafox definitely making a huge play there, and he's closing in on his death cap, which would be a massive purchase. Level 16 now on that Orianna. Once the death cap is through, you got to be so careful.
B-Boy really just has to have his finger on his R button at all times. He has a target on his back. He keeps on getting stunned up. Really, really good plays from Whippo a lot of the time, you know, flashing on him and surprising him. But you have to be so quick here.
Oh, rooted!
Oh, nice blade collar on Masu, but there's no follow-up to really try to punish him in time.
He has flash in 70
on that
seconds.
FlyQuest AD carry as well. FlyQuest trying to make sure they maintain control over the topside river here with the Baron still available to fight for as Masu fires off the culling. B-Boy soaks a little damage from it, but most of it will be absorbed by the front line of Shopify Rebellion. The Redemption also used to try to keep the health bars as full as possible. FlyQuest, they've shoved Shopify back a little bit, but honestly, it's not a ton of meaningful damage. Only the Mundo really hurt after that one.
It's
and
not
you
a
can
Baron
see
force,
his health slowly regenerating now as FlyQuest move their way up towards the Baron, but they aren't going to start anything. They're trying to bait Shopify in. Fudge takes a little bit of damage, but the dance back and forth between both sides. Palafox teleporting back into the mid lane now to rejoin the team. Masu dashing back away. Lucio's ulti is used for the escape for FlyQuest.
Whippo's in there. He's one shot.
In the very middle of everybody. Finds the initial engage and Fudge
is he
takes
one
a ton
shot?
of damage as well.
He's out.
Both top
What?
laners very low as Seos can't find any sort of a way to enter into the fight. Nobody dies either side.
This Renekton is like more tanky than a Scion in a lot of these fights. Whippo doing a good job being a point person for the team. Thought there was going to be like a difference in front lines with Shopify having Mundo and Scion, but they're constantly getting really good looks there for FlyQuest, and they're getting a lot of chunk damage out as well. Masu continually poking away. His damage numbers is really going through the roof.
I wonder how much gold B-Boy has.
They've got another good setup here.
Because Lucian has 4 items and B-Boy's been sitting on this crit cloak forever.
I mean, Whippo at this point, his ulti gives him 700
If he gets
HP.
Infinity
Hysterix
Edge,
is a 1k HP shield as well, and he's getting so much healing from the Q.
Renekton
He always goes in when he can
instantly.
get in the midst of the whole team. And he really is making himself such a nuisance because not only is he tanky, he puts out a lot of threats. So it is very difficult, I think, for Shopify to actually deal with him. And he's playing his job so well because if you were playing passively and scared, you don't actually build the space that Quad and Masu need to knock down these super tanks.
I mean, he's 4,000 gold ahead individually. He is a full
She
item
have it
ahead
for Drake.
of either one of the enemy tanks. So
Doesn't
yes, we're
have it for
talking about how he's just as tanky as the Scion. He's staying on the level of being that front line, but he's also earned the right to do that by building the lead that he has built for himself so far this game. 2,500 gold lead for FlyQuest. 10 seconds on the clock until the next Drake spawns. It is still soul point for Shopify.
FlyQuest is going to try and defend Baron while they do
still
Nash.
only at 2 Drakes. You can see Inspired and Whippo down there near the Dragon Pit, while Masu and Busio are still hanging around the topside river because they know last time around Shopify wanted to use their soul point status to try to take the Baron instead. FlyQuest knows they'll probably try to do it again.
Complete
so they're
Aram
gonna leave
again.
Whippo down there soloing the Drake, while the rest of FlyQuest as a 4-man unit stops Shopify from moving north.
Yeah, you want to have it Inspired up there towards mid so you can show that you are ready to,
FlyQuest soul point as well now.
Have smite contention towards that Baron, and they don't
These
get
games are
any
going
window
long
there for Shopify to try and use that dragon advantage, which is now gone. All the dragons have been evened up. Here with
B-Boy just said, I'm doing
Baron.
Baron.
They're going to force on this Baron anyway.
He bought Navori.
FlyQuest ready to try to stop Shopify here. 10 to 11 in kills, very
Watch
close
the bull,
game.
Masu, watch the bull.
Shopify have the Baron down below half HP. Seos waiting off to the side, looking for his opportunity.
Oh, he got Masu. Dead!
Engage on Masu. The shutdown credit to Contracts as Shopify killed the
Masu
most
dead.
valuable target on FlyQuest. Now Inspired and Whippo are trying to salvage something on the back end of the
Oh,
fight.
Whippo's on both carries. Oh my god, he just killed both carries with Wei.
Whippo is tearing through
What?
Shopify Rebellion as Contracts now tries to pick up another kill into Busio. He and Fudge are still trying to front
Whippo
line,
just
but there's
fried
nothing
both
left to
of them.
front line for. Palafox and B-Boy down means even though Shopify started the fight off with the perfect pick on Masu, Whippo showed up and carried it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a brilliant
This
engage on
Renekton is
Masu. They
a
just
big
100 to
problem.
0,
5k gold
but
up.
Whippo is taking the game into
5K
his own
gold up.
hands, gets in the back line, knocks down both the carries.
He is a monster. Here's a look at it. And it was Seos over the wall with the flash, lights out. Beautiful one shot there.
So Lucian
in the
dead.
CC, but then the chase
Look at Bwipo
down.
on the left
and
here.
then the arrival of the Renekton. Bwipo
E,
comes in,
flash, W,
he flashes onto
auto,
B-Void.
E,
Once
Q.
again, stuns him up into the Sejuani stun. These CC chains have just
Two
been
free
so
kills.
good for them.
Wow.
In the backline there with his ultimate ticking, by the way, which got buffed, does so much damage.
No
He
flash
kinda rips them
on
apart.
Renekton
So,
now, though.
We'll get right back to live, though.
Bwipo's just loving some League of Legends today. Masu, though, in some danger. Fudge immediately engaging towards the
Masu dashed
Lucian.
in and got caught.
Masu playing so aggressively, but this is the other edge on that sword.
Oh, the
Dashes
Lucian
back
is so
over the
cooked
wall
this game.
to get
I
away
think the
from
Renekton
Contracts
can't
as
keep
Shopify
bailing them out of
goes
these
in for their
fights.
re-engage. Inspired dashing over the wall himself.
The
using
Lucian
ult
needs to start
defensively.
cooking.
Bwipo again looking for the carries on Shopify Rebellion. The Renekton's going to tank a ton of damage. The Sterix Gauge barely keeping him going as Contracts and Fudge now look for the re-engage of the re-engage. FlyQuest disengaging
Flowers
back into their own
spitting.
red side jungle. And again, no dead bodies either side.
Yeah, they're not quite able to finish off Contracts.
Flowers is so
level
fucking locked in,
18
holy
now
shit.
on the Mundo. He's up there with the Renekton, and that level 16 ultimate for Mundo is so ridiculously strong because of all of the additional bonus health that you're getting when you're ulting near enemy members. So if you get in the middle of that fight, you pop the ulti, you get a ridiculous amount of healing, and he is very, very tanky. Even picking up a Knight's Vow now, just knowing it's about the carries at this point in the game, and Shopify definitely hanging around this Baron, trying to threaten that they could be starting it.
All right, Shopify again, going to begin the objective. FlyQuest
No
on the
culling
approach.
yet.
Fudge and Contracts are going to need the
That
front
ball
line.
is scary.
For Palafox specifically, the Orianna has been such a factor this game, as now Bwipo is ready to make his entrance.
flipping
here with
Baron.
The Baron's already down to 2,000.
Oh my god, he stole
It's
it.
going to be a smite fight, and Inspired shows why he's the best
Oh
jungler
my
in the
god,
LTA.
he just stole it right
now
in
he's
front
going
of
to
him.
drop in trade, but Bwipo
Are
is
you
chasing
kidding?
after Palafox, and B-Boy
Really?
is already dead. Shopify
Did
Rebellion,
Masu just dash
they get
into
the kill
the ball?
back on Masu.
Masu,
Now
please,
Seos
no.
trying to peel for his mid laner. Palafox is on a wild journey all the way through the jungle, and he'll continue trying to escape from Bwipo. The Crocodile is very scary. He gets the reset on his dash because he goes through the Krugs, and it gives him enough distance
Okay,
to
Palafox
catch
is
up
dead.
to the Orianna.
It's
Now
1
with
minute
Quad
20
right
on full,
behind him,
that's all that
it's
matters.
surely another
Why is
kill.
every
Coming
game in
for
this series just
FlyQuest.
complete?
Oh my goodness.
It's
Shopify
complete
tried
Aram
and
fistfighting.
combined a blade caller and
They
their
literally
smite,
just said, fuck
but
it, let's flip
Inspired
it.
is too good. He gets in between. Let's take another look at it. I know they're going to slow it down.
Yeah, it's getting incredibly low there.
2.1k, 19. So the call was
Oh,
to go
it
at
was
2k,
the smite with feathers.
which is a classic number to go for when you're comboing
Did
with big
Masu
abilities
dash
like
into
that.
the Orianna ball here?
But Inspired knows it too, and he just gets in there.
Yeah, really well played by him. And Contracts had no ulti also, which just meant that he just got focused down, burst down in that fight. He was tanking the Baron and the damage from Masu.
Okay, I will kill her. We got the Nash, guys, okay? You want kill?
He kind of got
It's
charmed
personal?
into it.
Here
Looked
you
like
go.
he got pulled.
Bwipo making sure that everybody's getting what they need. You need a personal vendetta kill? There you go.
I love smite steals like that though, because Inspired is like, okay, he's gonna pick a number that
Wasn't a dash.
he thinks that you're gonna pick, and then
20
he just
seconds on
throws
Drake.
it down there. That was crazy.
One more smite
Look at
fight to determine the
Masu
game.
and Bwipo getting
I
the
think if
damage
they
done
steal
for their
this
team
Drake,
over on the other side.
Shopify can win.
Palafox doing a lot of work, but Masu has just been relentless. Even though he's gotten picked off a few times, he's playing so aggressive. We got to fight.
Oh, B-Boy, what
Oh
was
my
that?
God.
He's thrown into the pit and then immediately executed point
What?
blank. Now Contracts
What just
getting
happened?
caught out for the follow-up.
What?
The close back and forth of this
What
game
the fuck?
just evaporates
What
as
the
Quad
fuck?
gets a double kill, and Shopify Rebellion are forced out of the jungle.
That's
forced
how they're
back
gonna
into their
lose?
base, right as what has to be the Dragon Soul for one side or the other spawns. FlyQuest doesn't even care. They've got the Baron. They've got a 5v3. They're going straight to the enemy base.
Yeah, B-Boy was the one who blast-coned himself into the pit there, so just a misclick you have to think.
That was a game-losing blunder
Oh my
as Shopify Rebellion try to stay alive, but Palafox is already under
FlyQuest game
pressure,
1 looked
and
great,
Inspired
but I
keep
will
the
say,
chase
game 2,
going.
game
The
3, they
Navi
looked
wave
very
flies
beatable.
through. Nobody on
But Shopify
is dead
Rebellion
yet,
beat
but
themselves.
Bwipo can fix that real quick.
I
Seos
really think
barely
Shopify
escapes back into the fountain as Fudge is locked up by the Renekton. Lots of low
lost
health
the
bars on
game more than
but
FlyQuest won it.
nobody's dead
Bwipo
quite
had to
yet.
bail them out so
Palafox
hard this
falls.
game.
Bwipo goes on a killing spree. FlyQuest is going to take the inhibitor.
And last game, I think Shopify just lost it themselves.
But it's bot lane inhib. Surely they will just take the Drake on their
do
way
I want to see a replay of what I just witnessed from Saya? Blast going into the pit? No, I don't. Wrap it up.
Bwipo maintaining his presence.
FlyQuest haven't done Drake yet.
Still 40 seconds left on Palafox.
There's still a dragon. And B-Boy's alive now. Guys, get the dragon.
Backing away now, looking to head back to the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, that thing kind of looming ominously. As you said, Palafox is still down, but Shopify, they're trying to chase. They're trying to do something here. They don't want FlyQuest to be able to reset and fully heal.
Oh, Contrax has taken so much damage from that culling, though. Masu immediately forcing the frontliner back, and Bwipo has rejoined the fight. Guardian Angel purchased for the last item. He's got that in tandem with a Sterix Gauge. You are not gonna kill this crocodile.
They can't get it.
Masu's already almost got the Infernal Drake down and dead. Infernal Soul.
No.
By FlyQuest.
Really well played sequence there by FlyQuest. They get in the base, they knock down the inhibitor, they chunk them out as they're trying to walk in. So
they're
Contract
so close. They're
Muno
so
really
close
can't walk in. You
time.
are useless without your ultimate there. And then the rest of the FlyQuest members stay outside of the pit. They zone Shopify away while Masu is knocking that down.
Bwipo's
Infernal Soul
6.5k gold up.
Mercurial Scimitar purchased up there from Masu. More and more items coming through here. Death Cap done as well now for Quad. And it feels like FlyQuest are moments away from closing the series out.
And if they can, Azil, they are going to complete that record you were talking about, because it is already past 40 minutes. It would be the longest 3-0 sweep in LTA or LCS history.
Games 2 and 3 have definitely been a battle. Shopify showing some solid performances, but still, when it counts, when it's those clutch moments, FlyQuest are finding their way through. Whether it was the long defense in game number 2, the inspired smite steal off of the combo timing here.
I don't even think FlyQuest need to wait for Elder. They can just play on the next Baron and the game's over.
Their backs are against the wall. Now they've got total control
You
of
lost
the Rift.
to my
They're
region.
getting all the waves.
Shut up, NA fans, shut up.
Is going to spawn again in 1 minute, and the entire Rift belongs to FlyQuest.
I mean, how about Bwipo in this game?
What
This
are we
is
doing
one of the
tomorrow?
biggest individual gold
Tomorrow
leads
we're
I feel
doing
like I've
Fear
seen
X
in a
versus
long
KT,
time.
Koi versus
7,000
KC,
gold
and TL
ahead
versus
in the
C9.
1v1.
Three
Fudge
big
has
best
been
of fives.
grouped up, it
Well,
feels
Fear
like
X,
the
KT,
whole
the best of
game. Well, Bwipo has been
some big series
up
tomorrow.
gold all around the map.
Maybe
here,
not the biggest
and he has
names in
really made it worth
in the
it,
LTK,
seems,
but that
while
LCK series
he took
slaps.
that gold, he dominated team fights, he made such a big impact. Now he has the GA on top of the
Man, I feel
Sterix.
bad for
that is just going
Shopify.
to make it even harder to take him down.
I actually think if they were just 5% better, they would have taken a game, and this game would be a lot closer.
In that gold lead is purely cosmetic.
He's too rich. He can't do anything
He's too
with
rich. It doesn't even matter
Like, it would be 1-1 right now, and we would still be, like, even in this game.
Level 18 Renekton. Capped out. There you go.
But they are just so lost on the map. They drop waves, they bleed waves, they overgroup, they misplay, they overforce, they panic.
From spawning, and as soon as it spawns, FlyQuest is already DPSing. It shouldn't take a whole long time to beat this up, really. And it looks like Shopify are recognizing that there's no way to even try to approach this. Free Baron.
Yeah, I'll try and make the LCK as quick as I can. Whenever I wake up, I'll open the LCK.
now have everything they need to try to put the finishing touches on this one.
If I'm not,
we'll see if they can do it. I mean, as much as Kobe, if Shopify can make it go longer,
you're the defender of the rats.
Actually has
you are
nearly
the
3,000
commander
gold in pocket, so that
line.
is just dead gold. It's not doing anything for them right now, but they have the soul, they have the Baron, they have an enormous gold lead, and they have just been looking straight up better in these fights. So
are they really going to try and flank Bwipo and kill him?
From Shopify if they were to hold
I don't know if he dies before he loses the game.
The pressure is mounting up here in the top lane, the tier 3 turret. Already almost gonna die. Masu just shreds these things as Bwipo is creating a different threat over in mid lane.
I've enjoyed my day of LTA. First day of the year. It's a trio, but I actually kind of degenerate. I like it. Tomorrow better be fucking degenerate in CLC9.
200 bullets in there as Masu gets himself back away. Shopify wanted to take their chance to try to engage.
They should have way more damage here, FlyQuest.
Do it. Spiraling despair into Contracts as he has to try to flash away and escape. Bwipo's in the front line.
Bwipo's a bit deep and no one died. Shockwave peels. Shockwave peels. Contracts full HP. The towers are dying. Root comes out. Bwipo's down. Nexus Towers respawn. Elder in 2 minutes. Chase that bitch. Chase that bitch. Okay, let him go. Let him go. Clear the waves. Clear the waves.
Game goes on.
That was crazy. B-Boy nearly died to Bwipo's dominance while he was in the GA res because the AoE damage continues, so he had to use the ulti.
Don't look at the inhibs in the minimap of minions.
Bwipo,
don't look at that.
Does lose
if
quite
you don't
a bit,
look at that,
the GA,
it's winnable.
Is going to swap
because
that out
that's a
immediately
6-item
for a
Zaya.
death stance.
And 6-item
like
Zayas are
they
busted.
do hold on. Their base completely destroyed, though. They lost
Both inhibs
every
back.
tower,
Wait, they're
including
chilling.
the Nexus Towers and
Wait,
all
this
three
is the last
inhibitors.
line of inhibs.
It was also a fully stacked bounty.
Masu got rooted once by feathers, and now watch this again. Watch Masu.
So that was also
he gets
collected.
rooted again by
Here's
feathers. He stands on top of them on cooldown.
Go for Masu, then they flash backwards, and Bwipo decides to take it upon himself to use his Guardian
I don't know
Angel.
if he's checking feathers.
Oh, he used it. And this Dominus, look at that. He almost dies. Just barely. One more tick of the Dominus, and that is a dead AD carry and probably just game over.
Bwipo died.
Though, does end up going down, and they're able to hold on. You can see a little bit of frustration on his face there.
So that shutdown full
He has
gold
death
did
stance
go
now.
to Palafox.
Was that a rat
maybe.
face or what?
Just maybe it is now Shopify's turn.
So you're telling
that
me there's
face
a chance.
was literally the
Maybe
yikes
it's
face, wasn't
Shopify's
it?
turn for the heroic defense and their comeback in this series.
I mean, Palafox is pretty much full build. The 6th item isn't fully complete, but it's an unbroken arm guard, so you're going to get effectively the same value. But B-Boy dies instantly to Masu. He doesn't even get a chance to use the ulti. The double
Pentakill
kill
for
comes
Lucian.
through, and the game is
Oh,
over.
Bwipo stole it.
Shopify are cut
It was a
to
pentakill from
ribbons
Masu.
as FlyQuest will take the win in this series. It might be the longest 3-0 in North American history.
Shopify deserved more, man. They just need to get a little bit better and they could actually take a game. FlyQuest not perfect though.
Well
FlyQuest really beatable, I think.
And yeah,
really beatable.
The end series scorecard will be misleading. Shopify, especially in games 2.
Alright chat, I've been live for a while, so I'm gonna end the stream. I will be back tomorrow. Okay, deal, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll try and get into LCK as quick as I can when I wake up. And then we got LEC and we got LTA again. We got LTA again tomorrow. But LTA series tomorrow will be a lot better, I think. It'll be a lot closer and a lot more hype. So I'll see you there for that. If you're new here, drop a follow. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed your games. I hope you enjoyed your viewing experience. And I hope you enjoyed the games. Much love. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Shout out to all the lurkers, bidders, gifted, shout out, subbers, donors, resubbers. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Bye. And shout out to the Reds.